Shanghai University Library. Chen Yang, a third-year history student, squatted in the bookshelf area, skillfully arranging the returned old books neatly. Suddenly, the light in front of me dimmed. A slender shadow was cast down. The light was blocked, covering Chen Yang and the row of old books. Chen Yang stopped moving. He looked up. A face suddenly came into view. That face was so exquisite it seemed unreal, with the three-dimensional features unique to mixed-race individuals. A high, straight nose and a sharp jawline. Her lips, untouched by makeup, possessed the rich color of cherries. What's most captivating are those eyes. The pupils are incredibly dark, yet their depths exude a coldness that keeps people at a distance. She just looks at you quietly, and your heartbeat will lose its rhythm. A simple white dress, on the contrary, outlined her body curves breathtakingly. Her waist was slender, and her legs, which were exposed under the skirt, were straight and well-proportioned, with her skin glowing with a delicate luster in the sunlight. It is sacred, yet filled with deadly temptation. Yi Qingya, the campus belle of the finance department. A person whose very name is enough to make the hearts of all the boys in the school race. Chen Yang stood up and put down the book he was holding. My throat is a little dry. What's up? His voice was hoarse. My memory was pulled back to 3 months ago. It was raining during an off-campus social event. Alcohol fuels youthful instincts. That night, he shielded her from a malicious drink. She was very drunk, and he took her home. Then, an unexpected intersection occurred. The two have had no contact since then, like two parallel lines that have returned to their respective orbits. Why did she come today? Yi Qingya looked at him with a complicated expression. There was tension and unease. It's more of a resolute decision. Her red lips moved slightly. The clear, cool voice resonated distinctly in the deathly silent library, reaching everyone's ears. Chen Yang, I'm pregnant. Boom. Chen Yang's mind went blank. A blank page. All I could hear was a buzzing sound. Is she pregnant? Who? Ye Vingya. Whose child is she carrying? Mine? This thought, like a virus, instantly took over all his thoughts. He stood frozen in place, like a stone statue. After a brief silence, a commotion surged forth like a tide. Holy crap! What did I just hear? Yi, the school beauty, said she's pregnant? Who did you say that to? Chen Yang? That poor history major who works at the library? Impossible. He's not even a martial arts apprentice. Has school beauty gone mad? How could a goddess fall for a guy who can't even afford body-tempering fluid? This is going to be interesting. The Yi family is a top martial arts family in Shanghai. This kid is doomed. A barrage of gazes, like searchlights, focused on him. Shock, jealousy, contempt, schadenfreude. Countless needles pierced his pride. The abacus started working in his mind again. The cafeteria food prices have increased, and the standard for dinner will be reduced to 2 steamed buns and a packet of pickled vegetables. The body-tempering liquid recommended by my martial arts teacher is still 300 yuan short. If he can't gather enough people this week, he won't even be able to get close to becoming a martial arts apprentice, and graduation will be equivalent to unemployment. Poverty was a net that cut into his flesh, making it hard for him to breathe. And now, this net has gained another, heaviest thread. A child. His child. He looked at Yi Qingya's flat stomach. Then his gaze returned to her stubborn eyes. This is no joke. Bang! The library door was kicked open. The wooden door slammed against the wall with a loud bang. A young man barged in. He was dressed in designer clothes, his face contorted with anger. 2 bodyguards in black followed behind him. The bodyguard's temples bulged, and he exuded a fierce aura. Yi Qingya, you have truly disgraced the Yi family. The person who came was Yi Qingtian, a genius from a collateral branch of the Yi family, and one of Yi Qingya's most ardent suitors. His gaze swept across the entire room, immediately locking onto Chen Yang and Yi Qingya. Jealousy and humiliation drove him to lose his mind. He strode over and pointed his finger at Chen Yang's nose. His tone was full of disdain. Who do we have here? It's you, you piece of trash. How dare an ordinary person who hasn't even touched the threshold of martial arts tarnish the noble bloodline of my Yi family? The words had barely left his mouth. A bodyguard in black stepped forward from behind. An aura belonging to a Ming Jin martial arts practitioner spread out. The surrounding students felt a tightness in their chests and retreated, clearing a large area of space. Ordinary people are so helpless in front of martial artists. The bodyguard wore a contemptuous smile. He stretched out his large, fan-like hand, moving with the speed of a phantom, and grabbed Chen Yang's collar. That hand was like an iron clamp. Chen Yang attempted to resist, but his strength was laughable and powerless in front of the other party. He was easily lifted up, his feet off the ground. Let him go. Ye Vingya shouted sharply, head facepod. Chen Ya, shut up. You have no right to speak here. Yi Tianyu ordered his bodyguard with a ferocious expression. Press him down. The bodyguard grinned maliciously, his arm muscles bulging, and he flicked his wrist. A tremendous force came. Chen Yang was slammed hard to the ground. Bang! The stack of books he had just neatly arranged was scattered in all directions by the impact. In a sorry state, the pain from his knees and elbows hitting the floor instantly brought Chen Yang back to his senses. He smelled the stale wood wax mixed with dust on the floor. He didn't even have time to get up. A large foot stomped heavily on his back. That bodyguard weighs at least 200 pounds. Chen Yang felt like his spine was about to break, and the air in his lungs was being squeezed out little by little. He was pinned to the ground like a rag doll. Humiliation. An overwhelming sense of humiliation rose from the bottom of my heart and burned throughout my body. Yi Tianyu slowly walked up to him, bent down, and looked down at him. He took a check out of his suit pocket and flicked it between his fingers. Then, he held it between two fingers and contemptuously threw it at Chen Yang's face. The thin piece of paper felt as heavy as a mountain at that moment. Kid, I'll give you two choices. Yi Tianyu's voice was icy. First, take this million and get out of Shanghai. Never show your face in front of Qingya again. He paused, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Second, we'll break both your legs right now, then drag her to the hospital and get rid of this bastard. Every word was like a red-hot nail driven into Chen Yang's heart. Physical oppression, verbal humiliation. He struggled to lift his head. Through the gap between the swaying legs, he saw Yi Qingya being held back against the wall by another bodyguard. She bit her lip tightly, her face filled with stubbornness and anger. There was also a hint of helplessness and pallor that couldn't be concealed. She was carrying his child. There is flesh and blood. And he, the child's father, could only be trampled underfoot like a dead dog. He doesn't even have the ability to protect his own woman. Why? Just because he's poor? Just because he's an ordinary person? Is it because he can't afford the 300 yuan body tempering fluid? An unprecedented rage, mixed with a deep-seated powerlessness, erupted from the deepest part of his soul. The flames burned so intensely that his eyes turned red. No, it's not just for my dignity. It was all for her. For the sake of that unborn child. I am a man. I will be a father. He needs power. He needs the strength to stand up and break the foot that's stepping on his back. He needs the strength to protect his wife and children. He wants to make these arrogant guys pay a bloody price. Anger, resentment, humiliation, and the primal desire to protect his bloodline converged and compressed wildly in his chest, reaching an unprecedented peak. Right at this moment, a cold, mechanical voice, seemingly out of place in this world, suddenly resounded in his mind. Bite. A strong will to protect offspring has been detected in the host, meeting the activation conditions. The Supreme Martial Goddaddy system is activating. Activation successful. Chapter 2. Divine Demon Body. 1 punch shatters bones. Who dares to touch my wife and children? System? Chen Yang's heart clenched. This was the only lifeline he could grasp. A pale blue virtual screen suddenly unfolded before his eyes. Host? Chen Yang. Realm level. Mortal. Constitution. Ordinary. Mental strength. 5. Standard for the average person. 10. Strength. 8. Standard for an average person. 10. Technique. None. Martial arts skills. None. Data points. 0. Rows of data, like slaps to the face, struck his life over the past 20 years. His mental strength is only half that of a normal person. No wonder he always feels tired and can't concentrate in class. They are also weaker than others. This is the result of long-term, frugal living and inadequate nutrition. Mortals, mortal bodies. These two words pierced his heart like needles once again. However, the system's heavenly voice rang out in an instant. The host will to protect their offspring has reached a critical point. The new player gift pack is being distributed ahead of schedule. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Divine Demon Body Fragment. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Max Level Basic Fist Technique. The moment the words fell, an indescribable surge of scorching energy erupted from the depths of his heart. It was like a volcano erupting inside him, with scalding lava washing over, burning, and reshaping everything about him. Boom! Qinyang felt like he had been thrown into a furnace. The bones inside his body were shattered inch by an invisible hammer. A sharp pain struck. But then, an even stronger force reassembled the bone fragments, making them stronger and more perfect. He could hear a series of popping sounds, like popping beans, coming from inside his body. The muscle fibers were brutally torn apart, then rapidly stitched together and woven together by a golden energy. It is full of unprecedented resilience and strength. Pain. The pain was so intense it made my very soul tremble. But Chun Yang gritted his teeth and didn't utter a sound. This pain is nothing compared to being trampled underfoot and watching your woman be humiliated. At the end of suffering lies new life. His somewhat thin body was now brimming with explosive power. He felt as if a wild bull was awakening inside every muscle in his body. Ding! Divine Demon Body, fragment, activated, host physical attributes greatly enhanced. On the virtual panel in front of me, the data began to flicker and become blurry. Spirit, 520. Strength, 850. Physique, mortal body divine demon body flawed. My mental strength has increased fourfold. His world changed instantly. The dust particles flying in the air have clearly visible trails. The crease on the cover of a book on a bookshelf in the distance was also clearly visible. He could even hear the rapid heartbeat of the fetus inside Yi Qingya's belly. Strength increased more than sixfold. The weight of the foot on my back transformed from a mountain into a cookie that could be easily crushed. A massive influx of information flooded into his mind. That's not knowledge, that's instinct. It was as if he lived through 50 years of a martial arts fanatic's life in a single second. Practicing boxing under the waterfall. Practicing horsemanship on plum blossom stakes. Every technique for generating power, every muscle twitch, is deeply imprinted on his body. He is already a master of basic boxing techniques. All these amazing changes happened in just 1 second. Outside world. Stepping on Chun Yang's black-clad bodyguard, he felt the useless man beneath his feet suddenly stiffen. A cruel smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. What, you're scared to death? You dare to mess with the Yi family? He exerted force with his feet again, twisting his soles violently, wanting to hear the sound of bones breaking. Right now, a chilling light shot out from Chun Yang's bloodshot eyes. His arm, which was being held down tightly, suddenly tensed up, and the veins bulged like small snakes. With a sudden upward thrust of the arm, the bodyguard felt a terrifying force coming from beneath his feet. His leg, which could break steel bars, was forced to bend upwards by this force. The body instantly lost its balance. Snap! A sharp cracking sound of bones breaking was particularly jarring in the quiet library. The bodyguard felt an excruciating pain in his ankle. He let out a scream as Chun Yang had broken his ankle. Chun Yang rolled over cleanly and swiftly, standing up steadily. His eyes were cold, and he looked past the bodyguard rolling on the ground and locked onto another person. The man was grinning maliciously as he reached out to grab Yi Qingya. In the corner, Yi Qingya had nowhere left to retreat. Her delicate face was filled with shock. She looked at Chun Yang, who had suddenly stood up, and at his tall, imposing figure, his beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Court death. The other bodyguard was furious when he saw his companion crippled. A martial arts apprentice was crippled by an ordinary person. This is an utter disgrace. He abandoned Yi Qingya, turned around, and took a step forward, his muscular arm bringing with it a gust of wind. A fist the size of a clay pot, accompanied by a whooshing sound, hurtled straight at Chun Yang's face. A full-force strike from a Ming-Jin martial arts apprentice can shatter the skull of a bull. The surrounding students screamed in fright, then quickly covered their mouths and backed away. The deadly fist grew larger and larger in Chun Yang's eyes, but there was no fear on his face. In his world, the other person's movements were slowed down tenfold. The force in the fist, the angle of the joints, the subsequent changes, is full of flaws. He didn't dodge. He simply raised his right arm and threw a basic straight punch to meet the opponent's fist. Idiot! A cruel smile flashed across the bodyguard's face. How can you exchange punches with a martial arts master? He will grind this poor wretch's bones to dust, inch by inch. A smile of anticipation crept onto Yi Tianyu's lips. In the blink of an eye, Two disproportionate fists, one big and one small, collided heavily. Bang! A muffled thud sent a shiver down everyone's spine. The scene that was expected, Chen Yang being knocked away, did not occur. He stood rooted to the spot, motionless. On the contrary, the burly bodyguard's sinister smile froze. His expression shifted from cruelty to astonishment, and finally to extreme terror. A terrifying force emanated from the opponent's fist, which didn't appear particularly thick. That power was pure and domineering. The protective aura he had attached to his fist was like a thin sheet of paper, and it was torn apart in an instant. Then, that force savagely drilled into his arm. Snap! The first sound shattered all the finger bones. Snap! Snap! The second and third sounds indicate that the wrist and ulna bones are fractured simultaneously. A series of cracking sounds rang out densely, forming a continuous chorus. The bodyguard's entire arm broke off inch by inch, starting from his fist at an eerie angle. Bone fragments even pierced through the muscle, and blood spurted out. His arm went limp instantly, like a mushy noodle. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire library. The burly bodyguard, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying backward by the punch. Boom! His heavy body crashed into and overturned an entire row of huge solid wood bookshelves behind him. Splash! The bookshelf collapsed, triggering a chain reaction. Countless heavy books were blown away, flying through the air like snowflakes. The entire library fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the tall, imposing figure in the center of the arena. Their brains completely shut down. One punch. Just one punch. A genuine martial arts student with the Ming Jin skill had his entire arm broken by a poor bastard known throughout the school. He was even knocked 7 or 8 meters away. This can't be real. Yi Tianyu's arrogance froze completely. The color drained from his face like the receding tide. He looked at the figure standing there, slowly retracting his fist, his eyes filled with fear. There wasn't even a scratch on that fist. Chen Yang ignored the mixed expressions of shock, fear, and admiration in the eyes of those around him. He took a step and slowly walked to Yi Qingya's side. The girl was still leaning against the corner of the wall, her body stiff from the sudden change that had just occurred. Those usually aloof eyes were now staring at him intently, filled with shock, confusion, and a hint of joy that she herself didn't even realize. Chen Yang looked at her fingers, which were clenched so tightly they were white with nervousness, and said nothing. He reached out and gently covered the back of her hand with his warm, dry palm. Then he looked up. Those icy eyes, cold enough to shatter ice crystals, pierced directly at Yi Tianyu, whose face was ashen. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. "You dare touch my wife and children." The voice was cold, yet it contained a terrifying, killing intent that sent chills down one's spine. Locked onto by that gaze, Yi Tianyu felt as if he were being stared at by a prehistoric beast, his whole body turning ice cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He instinctively took a step back, his throat went dry, and his voice became shrill with fear. You've been hiding your strength. You're not an ordinary person." Chapter 3. A 3-month pact of life and death. A showdown with the Yi family's prodigy. Yi Tianyu's mind went blank. He couldn't accept the reality before him. In his eyes, he was a piece of trash, a poor wretch who couldn't even afford body-tempering fluid, an ant that should have been trampled under his feet and groaning. He actually stood up. He also used the most brutal method, crippling his Ming Jin bodyguard with a single punch. This punch shattered his pride as a member of the Yi family, his morbid possessiveness of Yi Qingya, and his deep-seated contempt for Chen Yang. Shattered self-esteem ignites an even more twisted flame. He absolutely refused to accept that the trash he despised possessed such terrifying strength. He absolutely refused to accept that this good-for-nothing had stolen the goddess he had been longing for. This humiliation was worse than death. "So what if you're hiding your strength?" Yi Tianyu screamed, his voice trembling with fear. "Do you think that just because you can beat a bodyguard, you have the right to challenge the Yi family?" He pointed at Chen Yang, his arm trembling slightly. "Let me tell you, in front of the Yi family, you're still just an ant. I could crush you with a flick of my finger." He forced himself to calm down. He knew that he couldn't touch Chen Yang here today, but he has plenty of ways to do things. If he can't match his strength, then he'll use his family background, the rules, and the pressure from the entire martial arts world of Shanghai to set up a sure kill trap. Yi Tianyu surveyed the entire room and deliberately raised his voice. Zhen Yang, I'm giving you a chance to die knowing why. All eyes were once again focused on the scene. In 3 months, it will be our Yi family's annual grand competition. At that time, all the celebrities in the martial arts world of Shanghai will be there. Yi Tianyu's voice was tinged with a morbid excitement. I will apply to the family to have you represent Yi Qingya's lineage in a battle against Yi Xingchen, the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of my Yi family. Yi Xingchen. These 3 words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the library. Those students who had even a slight understanding of the martial arts world in Shanghai gasped in shock. The discussion spread like wildfire. Yi Xingchen, that prodigy of the Yi family? Did I hear that right? A 20-year-old at the peak of dark force. I've heard he's already halfway in a transformation force and could become an elite martial artist at any time. He's gone mad. Yi Tianyu is trying to kill Chun Yang. The difference between Ming Jin and Jin is like heaven and earth. A martial artist with internal energy can strike through mountains. Chun Yang's punch, just now, was at most at the late stage of external energy. How could he possibly fight Yi Xingchen? The surrounding chatter clearly reached everyone's ears. Chun Yang's newly established, invincible image instantly became precarious in the face of the name Yi Xingchen. Yi Tianyu reveled in the shock of the crowd, his face beaming with increasing pleasure. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to make Chun Yang accept the challenge in despair, and then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, crush him in a mincemeat like an insect being trampled on by the Yi family's genius. He looked at Chun Yang, and a condescending cruelty reappeared on his face. If you win, I, Yi Tianyu, will kowtow to you 3 times in front of the entire martial arts world of Shanghai, and I will never bother Qingya again. He paused deliberately, savoring any possible wavering on Chun Yang's face. If you lose, you'll cut off your own limbs and get out of Shanghai like a dog. Do you dare to accept it? He shouted the last 5 words with all his might. He stared intently at Chun Yang, trying to use the gaze of everyone present as a cage to force him into this death trap. There was no tension or fear on Chun Yang's face. There was only a calm, deep pool-like stillness. He didn't even look at Yi Tianyu. He turned his head and looked at Yi Qingya beside him. The girl clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. She met Chun Yang's gaze, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes, but quickly, that panic transformed into a resolute determination. She nodded to him, very slightly, but with unwavering determination. Zhen Yang understood. He withdrew his gaze and looked again at Yi Tianyu's distorted face. He uttered 3 words calmly. I accepted it. The sound wasn't loud, but was like a heavy hammer, striking everyone's heart hard. That nonchalant attitude left Yi Tianyu with a bellyful of sarcastic remarks stuck in his throat. The surrounding students were all dumbfounded. How dare he? What makes him dare to do that? Good, good, good. Yi Tianyu was so angry that he trembled all over and said good 3 times in a row. He glared venomously at Chun Yang, then glanced at Yi Qingya beside him. You just wait. In 3 months, I'll make you wish you were dead. After saying that, he didn't dare stay a second longer. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be driven crazy by Chun Yang's terrifyingly calm gaze. He walked over to the bodyguard who was still clutching his severed arm and groaning, and gestured for another person to lift him up. The group then fled the library in a disheveled state. The turmoil has temporarily subsided. The library was in a mess. Everyone knew that an even more violent storm was brewing 3 months later. The students around Chun Yang looked at him with changed expressions. There was awe, but even more so, compassion. In their view, what Chun Yang received was a death sentence. Yi Qingya ignored the stares of others. She grabbed Chun Yang's wrist and quickly walked behind a huge bookshelf that had been knocked over. This has created a secluded corner. Once out of everyone's sight, the ice in her eyes melted. His eyes were filled with worry and guilt. Jin Yang, I'm sorry. Her voice was soft but trembled slightly. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. You shouldn't have agreed to him just now. Yi Xingchen, he's very strong, extremely strong. Qin Yang shook his head. He turned around and grasped her cold little hand with his own broad palm. He bullied you and tried to harm our child. I can't be a coward. His voice was steady and powerful. This is not your fault. It's what I, as a man, should do. The warmth from her hand soothed Yi Qingya's flustered heart like a gentle current. Her body trembled slightly. The softest part of my heart was deeply touched. She looked up and met Qinyang's eyes. In those eyes, there was no reckless courage, nor fear in the face of adversity, only a calm that put her at ease. She took a deep breath, and her eyes regained their unwavering determination. Yi Tianyu is right. The Yi family is a monster with a strict hierarchy and an extreme emphasis on bloodlines and interests. My father is the head of the family, but he is also constrained by the family elders' council. Her words revealed a cold corner of the top martial arts families. They will not acknowledge you, much less allow me to give birth to this child. In their eyes, it is a defilement of the Yi family bloodline. This March appointment was definitely not Yi Tianyu's idea alone. Behind it is the tacit approval of the entire family's elders. This is their final ultimatum to us. If you win, we might still have a glimmer of hope. If you lose, we will both be doomed. I will be taken away by them, child. She didn't finish her sentence. Her lips were bitten until they turned white. The consequences are self-evident. Qinyang listened quietly, increasing the pressure on his hands. He knew that this was the law of the world. Without the strength, you don't even have the right to protect your wife and children. Therefore, you must become stronger, stronger than everyone else. Yi Qingyao looked at Qinyang, each word spoken with perfect clarity. Her eyes held a resolute determination, a willingness to burn one's bridges. Starting today, I'm moving out to live with you. Qinyang was stunned. This decision surprised him even more than when he agreed to the challenge. A faint blush appeared on Yi Qingya's face, but her eyes remained unwavering. Only by living together can I give you all my cultivation resources. She spoke very quickly, as if she were trying to convince herself. My monthly family quota, including bone-tempering pills, qi condensation powder, and precious materials for medicinal baths, are all things that money can't buy on the market. I'll give you all of them. And she paused, her voice lowering, tinged with softness and dependence. And I'm pregnant, and sometimes I feel unwell. Being alone in the dorm, I'm a little scared. She reached out her other hand and gently stroked her still flat stomach. Her face radiated maternal warmth. Qinyang's heart was struck hard. He knew how much pressure she was under to make this decision. This is more than just trust. She staked her entire reputation and future on him. She was telling the entire Yi family this. She stood by his side. Good. Qinyang didn't say anything more. All the words I wanted to say were summed up in this one word. He stretched out his arms and gently pulled the girl, who appeared strong but was actually afraid, into his embrace. Yi Qingya's body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, burying her face in his chest. A familiar yet unfamiliar aura enveloped her, bringing her an unprecedented sense of peace. And at that very moment, the system voice rang in Qinyang's mind once again. Ding! Detected that the host's behavior has gained the female lead's full approval, triggering a hidden bond quest. Dragon and Phoenix as one. Task description. Living and cultivating with the female protagonist will activate the second form of the divine demon body and grant massive buffs. Chapter 4. On our first night living together, she was wrapped in a bath towel. Help me dry my hair. The commotion at the library did not truly subside, even after Yi Tianyu and his companions left in a disheveled state. It's like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. The ripples it created spread wildly throughout the entire inner world forum of Shanghai University, one circle after another. Countless posts about poor history majors pretending to be weak while actually being strong went viral within just 1 hour. The news that the finance campus beauty is secretly pregnant spread like wildfire. The betting match between a life-or-death duel in 3 months against the Yi family's prodigy has already been set up in private. But all of this is temporarily irrelevant to Qinyang. He and Yi Qingya moved out of the dormitory. The decision was made by Yi Qingya, and Qinyang did not object. He knew she needed an environment where she could rest and have a safe pregnancy, instead of facing the probing and strange looks from the dormitory every day. They rented a 1-bedroom apartment in an old neighborhood not far from the school. The house is really small. The living room and bedrooms combined might not even be as big as one of the Yi family's bathrooms. The walls were somewhat mottled, and the furniture was all outdated. It has a musty, old wood smell. But Yi Qingya showed no disgust whatsoever. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing a section of her fair, jade-like wrist. Like a diligent bee, It spent an entire afternoon cleaning this small space until it was spotless. The floor was so clean you could see your reflection in it. The windows are clean and bright. She even found a few potted plants of unknown origin and placed them on her small balcony. Those few vibrant touches of green instantly added an indescribable vitality to this old little home. This place became their own private world, a small haven, temporarily isolated from all the storms of the outside world. It's late at night. The old neighborhoods are especially quiet at night. The daytime hustle and bustle has faded away, leaving only the occasional bark of a dog in the distance and the rustling of the old locust tree leaves in the wind outside the window. The moonlight, like water, streamed through the clean windows and spilled onto the living room floor. Qinyang, shirtless, was practicing a horse dance in the small living room. Sweat slid down his angular face, dripped onto his firm chest, then gathered into lines that disappeared into the creases of his taut abdominal muscles. He controlled the force of every punch he threw. The explosive power brought by the divine demon body was now, like a sleeping bull within him, obediently following his commands. He could clearly feel that with each breath, with each stretch and tension of his muscles, the strength in his body was slowly but steadily increasing. The bones yearned for tempering. The muscles are calling for energy. But he knew that this growth was far from enough. Ye Yingchen, peak of internal strength. The name weighed heavily on his heart like a mountain. He needs body-tempering fluid, more advanced martial arts techniques, and money. He clenched his fist, feeling the powerful force emanating from his palm. In the past, he worried about money because he needed to survive. Now, he craves power and money in order to protect them. He guarded the girl in his bedroom, who washed his hands and cooked for him. He protected the little life inside her womb, the one connected to him by blood. His enhanced hearing allowed him to hear her steady breathing and faint yet tenacious heartbeat, even through a wall. That was his child. Thinking of this, the fire in his chest burned even brighter. Gulp. My throat feels a little dry. He stopped what he was doing, picked up the cooled boiled water on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Just then, squeak. The bathroom door was gently pushed open a crack. The slight sound in the quiet night was like a thunderclap exploding in Chunyang's ears. He turned around instinctively. He froze instantly. The dim light shone from the bathroom, outlining a slender and graceful silhouette. Yi Qingya was leaning against the door frame, quietly watching him. Her long, wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, the water droplets at the ends like playful sprites, sliding down the graceful curve of her neck and disappearing into the deep hollow of her collarbone. She was only wrapped in a pure cotton bath towel that Qinyang had just bought. The bath towel was small, barely covering her breathtakingly full breasts, and cinched at her waist, outlining a perfect curve. A pair of straight, shapely legs were faintly visible beneath the bath towel, gleaming with a warm, ivory-like sheen. She was barefoot, her small, white toes curling slightly with nervousness as she stepped on the cool wooden floor, much like the petals of a magnolia blossoming after the rain. A sweet fragrance, a blend of moisture and shower gel, filled the air. The fragrance aggressively entered Chun Yang's nostrils, making him restless. She no longer possessed that aloofness that kept people at a distance. Instead, she exuded a languidness and gentleness unique to women after a bath. Like an iceberg, a corner of it quietly melted away before him. Are you done washing? Shin Yang's voice was incredibly hoarse. He felt as if his throat had been rubbed with sandpaper, dry and burning. He instinctively turned away, unable to look any longer. That scene would be too impactful for any normal man. Chen Yang. Yi Qingya's soft voice came from behind, with a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Chen Yang's body stiffened. Help me dry my hair. These 5 words, like a feather, gently tickled the tip of his heart. Chen Yang's brain went blank for a full 3 seconds. He turned around stiffly. Yi Qingya held a dry towel in her hand and handed it to him. Because she was shy, she lowered her head slightly and dared not look him in the eye. He saw her long eyelashes trembling slightly, like 2 startled butterflies. Qinyang walked over and took the towel. The towel was warm, still retaining the warmth of her palms. The distance between the two was instantly reduced to less than an arm's length. He could clearly see her flushed cheeks and count her trembling eyelashes. Chun Yang's heart pounded like a drum, each beat louder than the last. He raised his hand, his movements somewhat stiff, and placed the towel over her head. His movements were light and slow, carrying a tenderness and reverence that he himself was unaware of. His hands, capable of breaking a martial arts apprentice's arm with a single punch, were now showing a fear that his rough knuckles might hurt her. When his fingertips occasionally touched her warm scalp or smooth earlobe, it felt like a tiny electric current was running through his body, sending a tingling sensation through him. Yi Qingya felt the clumsy yet gentle movements above her head, and her tense body gradually relaxed. She lowered her head slightly, silently leaning most of her weight on him. Her breath, warm and long, brushed against his ear. "It's itchy. It's so alluring, it makes your heart itch too." In the small living room, only the rustling sound of towels rubbing hair and the sound of their breathing gradually intertwining could be heard. "Chen Yang," she called out again, her voice muffled, coming from his muscular chest. His voice was incredibly hoarse. I'm a little scared." Her words were soft, tinged with a hint of grievance and dependence, like a kitten that couldn't find its home. "The Yi family will not let us go. Yi Xingchen, he's a madman who will stop at nothing for the sake of martial arts." Chen Yang stopped drying his hair. He looked down and could only see the top of her dark hair and her slightly trembling shoulders. This girl, who was always strong and aloof in front of others, finally revealed her softest and most vulnerable side to him at this moment. Chen Yang's heart was struck hard. He put down the towel, stretched out his arms, and gently pulled her into his embrace. Her body was soft, warm, and fragrant after a bath. Through the thin bath towel, he could feel the delicacy and smoothness of her skin, as well as her breathtaking curves. Yi Qingya's body stiffened abruptly, but she did not struggle. Instead, she obediently buried her face in his broad and sturdy chest. Listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat, the thump, thump, thump sound seemed to have a magical power, gradually shattering and soothing all her unease and fear. "Don't be afraid." Chen Yang gently patted her back, his voice low and firm. "I'm here." The girl in his arms didn't speak, but tightened her arms around his waist, as if she wanted to meld herself into his body. Silence spread through the small space. The atmosphere became incredibly ambiguous. Chen Yang could clearly feel the changes in his body. Reason was screaming at him, telling him he should push her away. But his physical instincts made him want to meld her into his very bones and possess her forever. Just as he was struggling with this internal conflict, Yi Qingya suddenly raised her head, her watery eyes shining brightly in the moonlight. Her cheeks were so red, they looked like they could bleed. "Chen Yang, I'm 3 months pregnant." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet it clearly penetrated Chen Yang's ears. After she finished speaking, she bit her lip tightly and stared at him with her eyes, which were both shy and resolute, without blinking. With a loud bang, Chen Yang felt like his brain had completely exploded. He looked into her bright, sparkling eyes, at her tightly pursed cherry lips, and at the faint teeth marks he had left on her lips from biting them. A surge of heat rushed to the top of my head. At this moment, all reason collapsed completely. He lowered his head and kissed those alluring lips. Her lips were soft, sweet, and slightly cool. His kiss was light and gentle, with utmost care, as if he were handling a rare treasure. She did not resist. She simply closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, and awkwardly responded to him. As the kiss deepened, the two pressed closer and closer together. Chen Yang unconsciously pulled his arms closer together. Clatter, a very soft sound. The knot tied around their waist came undone under the pressure of their bodies. The cotton bath towel, having lost its last support, silently slid down her smooth, silky body and piled up at her pale feet. Yi Qingya let out a very soft moan. She instinctively wanted to bend down and pick it up, but Chen Yang's hand was one step faster. He picked her up horizontally. Yi Qingya exclaimed in surprise and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. She was completely enveloped by his broad chest and strong arms. His muscles were firm and hot. You could feel the explosive power they contained even through his thin t-shirt. It was filled with a masculine aura that made her feel at ease. Chen Yang carried her, step by step, towards the small bedroom. His steps were steady, each step feeling like it was treading on Yi Qingya's heart. Squeak! He gently placed her on the bed. The soft mattress sank in. Chen Yang did not press down immediately. He knelt beside the bed, looking down at her. Moonlight streamed in through the window, bathing her flawless body in a sacred silver glow. His gaze was like a burning flame, threatening to melt her completely. He reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly, and gently traced her cheek, her neck, and her delicate collarbone. Everywhere the fingertips touched, a tiny shiver ran through them. Yi Qingya closed her eyes in embarrassment, but she revealed her most beautiful and vulnerable side to him without reservation. The moon is beautiful tonight. I don't know how much time passed. The panting in the room gradually subsided. Chen Yang lay on the bed, and Yi Qingya curled up in his arms like a docile kitten. Her face was pressed tightly against his firm chest. You can clearly hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. Each sound brought her an unprecedented sense of peace. Chen Yang's arm was under her head. With his other hand, he gently stroked her smooth, silky back, one stroke at a time. Are you cold? Chen Yang lowered his head, his voice hoarse but full of tenderness. Yi Qingya shook her head and snuggled closer to him. It's not cold. Her voice had a slightly languid nasal tone. She looked up, and the moonlight illuminated half of her face. Those clear eyes shimmered with moisture, as if they could draw one's soul in. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently drew circles on his firm chest muscles. Chen Yang. Will you always be this good to me? Her voice was soft, tinged with uncertainty. Born into a top-tier family, she was used to the exchange of interests and hypocrisy. She was afraid that everything that had happened today was just a dream. Chen Zhuyang did not answer immediately. He tightened his arms around her, holding her close in his embrace. It was as if he wanted to meld her into his very bones. He lowered his head and placed a burning kiss on her forehead. Meeting. Chapter 5, darling. Let me do it the tenderness and flutter in my palm. The first rays of sunlight in the morning, like a ruler, precisely cut through the darkness of the room, casting bright and warm patches of light on the floor. The air began to fill with a unique aroma of millet porridge, carrying the sweet scent of grains. In the small but clean kitchen, Chen Yang stood shirtless, his muscular upper body bare. He wore a pink cartoon apron with a silly-looking rabbit printed on it. This is what Yi Qingya insisted on putting into the shopping cart when she dragged him to the nearby supermarket yesterday evening. She said that seeing him with a stern face all day, he needed a little contrast to lighten things up. At this moment, Chen Yang was holding a spatula in one hand and a book he had borrowed from the library, The Complete Guide to Pregnancy Nutrition Recipes, in the other, looking as focused as if he were studying some kind of peerless martial arts technique. The oil in the frying pan is at the perfect temperature. The golden yellow poached eggs sizzled, their edges slightly browned and curled up by the hot oil, emitting an irresistible aroma. With a flick of his wrist, the spatula precisely slipped under the egg, flipping it over beautifully with fluid, effortless movements. In the small clay pot next to it, millet porridge was bubbling away. The rice oil had been cooked out, and a thick layer of rice skin floated on the surface, making it thick and fragrant. He also warmed a cup of milk in a small saucepan and kept it nearby. The temperature was just right. In those few short days, he was like a sponge thrown into water, frantically absorbing all the knowledge about how to take care of a pregnant woman. He remembers everything from what foods to avoid to what micronutrients to supplement better than his own textbooks. He rummaged through the meager memories of his body to find the few cooking skills he had, and then painstakingly explored and clumsily put them into practice. Just then, the light and shadow cast by the kitchen doorway dimmed slightly. Chen Yang sensed it almost immediately and turned around. The whole person froze, all movement stopped. Yi Qingya leaned quietly against the doorframe, her clear eyes fixed on him, and it was unclear how long she had been watching. She had just finished washing up and changed out of her usual well-tailored, high-quality dresses. She was wearing a loose, soft, off-white cotton loungewear set, which made her already snow-white skin appear even more delicate, like the finest white jade, shimmering with a soft glow in the morning light. Her long, smooth, black hair wasn't styled as meticulously as usual. It was simply draped casually over her shoulders. A few playful strands of hair fell beside her cheeks, softening her usually aloof and beautiful face, adding a touch of domestic laziness and gentleness. She was not wearing shoes. A pair of small, delicate feet stepped directly onto the cool wooden floor. The toes, white as jade, curled up unconsciously from the coolness, like budding magnolia petals, looking both cute and helpless. The morning light bathed her entire body in a fuzzy golden glow, making her look somewhat unreal. She stood there quietly, watching the figure in the morning light carefully preparing breakfast for her and her future child. A warm yet unfamiliar emotion welled up in the softest part of her heart. The man's back view wasn't actually particularly broad or imposing, but like a pine tree deeply rooted in the rocks, it stands tall, resilient, and full of reassuring power. His upper body has smooth and well-defined muscle lines, and every inch of it contains explosive power that can be unleashed at any time. These days, she could clearly feel that Chun Yang's body was undergoing an astonishing transformation that she couldn't understand. He seems to be getting stronger every minute, every second. The speed of her growth completely exceeded all her understanding of martial arts over the past 20 years. Qin Yang placed the perfectly fried poached eggs into a plate, along with a bowl of porridge and a glass of warm milk, and carefully carried them to the small dining table in the living room. After he finished doing all this, he turned back to look at the girl at the door. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer? You woke up so early." He spoke as he walked toward her. His gaze naturally fell on her smooth feet, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. He didn't say anything more to blame him. He simply bent down naturally, reached out, and pulled her icy little feet into his warm, dry palm. "Go put on your slippers quickly." His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable concern. "The ground is cold. Your body is different now, so you can't catch a cold." His hands were large, with calluses from years of working, and felt somewhat rough. But that roughness is like a small stove, constantly transmitting a reassuring warmth. Yi Qingya's body trembled slightly. She did not break free. Instead, she let him pull her along, like leading a disobedient child, to the sofa, where she watched him take slippers out from under the sofa and place them at her feet. She obediently put it on. "I can smell the fragrance." She raised her head to meet his gaze, her voice soft, carrying a hint of dependence and grievance that she herself was unaware of. "I'm hungry." Chun Yang's heart was instantly struck by those words, and he became completely soft-hearted. This is his woman. That girl in the library, facing pressure from the entire Yi family, still stubbornly stood tall with a cold gaze. At this moment, she would reveal the demeanor of a little girl because of a simple breakfast in front of him. This stark contrast stirred an indescribable protective instinct within him. The March appointment. Yi Yingchen. These pressures have transformed into even stronger motivation at this moment. That is the whole meaning of his struggle. Ding. Completed the daily task. Prepare a nutritious breakfast for your wife and future baby. Rewarded with 50 dad points. The system's call notification sound rang out in Chun Yang's mind as expected. But Qin Yang had no time to pay attention to that at the moment. He watched Yi Qingya sitting at the dining table, sipping her porridge. Her usually cool and aloof beautiful eyes were now slightly narrowed with satisfaction because of the warmth and deliciousness of the food. Like a noble and lazy cat that has finally stolen a bite of dried fish. This scene made him feel more fulfilled and happy than any system reward. During the day, they were both busy with their own things. Chun Yang rejected Yi Qingya's suggestion that he quit his part-time job at the library. He continued to work as usual. In his view, although the job paid little, it was a symbol of his responsibility as a man to take on his family duties. Yi Qingya did not stay at home, but went to school to attend her finance major courses as usual. To outsiders, they seemed to be just two ordinary students sharing an apartment, with no overlap in their lives. Only at night, when that old door creaked shut, this small, old home finally had the warmth that belonged to the two of them. Night deepened. Outside the window, the city's hustle and bustle slowly subsided like the receding tide. Chun Yang sat cross-legged on the living room carpet, using a dim lamp to flip through a book titled An Introduction to the Circulation of Martial Arts True Qi that Yi Qingya had secretly brought from home. The book is a facsimile of an ancient text, and the text on it is difficult and obscure. But for Chun Yang, whose mental strength had surged, it wasn't difficult to understand. Suddenly, he heard a suppressed, painful groan coming from a sofa. The voice was very soft, yet it was like a needle piercing his ear precisely. Chun Yang immediately put down his book and looked up sharply. Yi Qingya was curled up on the sofa. Her once relaxed eyebrows were now tightly furrowed. One hand was pressed weakly against her lower abdomen. Her beautiful face was pale and devoid of color. "Are you feeling unwell again?" Chun Yang's heart tightened, and he moved to her side almost instantly. He gently pulled her soft body into his arms, letting her lean weakly against his chest. Her voice was weak and trembling. "Today, I seem to have been moving a bit too much. She clung tightly to him, burying her face in his chest. Feeling the steady, powerful heartbeat from his chest and his burning body temperature, her tense body slowly relaxed a little. In early pregnancy, fetal movement is theoretically not very noticeable. But this theory clearly does not apply to the little life she is carrying. That bloodline, originating from the divine demon body, was filled with a domineering and energetic power far exceeding that of an ordinary fetus. It would occasionally stir things up inside her, causing her to feel waves of unbearable pressure and discomfort. "Don't be afraid, I'll try." Chun Yang's voice was calm and steady, carrying a calming power. He carefully helped her lie down on the sofa and then placed a cushion behind her back. Then, his hand stopped at the hem of her loose loungewear, and he paused. The atmosphere became somewhat subtle at this moment. He looked at her furrowed brows, and his Adam's apple bobbed. "Ah." He only managed to utter one word before he didn't know how to continue. "It's okay." Yi Qingya seemed to know what he was hesitating about. She closed her eyes. Her voice was very soft, but her tone was very firm. She chose to trust him without reservation. Qinyang took a deep breath and no longer hesitated. He reached out, his fingertips trembling slightly, and gently lifted the hem of her loose dress. A smooth, flat abdomen, as smooth as jade, was thus displayed before his eyes without any warning. Her skin was the kind of exquisite, cool-toned white skin, so delicate that you couldn't see a single pore. Under the soft lighting of the living room, it gleamed with a faint, alluring, ivory-like sheen. The navel is small and delicate, like a pearl adorning a beautiful jade. Yi Qingya's body trembled slightly uncontrollably, and she could feel the cool air brushing against her skin, bringing a subtle shiver. She subconsciously bit her lip, her cheeks burning hot, and she didn't dare to open her eyes to look at Chun Yang's expression. Chun Yang's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he forced himself to calm down. He closed his eyes, clearing his mind of all distractions. His broad, warm palm gently, with an almost reverent care, covered it. The moment her palm touched her skin, Yi Qingya's body stiffened again, and her breath caught in her throat. But then, an indescribable warm current slowly flowed from his palm. This energy is the pure blood and chi power inherent in his divine demon body. Unlike the aggressive, true chi cultivated by martial artists, it is like the warmest sunshine in spring or the purest hot spring water, gentle, peaceful, and full of life. Qinyang was highly focused. He could clearly see that in that mysterious and great cradle, a tiny life form was curled up somewhat uneasily, radiating restless energy. His vital energy, like the softest blanket, gently enveloped that little life. One after another, patiently and gently soothed her. Soon, the anxiety gradually subsided. The little creature seemed to really enjoy the comfortable feeling, and even stretched its body contentedly, conveying a sense of satisfaction. On the sofa, Yi Qingya also truly felt this change. The throbbing discomfort in her lower abdomen that had been making her so upset and almost brought her to tears was visibly subsiding at a rapid pace. She could even sense a wondrous and mysterious force building an invisible yet incredibly strong bridge between her, Chun Yang, and their shared child. At this moment, their bloodlines resonated. She slowly opened her eyes, the tears still lingering in them. She looked at Chun Yang's focused profile. Under the light, his long eyelashes cast a light shadow under his eyelids. Serious men do have a fatal attraction. She was somewhat lost in thought. Ding. Completed the daily task, soothed fetal movement with love, rewarded with 100 dad points. Ding. The blood bond between the host and the fetus is detected to be deepening, and the bloodline resonance effect is slightly increasing. Chapter 6. A Man's Responsibility. I'll handle the money. Chun Yang slowly withdrew his hand and carefully pulled down her hem to cover the alluring spring scenery. Yi Qingya's abdominal discomfort had completely disappeared, and she was so comfortable that her eyelids started to droop, and she felt sleepy. Looking at her peaceful and serene sleeping face, Chun Yang's heart was completely filled with a tremendous sense of satisfaction. He pulled a thin blanket from the other end of the sofa, his movements as gentle as if he were handling a rare treasure, and carefully covered her with it. In just a few days of living together, he has accumulated nearly 1,000 dad points by completing these heartwarming daily tasks. He opened the system panel, which only he could see. Dad points, 950. Without the slightest hesitation, he focused his mind on the suffix of the line, divine demon body, fragment. System, allocate all points. Ding. 950 healer points consumed. Divine demon body, fragmented. Repair progress plus 9.5%. Current total repair progress 15%. A torrent, more powerful and scorching than ever before, instantly swept through his entire body. This time, it's not just a simple increase in strength. Qinyang could even hear the deepest bones in his body groaning under the strain. A golden energy was savagely seeping into his bone marrow, shattering the original bone structure and then reshaping it with a more advanced and resilient substance. A sharp pain struck, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound, afraid of waking the girl who was sleeping soundly on the sofa. He could feel his muscle fibers being torn apart one by one, and then rapidly woven and reorganized by that golden energy, becoming denser and full of explosive resilience. His internal organs, his meridians and blood vessels are undergoing a transformative baptism. Sweat soaked his back, but he could clearly feel an unprecedentedly powerful force awakening within his body. This is the true power of the divine demon body. But then a completely new and extremely critical problem arose. A strong, almost savage hunger rose from my stomach and swept through my whole body without warning. He had just finished dinner not long ago, but now he felt like he could swallow a whole cow whole. He felt his body burning wildly, yet he couldn't get enough fuel. This feeling is very uncomfortable. The next day, Yi Qingya quickly noticed that something was wrong with him. At the dinner table, Chen Yang devoured the food meant for 5 people, but his face still betrayed a hint of weakness. "Qinyang, what's wrong?" Yi Qingya asked worriedly, putting down her chopsticks. Qinyang gave a wry smile and didn't hide anything. "My body is too exhausted, and I can't keep up with the food intake." Yi Qingya immediately understood. Her expression turned serious. Martial arts cultivation is inherently defying the heavens. Especially during the stage of tempering the physical body, the consumption of qi and blood is enormous. She looked at Qinyang and slowly explained. Ordinary martial arts practitioners need to use medicinal baths and qi and blood pills to replenish their energy and strengthen their foundation. Medicinal baths can replenish qi and blood from the outside and strengthen muscles and bones. Qi and blood pills can nourish from the inside and strengthen true qi. Your physique is very special, more domineering than anyone I've ever seen. Therefore, your energy requirements will only be 10 times, or even 100 times, greater than those of an ordinary martial artist. Qinyang remained silent. He understands these principles. Martial arts are built with resources. How much does a course of treatment with the most basic medicinal bath ingredients cost? He asked the most crucial question. Yi Qingya hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. The most basic prescription costs 10,000 yuan per dose. To see noticeable results, you need at least 10 doses, which is 100,000 yuan. 100,000. This number weighed heavily on Chun Yang's mind, like a mountain. All his savings, plus the money he earns from working, are less than 2,000 yuan. Seeing Chun Yang's furrowed brows, Yi Qingya felt a pang of pain in her heart. She opened her backpack, took out a bank card, and pushed it in front of Qinyang. "There's 300,000 yuan in here. It's the pocket money I've saved up over the past few years. You can take it and use it first. The password is your birthday." Qinyang looked at the card, then at Yi Qingya. The girl's gaze was firm, devoid of any pity, only filled with pure care and support. But he can't have it. He is a man, her husband, and the father of her child. Protecting this family is his responsibility. How can you turn it around and spend a woman's money? He pushed the bank card back. The movements were gentle, but the attitude was firm. "Keep your money. Buy whatever you want in the future. Don't deprive yourself and the child. I will handle my own affairs." "Qinyang," Yi Qingya said anxiously, "now is not the time to be reckless. Every day of these 3 months is precious. You can't let your cultivation resources be wasted. I told you I can handle it." Qinyang stood up and grabbed his coat. "Believe me." He looked into her eyes and spoke each word clearly. After saying that, he gently kissed her forehead, turned around, and walked out of the house. Yi Qingya stood there, touching her forehead, looking at the closed door. She felt anxious and angry, but more than anything, she had a strange feeling. As Chen Yong walked out of the residential compound, he looked up at the gray sky. He took a deep breath. Money. The root of all problems is money. Fighting in underground boxing matches? It's lucrative but risky. If one is seriously injured, the loss outweighs the gain. He needs startup capital, money that will allow him to comfortably get through the initial resource accumulation phase. He thought of someone. Chen Yang took out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang a few times before being answered. A loud, boisterous voice came through the receiver. Damn it. Yangzi, you're such a womanizer. You actually called me? I thought you eloped with the school beauty and forgot you had a brother in the dorm who was starving for you. On the other end of the phone was Wu Dong. Chen Yang's best friend in the dormitory is a simple-minded rich kid who is extremely loyal. Chen Yang felt a warmth in his heart, and his tense nerves relaxed a little. Dongzi, where are you? Where else would you be? Playing games in your dorm. What checking up on me? Aren't you coming back to sleep tonight? I need to talk to you about something. It's urgent. Chen Yang's tone was very serious. Wu Dong immediately dropped his joking tone. What's wrong? What happened? Did those bastards from the Yi family cause you trouble again? Wu Dong also knew about what happened at the library and had been worried about Chen Yang these past few days. No, I want to start a business and I need some startup capital. Chen Yang carefully considered his words before using this most cliched excuse. He couldn't tell Wu Dong about the affairs of the martial arts world because that would drag him into it. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Chen Yang's heart jumped. He knew that this excuse was terrible. How much do you want? Wu Dong's voice rang out again, crisp and decisive. Chen Yang was taken aback. Aren't you going to ask me what kind of business I'm starting? Shut up. Wu Dong roared again. You, Chen Yang, are my brother. I trust your character. If you want to start a business, I have to support you. Enough talk. Name your price. A surge of warmth welled up from the bottom of Chen Yang's heart, instantly dispelling all the gloom and pressure of the past few days. 200,000. 200,000? What can that do? Wu Dong muttered. Fine, we'll wait. The call ended. Less than 30 seconds. Chen Yang's phone vibrated. A bank text message popped up. Your savings card account ending in 8848 has received an income of 200,000 renminbi, with a current account balance of 201,852 renminbi and 50 cents. Chen Yang stared at the string of numbers for a long time without moving. He gripped the phone tightly with his knuckles. This trust is more precious than 1,000 pieces of gold. Wu Dong, I, Chen Yang, will remember this kindness. In the future, I will repay you tenfold, 100-fold. Putting away his phone, the confusion in Chen Yang's eyes vanished. His goal became incredibly clear. Without any hesitation, he turned around and headed straight for the largest medicinal herb trading market in Shanghai. With money, his path to becoming a martial god truly began. He strode along and soon saw the antique-style archway of the medicinal herb market. A unique aroma, a blend of countless herbs, began to fill the air. Chapter 7. Underground boxing matches. The Colosseum of Shanghai, where people trade their lives for money. The largest medicinal herb trading market in Shanghai is always bustling with people. The air was filled with the aroma of hundreds of herbs, so strong it was almost overwhelming. It filled Chen Yang's nostrils, giving his tense nerves a jolt. In his pocket was a bank card with 200,000 yuan. That's not money. That was the trust of a brother and Wu Dong's unreserved affection. Chen Yang's eyes were no longer filled with confusion, only with an unwavering determination. He walked straight through the crowded throng and headed towards the old pharmacy with the Baikatang sign at the far end of the market. Behind the counter, a thin, gray-haired old man was drinking tea from a purple clay teapot without even lifting his eyelids. Boss! Chen Yang placed the slip of paper with the prescription on the counter. 10 doses of bone-tempering soup. The old man then lifted his eyelids, glanced at Chen Yang, and slowly picked up the note. When he saw the names and quantities of the medicines on the label, a hint of surprise flashed in his cloudy eyes. Bone-tempering soup is not unusual, but it is rare to see a young man who looks like a poor student ask for 10 servings. 100,000. The old man's voice was dry and hoarse. Swipe your card. Chen Yang took out his phone without hesitation. When the notification sounded that the money had been credited to his account, the old man's gaze finally changed. He no longer looked down on him, but instead scrutinized him more. He got up and slowly fetched the medicine. 10 huge craft paper medicine packets were piled on the counter like a small mountain. Chen Yang hailed a cargo tricycle to transport the pile of medicinal herbs back to his small home. That night, the bathroom was steamy and hot, making it almost impossible to see anything. In the bathtub, the dark liquid medicine was bubbling and churning, emitting a pungent and acrid smell. Chunyang took off his clothes, revealing his increasingly muscular body, and stepped into the bathtub. The scalding hot medicine touched the skin, and a burning, stinging sensation came from every pore, as if countless red-hot steel needles were being pierced. Chunyang just grunted and gritted his teeth. This pain is nothing compared to the helplessness I felt watching Yi Qingya being humiliated because of me. The divine demon body operates automatically. His body was like a dry sponge thrown into water, frantically absorbing the energy in the medicine. The violent medicinal power that ordinary martial arts practitioners need to carefully guide is like a stream flowing into a dried-up riverbed to him, not even causing a ripple. His body is a black hole that can never be filled. Half an hour later, the thick medicinal liquid in the bathtub visibly faded in color, eventually becoming almost like clear water. He completely absorbed all the medicinal effects. Chunyang stood up from the bathtub, water droplets sliding down his well-defined abdominal muscles. He clenched his fist. The strength is indeed a bit too much. My blood and chi have also become more abundant. But it was just that insignificant little bit. A system notification sounded in my mind. Ding! Divine Demon Body, Fragment, Repair Progress plus 0.1%. This number was like a bucket of ice water poured over my head. 100,000 yuan, half of what he hoped for. In return, all we got was 0.1%. The remaining 100,000 yuan is only enough for him to wash it one more time. His body's thirst for energy is endless. A huge sense of frustration welled up inside me. Using this method, let alone facing Yi Xingchen in 3 months, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to maintain the body's daily energy needs. No, too slow. That's too expensive. He needs more money, an astronomical amount of money. We need a more efficient and direct approach. Chunyang, wrapped in a bath towel, smelling strongly of medicine and with a solemn expression, walked out of the bathroom. Yi Qingya was sitting on the sofa reading a book when she heard the noise and immediately looked up. Her gaze fell on Chunyang, and she paused slightly. There seemed to be an indescribable change in him. His muscles were more defined than before, and there seemed to be light flowing under his skin, exuding a sense of power. But what she cared about more was the gloom in his eyes. Not working well. Her voice was soft, not a question, but a statement. Chunyang sat down on the sofa opposite her, nodded, and said in a hoarse voice, The progress of the improvement is not ideal. Yi Qingya showed no surprise. She simply gazed at him quietly, the moonlight outlining her perfect profile, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows. A long time passed. She slowly opened her mouth, her voice exceptionally clear in the quiet living room. I have an idea. It allows you to earn enough money in the shortest amount of time and also provides the most brutal real-world training. Chunyang sat up abruptly, his gaze fixed on her face like a nail. Yi Qingya met his gaze without looking away. She bit her lip, lowering her voice even further, with a tremor she herself didn't even realize. However, it is extremely dangerous, with a 9 out of 10 chance of death. What is it? Chunyang's answer was only 3 words, without the slightest hesitation. There's an underground boxing match in Shanghai. Yi Qingya's voice, seemingly carrying a chill, unveiled the bloody corner beneath the city's glamorous facade. There, no one cares about background or origin. They only care about who has the stronger fist. Win a game, 100,000. If you can win 10 consecutive matches and successfully challenge the champion, the prize money starts at 1 million and has no upper limit. 1 million. Chunyang's heart skipped a beat. This is exactly what he needs. More importantly, it's about real-world application. He possessed the master-level boxing insights imparted by the system, but had never experienced a real life-or-death battle. A towering tree that can withstand storms will never grow in a greenhouse. It is in the face of life and death that great terror arises, and it is also in the face of great opportunity. What if you lose? Chunyang's voice was calm, revealing no emotion. Yi Qingya's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Her face paled even more. If you lose, at best you'll lose a hand or a foot. Your martial arts foundation will be completely destroyed, and you'll become a cripple. She paused, forced herself to look into Chunyang's eyes, and spoke clearly, word by word. In severe cases, death. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of their intertwined breaths could be heard. How do I get there? Chen Yang spoke again, without the slightest hesitation. Yi Qingya took a deep breath, as if she had made a decision. She took out her phone, her long, slender, fair fingers quickly tracing the screen. She used the Yi family's connections, which she would never have dared to use lightly. That night, the night was as dark as ink. Inside an abandoned steel factory on the outskirts of a city lies another world. The deafening music was like the heartbeat of a giant, pounding against our eardrums. The frenzied screams of the crowd mingled with the sound of shattering bottles. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, alcohol, and a faint, almost imperceptible smell of blood, creating a scent that was both dizzying and exhilarating. In the center of the factory, an octagonal cage welded from thick steel pipes was brightly illuminated by searchlights. This is a den of iniquity for the rich and a hell for the desperate. Chen Yang, wearing a plain white mask, stood in the shadows of the entrance like a ghost, observing all this madness. Yi Qingya stood right behind him. Her body was tense, and her small hand gripped the hem of his t-shirt tightly, almost with all her strength. She gripped the fabric so tightly it became deformed. Her small face, which was breathtakingly beautiful even in the moonlight, was pale and bloodless in the surrounding flickering and chaotic light. It was 100 times more chaotic and barbaric than she had seen in the documents or imagined. Every man who squeezed past her had an undisguised, beast-like greed and desire in his eyes. It made her feel like a little white rabbit that had fallen into a pack of wolves, completely uncomfortable. Chen Yang. Her voice trembled amidst the loud music. Should we just leave? As for the money, we can think of another way. She regretted it. She shouldn't have brought him to a place like this. Chen Yang turned around without saying a word. His tall figure stood like a wall, blocking all the prying eyes behind him. Looking into the girl's eyes, where she couldn't hide her fear and worry, he was touched in the softest part of his heart. He reached out his hand. He held her small, icy hands tightly in his warm, dry palms. That solid warmth instantly enveloped her. Ye kingyas trembling miraculously subsidet somehat. Then, with his other hand, he gently pulled up the hood of her sweatshirt, the wide brim hanging down to cover her beautiful face, which was enough to stir up a storm among this group of lunatics. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against her cold cheek. Yi Qingya's body trembled slightly. Wait for me here. He released his grip, his voice soft but unusually firm. After saying that, he turned around and didn't look back. That figure, blending into the noisy crowd, was as resolute as a sword silently drawn from its sheath, carrying an indomitable spirit. Yi Qingya stood there, looking in the direction he had disappeared, her heart gripped tightly by an invisible hand, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Chen Yang quickly found the registration desk in a corner. The procedures were so simple, they were brutal. It has no name, only a code name. Chen Yang's code name is Mask. Soon, a bald, tattooed man next to the cage picked up a microphone and roared in a hoarse voice. Ladies and gentlemen, where's the screaming? Next up, our veteran, Iron Arm Arnold, who has won 7 consecutive fights, will face off against a newcomer, a coward who doesn't even dare to show his face, wearing a mask. Let's see how Arnold can twist his head off in a few seconds. A deafening roar of laughter erupted from the crowd. A burly man with bulging muscles all over his body and arms thicker than an average person's thighs roared as he jumped into the octagonal cage. He is Iron Arm Arno, a mid-stage Ming-Jin martial artist, known for his strength and ruthlessness. Amidst a chorus of boos, Chen Yang calmly stepped onto the stairs, passed through the iron chains, and entered the cage. His figure appeared somewhat frail next to Iron Arm Arnold, like a bamboo pole that could break at any moment. Kid, are you wearing a mask because you're afraid of getting your face smashed up and not being able to face your mother when you get back? Ha ha ha. Iron Arm. Arnold pounded his solid chest with his fists, making muffled thuds like drumming. The surrounding gamblers booed and mocked even more harshly. Kill him. Arnold, tear him apart. On the large screen next to him, the odds were already displayed, with Chen Yang's odds as high as 1 to 10. Nobody had any faith in him. Chapter 8, everyone thought he was trash. 1 punch, and he was instantly killed. The whole place went crazy. The referee was a man as thin as a bamboo pole, with no discernible expression on his face. He walked into the octagonal cage, his voice dry, as if forced out from a rusty iron pipe. The rules are simple. He only said 2 words. No rules. He paused, his gaze first sweeping over Qin Yang's mask, then landing on Arno's distorted face. The game ends when one side falls or voluntarily concedes defeat. After saying that, he didn't hesitate at all and quickly retreated to the edge of the cage. The heavy metal music that was roaring just a second ago suddenly stopped. The clamor of the entire steel plant seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand. All eyes were fixed on the center of the cage. The air froze. All that remained was the sound of my heart pounding in my chest. Roar! A savage roar, inhuman in sound, erupted from deep within the throat of Iron Arm Arnold. He was like an enraged bull. He pushed off with his foot. The entire octagon floor shook violently. His massive body, as large as a small mountain, stirred up a foul gust of wind, transforming into an out-of-control heavy truck that ran straight over Qin Yang. His fist was a size larger than Qin Yang's face. His fists were covered with thick calluses and hideous scars, with bulging veins coiling beneath his skin. The fist whistled through the air, carrying the force to smash everything in its path into dust, heading straight for Qin Yang's face. He used all his strength in that punch. He had to grind this skinny monkey wearing a ridiculous mask, along with his bones and dignity, into mincemeat within 3 seconds. This is his favorite and most proficient opening. The most primal and bloody violence instantly ignited the bestiality of everyone in the audience. Beside the cage, Yi Qingya's heart was gripped tightly by a cold hand, instantly leaping into her throat. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hand to stop the scream that was about to escape her lips. Her fingernails dug deep into the soft flesh of her palm, but she felt no pain at all. Her body was trembling uncontrollably. Reason told her that Qin Yang was very strong, extremely strong, but she never witnessed him actually risking his life. In the library, he shattered the bones of Yi Jiaming, a martial arts expert, with just one punch. But now, he is facing a completely different monster. A veteran boxer who has fought his way up through blood and fire, reaching the mid-stage of Mingjin, a martial arts technique. That person was like a moving wall of flesh, just standing there made it hard to breathe. Qin Yang's figure appeared so frail in front of such a monster. It felt as if it would be easily broken by that torrent at any moment. Her mind went blank. All composure and rationality vanished in that instant. Only the most primal thoughts remained, screaming wildly in my mind. Get out of the way. Please, get out of the way. However, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Qin Yang stood motionless in the cage. He stood there quietly, like a lifeless stone sculpture. Faced with the powerful force of the punch that could split rocks and shatter stone, he didn't even flinch. The white mask reflected a cold, merciless light under the stark white searchlight overhead. He seemed to be terrified. After a brief silence, the entire audience erupted in a deafening chorus of boos and jeers. Coward! Useless! You're so scared your legs are going weak. Standing here waiting to die? Ha ha ha! Beat him to death. Arnold, twist his head off. Only Yi Qingya stared intently at him, her eyes unblinking. While everyone else thought he was a naive newbie who had been scared out of his wits, she inexplicably felt a surge of confidence. She believed him, even though her heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. She stared at him intently. She saw it, just a fraction of a second before that fist, the size of a clay pot and exuding an aura of death, was about to smash that white mask to pieces. He moved. It's not retreating, it's not dodging. Qin Yang's body slumped slightly, his spine like a powerful bowstring stretched taut in an instant. The next moment, a dull thud came from the ground beneath his feet. Instead of retreating, he advanced. He charged head-on into Arnold's ferocious momentum. This scene left everyone bewildered. Crazy? Is this newcomer crazy? Trying to outmuscle Arnold with his iron arms is practically suicide. Idiot. D. A smile of extreme cruelty and excitement flashed across Arnold's face. He could almost see the other person lying at his feet, bones broken and tendons snapped like a dead dog. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yang's figure instantly cut into Arno's attack range with incredible speed. He did not confront that enormous fist head-on. His actions were simple, direct, and extremely efficient. He simply raised his right arm and clenched his fist. It started later, but arrived first. When Arnold's heavy punch was still inches away from his face, Qin Yang's fist had already slammed into Arnold's right shoulder joint with perfect accuracy. Bang! A dull, teeth-grinding thud resounded, like a battering ram slamming into a soaking wet cowhide. The sound drowned out all the other noises in the room. The vibrations made everyone's eardrums buzz. The scene that was expected, the masked boy being knocked flying backwards, his flesh and blood flying everywhere, did not occur. The next second, snap, snap, a series of crisp, chilling cracking sounds echoed throughout the venue. The cruel grin on Arnold's face froze completely. His pupils, due to extreme shock and incomprehensible pain, suddenly contracted into two pitch-black pinpoints. A terrifying power, pure and domineering to the extreme, that he had never felt before in his life, emanated from the opponent's seemingly ordinary fist. That force, like a red-hot steel rod, instantly pierced through his proud, protective inner energy. His inner energy, strong enough to withstand a sword strike, was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of that power. It was torn to shreds with ease. Immediately afterwards, that overwhelming force forcefully drilled into his shoulder. His shoulder blades, collarbones, humerus, all the bones connecting his entire arm to his body were shattered inch by this brute force in that fraction of a second. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, so shrill it was almost inhuman, finally burst forth from the throat of Iron Arm Arnold. His massive, ox-like body lost all its forward momentum, as if it had been hit head-on by a speeding heavy truck. He was sent flying backward uncontrollably at a speed even faster than when he was being charged at. Boom! His heavy body slammed hard against the steel pipes of the octagonal cage. The sturdy steel pipes, as thick as a bowl, were violently bent and deformed outwards by the impact, emitting a piercing metallic groan. Then, like a lump of mud devoid of all its bones, he slowly slid down the cold barbed wire and fell to the ground. His entire right arm was twisted at a bizarre and nauseating angle, hanging limply there. The stark white bone fragments even pierced through thick muscle and skin, exposed to the air, dripping blood. The person immediately rolled their eyes back, foamed at the mouth, and completely lost consciousness. The entire venue was deathly silent. The music forgot to start. The roar was swallowed back down. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces contorted in disbelief. They stared intently at the figure in the cage, wearing a white mask, slowly retracting his fist. The figure still stood ramrod straight. Even the rhythm of his breathing was perfectly undisturbed. His fists were clean, without even a scratch. What exactly happened just now? A punch? Just an ordinary punch, but instead of retreating, it advanced? Known for his absolute strength and infamous here, the 7-time undefeated Iron Arm, Arnold had his entire arm broken by a single punch and was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away. After a brief, suffocating silence, it was an uproar like a volcanic eruption. Holy crap! What's going on? Am I seeing things? Is this fake? This is absolutely a charade. The boxing ring should refund our money. Act my ass. Are you blind? Didn't you see Arnold's arm was broken into a mangled mess? You can't fake that. The gamblers who had placed huge bets on Arno were ashen-faced and cursing incessantly. They rubbed their eyes frantically, completely unable to accept this fact. A few people who bought the mask, hoping to win, after a brief moment of stunned silence, fell into extreme ecstasy. They jumped up like madmen, screaming loudly in hoarse voices. Awesome. Holy crap. 10 times the payout. I'm getting a villa overlooking the sea tonight. Chapter 9 Consecutive Kills. His codename, One Punch Man. Yi Qingya stood frozen in place. The hand covering her mouth was trembling uncontrollably. But this time, it wasn't because of fear. It was shocking. It was excitement. It was a kind of ecstasy that swept over her entire soul. She knew Qinyong was very strong, but her brain was simply unable to process this unbelievable scene before her. That wasn't a victory of skill, nor was it a fluke. That's pure power. It doesn't follow any logic. It's an absolute crushing victory. She looked at the straight figure inside the cage. Amidst the frenzied, shocked, and fearful gazes around him, he remained as calm as an isolated island at the heart of a storm. That figure, at that moment, gave her a sense of security she had never felt before, a security so solid it made her want to cry. He didn't turn around, but she knew that he did all of this for her, for their unborn child. An immense sense of pride and satisfaction, like a warm tide, instantly filled her heart. This is her man. He was not the useless person Yi Tian you described who needed to rely on the Yi family. He is not anyone's appendage. He is Qinyang. He was strong enough to provide her with shelter and protect her and their child with his own fists. At that moment, all of Yi Qingya's worries, fears, and self-blame vanished completely. Instead, there's a deeply protected, profound joy and peace. Her eyes welled up with tears. A thin layer of mist blurred the towering figure before my eyes. Ding! Host detected that she has completed a one-punch kill, intimidating the entire audience and earning 500 dad points. Ding! Detected a significant emotional fluctuation in the female lead, deepening the bond and slightly enhancing the bloodline resonance effect. A system notification sounded in Qinyang's mind. His heart skipped a beat. He could feel the burning gaze behind him. He knew that Yi Qingya was looking at him, but he cannot turn back. This chaotic and bloody place is not where she should be. All he has to do now is end it all in the fastest, most violent, and most unreasonable way. Then, take her home. He stretched his fist after throwing it. The dormant, primal power within him seemed to have been completely awakened by this real battle, and it was now rejoicing in his blood. But that's not enough. That's far from enough. He needs more, a massive amount of resources, to repair his damaged divine and demonic physique. He needs to win all the remaining games. 900,000, 1 million, even more. He wanted to earn that money back cleanly and quickly. He wanted to make the Yi family, Yi Xingqian, and everyone who had ever looked down on him aware of this. He, Qinyang, is not a piece of trash who can be bullied at will. He has the ability, and even more so, the strength, to protect his wife and children. The following match turned into a one-sided individual show that made everyone's heart stop. Two staff members hurriedly dragged the foaming at the mouth Arno off the field, leaving behind a messy bloodstain. The bald host's voice rang out again, but this time there was a distinct hint of awe in his tone that he himself was unaware of. Second match. Opponent. Ghost Shadow. Late stage of Ming Jin, known for his speed. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin man, like a monkey, silently tumbled into the cage. His eyes were cold and sinister, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. The starting bell rang. The man known as Ghost Shadow instantly transformed into a series of blurry afterimages, attacking Qinyang at high speed from all directions, dazzling the eye and making it impossible to distinguish which one was the real body. The audience gasped in surprise. To ordinary people, this speed is almost like a ghost. However, Qinyang remained standing in the same spot. He even slowly closed his eyes. All the sounds around me became incredibly clear at that moment, then quickly faded away and became part of the background. He could hear the wind. You can hear the clinking of glasses in the distance. You can also hear Yi Qingya's suppressed, rapid, and somewhat disordered breathing. Under the enhanced perception granted by the divine demon body, the opponent's supposedly invincible speed seemed like a child's slow-motion game in comparison. He clearly saw a most solid shadow silently circle behind him, a poisoned dagger silently piercing his back. Just as the other party revealed a smug grin of triumph, it happened. Qinyang's body reacted instinctively. He had not turned around. It was simply a sharp, backward elbow strike. This strike was incredibly fast, accompanied by a muffled, explosive sound that tore through the air. Bang! The ghostly figure came to an abrupt halt in mid-air, its sinister grin freezing completely. Qinyang's elbow struck him squarely in the chest with incredible precision. The dull thud of bones breaking, mixed with the splattering sound of flesh being impacted by tremendous force, was clearly audible. He was like a tattered sack that had been kicked away. Before he could even let out a scream, he flew sideways out of the octagonal cage, spitting out a shrill jet of blood in the air. Upon landing, his sternum collapsed completely, and he immediately lost consciousness. Another trick. Qinyang could sense that the fighting instincts of the divine demon body were rapidly awakening in actual combat. His body is becoming more acute than his mind. The third match. Opponent, Melo. Peak Ming Jin level. Ruthless fighting style, highly experienced. A burly man with a fierce face walked onto the stage, but he did not attack rashly. He circled around Qinyang like a real wild beast. A scarlet tongue licked its chapped lips, searching for even the slightest flaw. He's an experienced person. He knows how to observe and wait. But Qinyang didn't give him a chance to wait. He took a step forward immediately. It was that same straight punch that looked completely unremarkable. The Mad Dog's pupils suddenly shrank to a single point. He sensed a deathly aura emanating from that fist that sent chills down his spine. He roared and crossed his arms in front of his chest, using all his inner energy. He knew he couldn't stop it, but he had to block it. Snap! The crisp crack of the broken arms was so sharp it made everyone in the audience's teeth ache. Mad Dog spat out a mouthful of blood and foam mixed with broken teeth. His knees buckled, and he knelt down on the ground, completely losing his fighting ability. Another punch. The fourth match. The opponent was a martial artist known for his leg techniques, and his whip kick was as fast as lightning. Chen Yang's fist was faster than lightning. His punch arrived first, striking directly at his opponent's shin. His leg bone shattered into more than a dozen pieces on the spot. The fifth match. His opponent was a martial artist skilled in joint locks. As soon as he got close, Chen Yang punched him so hard that his chest caved in, and he flew away like a kite with a broken string. The sixth match, one punch. The seventh match, one punch. Eighth match, one punch. The ninth match. 9 matches, 9 opponents. Whether it's the middle stage of Ming Jin, the late stage of Ming Jin, or even the peak stage of Ming Jin, who has experienced countless battles. Before that man wearing a white mask, there is only one ending. One move to kill the enemy. The entire underground boxing scene went from initial skepticism to shock and then to numbness. In the end, all that remained was awe and fear towards that figure. The codename Mask spread throughout the entire boxing ring in less than an hour. He became the most mysterious and terrifying presence of the night. Monster. This guy's a fucking monster. I'm betting everything on him. All in. Tonight's the hottest models at the club. No one knows who it was, but in the deathly silent crowd, the first person to shout out at the top of their lungs. One Punch Man. This simple and blunt nickname, like a virus, instantly ignited the entire audience. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. One Punch Man. The roar of cheers was deafening, the first time it had been for a newcomer. Chen Yang stood in the center of the cage, oblivious to the frenzy around him. He simply calmly experienced the changes that the 9 battles had brought to his body. With each punch, he gained a deeper understanding of basic boxing techniques. They also gained more complete control over the divine demon body. He didn't even bother to read the text message announcing the arrival of the 900,000 yuan bonus. His goals go beyond that. The bald host jumped onto the stage again, almost rushing to Chen Yang's side. His gaze toward Chen Yang was now filled with awe and fervor. He held up the microphone and roared at the boiling crowd with all his might. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, we witnessed the birth of a legend. One Punch Man. He proved his strength with 9 undisputed victories. Now, he will face his final challenge. Challenge our underground boxing ring. The 3-time reigning champion, the Butcher. The ultimate winner will take home a cash prize of 1 million. At this moment, the atmosphere in the entire venue was pushed to its climax. The other heavy iron door of the octagonal cage creaked open slowly. Chapter 10. Withstanding a profound level martial skill. Divine Demon Body. Unlocking new abilities. A lean and muscular man wearing a black vest slowly walked into the octagon. He was also wearing a mask, a hideous demon mask. Unlike previous boxers, he wasn't muscular, but every inch of his body seemed to be forged from refined steel, brimming with concentrated explosive power. He simply stood there, and a chilling, bloodthirsty aura silently spread out. The frenzy in the audience seemed to have cooled down. This man is the Butcher. He's not here to perform. He's here to kill. Chen Yang's pupils contracted slightly. Dongji. This was the first time he had felt real danger since he stepped into this boxing ring. This man's cultivation level, half a step into the dark force realm. He was just one step away from unleashing his true energy and entering another level. What made Chen Yang's heart sink even more was that he caught a familiar fluctuation of true energy from this Butcher. It's very light. However, it shares the same origin as the true energy in Yi Tianyu's body. The Yi family. Chen Yang understood instantly. This is not a champion challenge match at all. This was a deadly trap tailor-made for him. Yi Tianyu's revenge came faster and was more insidious than he had imagined. Outside the cage, Yi Qingyao's heart was in turmoil. She doesn't understand martial arts, but she can sense the atmosphere. When a man called the Butcher stepped into the ring, the entire boxing arena changed. It's an instinctive fear when facing a top predator. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, forcing herself to stand firm and not show any fear. She cannot influence Qinyang. Start. The referee's voice was hoarse and dry. After he finished shouting, he immediately retreated to the very edge of the cage. The butcher moved. Instead of charging recklessly like the previous brutes, he used a peculiar footwork, his body moving like a ghost, to approach Qinyang. His palms gleamed with an unnatural jade-like luster under the light. Overlapping wave palm. Among the crowd, some knowledgeable martial artists exclaimed in surprise. It's actually a low-grade, Shin-level martial skill. How could something like this exist in an underground boxing match? The butcher ignored the gasps from the crowd. In his eyes, there was only Qinyang as his target. A palm strike was unleashed. The seemingly light palm strike brought forth layers upon layers of palm wind, like waves on the beach, one after another, endlessly. Qinyang dared not be careless. He didn't take the hit head-on, but dodged to the side. But that palm strike, like a shadow, relentlessly grazed his ribs with incredible cunning. A chilling, penetrating force pierced through his muscle defenses and rushed straight into his internal organs. Qinyang grunted and took a step back for the first time. Not quite steady yet. The butcher's second and third blows have arrived. Palm shadows filled the sky. A series of palm strikes, like countless venomous snakes, came biting from all directions. Qinyang pushed the power of the divine demon body to its limit, blocking with both arms and using both fists and feet. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds came from inside the cage. For the first time in a direct confrontation, Qinyang was completely overwhelmed. He backed down. Butcher enters. With each step Qinyang took back, a shallow dent would be left in the floor beneath his feet. Each of the butcher's palm strikes landed precisely on his arms, shoulders, and chest. That chilling, energy continued to permeate and accumulate. Qinyang felt his blood and qi begin to surge, and for the first time, his body's functions became sluggish. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. That unstoppable one-punch man, who could take down an opponent with a single punch, was actually being overwhelmed. Butcher, kill him. What a load of bull. One-punch man. He's a joke in the face of real martial arts. After a brief silence, the gamblers who had lost money erupted in vicious curses and triumphant roars. Yi Qingya's face had turned deathly pale. She couldn't understand the moves, but she could see that Qinyang was falling behind. The barrage of palm strikes nearly suffocated her. Qinyang's situation is more dangerous than anyone imagined. He is physically very strong, but his opponent's layered wave palm was not a contest of absolute power. That layered, penetrating force, like water dripping on stone, was gradually eroding his formidable physical defenses. If this continues, he will eventually be defeated because his vital energy will be scattered. We had to find a way. Just when Qinyang was forced to the edge of the cage, with nowhere left to retreat, the system's voice suddenly exploded in my mind. Ding! Host detected engaging in high-intensity combat, survival instinct activated, true qi sensing, ability unlocked. In an instant, the world before Qinyang's eyes had changed. The butcher is still the same butcher. Those countless palm strikes were still deadly. But in his perception, there was something else. He could see that within the butcher's body, streams of true energy were rapidly circulating along a fixed path. Most routes were incredibly smooth, but there are several points. The acupoints are located on his left shoulder, Jianjing, 3 inches below his right rib, and the lower abdomen, Qi-Hai. Each time the true energy flows to these places, there will be an extremely brief pause and stagnation. Although it was minuscule, under the true qi sensing technique, it was as clear as a candle flame in the dark. Flaw. This is the flaw in layered wave palm. Qinyang's heart calmed down. He found a way out, but that's not enough. The opponent is at the half-step dark force level, and their speed is too fast. Even knowing the flaw, he couldn't seize that fleeting opportunity, unless his body can become faster and stronger. Qinyang's thoughts sank into the system panel. Dad points, 500. These are the points he earned after winning the match. System. Allocate all points. Repair the divine demon body. Ding. 500 healer points consumed. Divine demon body. Fragmented. Repair progress plus 5%. Current total repair progress 20%. A terrifying surge of heat exploded within his body. The bones groaned, the muscles tore, and then reformed in a more powerful way. Every cell is undergoing a transformation under this immense energy. The butcher noticed Chun Yang's momentary daze. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. D. He seized the opportunity and gathered all his inner energy into his right palm. The most powerful killing move was slammed down towards Chun Yang's heart. He was confident that this palm strike would shatter Chun Yang's heart meridian. Yi Qingya let out a desperate cry. However, Chun Yang did not dodge. He even straightened his chest and took the initiative to meet her. He wants to gamble. Bang! A loud bang. The butcher's right palm landed squarely on Chun Yang's chest. The scene of shattered bones and flying flesh that I had envisioned did not occur. The butcher felt as if he had struck a red-hot alloy steel plate with his palm. A terrifying force of recoil, mixed with a surge of scorching blood and chi, surged back up his arm. Puff! A sharp pain shot through the meridians of his entire arm, causing his internal energy to stagnate. Beneath the demon mask on his face lay utter disbelief. How is that possible? How could he possibly withstand my full-force attack with his bare body? Now, Chun Yang took the blow head-on, his chest heaving with blood and chi, and a sweet taste rising in his throat. But he forced himself to swallow the blood back. His eyes were bloodshot as he locked onto the butcher's momentary pause, a fraction of a second, caused by shock. He seized that weakness. Chun Yang exerted force with his feet, and the ground cracked. She was like a cannonball, crashing into the butcher's arms. He raised his right fist. There were no unnecessary movements. It was a single strike that condensed all his power and incorporated the insights of a grandmaster. The crushing fist. The fist landed precisely on the butcher's abdomen. The most fatal flaw he found using true chi sensing. The dantian. Thump. The sound didn't feel like it was hitting flesh. It was like a giant sledgehammer smashing a clay pot filled with glass. Tom seemed to stand still at this moment. The demon mask on the butcher's face has a crack in the middle. Crack! The mask shattered in two and fell to the ground. His face was utterly distorted by extreme fear and pain. His body went limp and he knelt down, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The dantian is shattered. The path of martial arts is thus severed. The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the figure in the cage, who stood ramrod straight despite a clear handprint on his chest. Has it been reversed? A desperate comeback? He withstood the butcher's deadly attack, and then another punch? Chun Yang was panting heavily. My chest was burning with pain, but an unprecedented feeling of exhilaration spread throughout my body. The money issue is resolved. He raised his head, his gaze passing through the noisy crowd and landing on that corner that brought him peace of mind. Yi Qingya stood there, covering her mouth, tears silently streaming down her face. Chun Yang nodded slightly at her. One punch man. I don't know who it was, but with a hoarse voice, the first one to shout it out. The next second, the frenzied shouts, like a tsunami, completely overturned the entire abandoned factory. Chun Yang ignored them. He stepped down from the octagon and, under the awe-inspiring gazes of the staff, took the huge sum of cash that belonged to him. He walked through the frenzied crowd to Yi Qingya's side and took her cold hand in his. Let's go home. The two left this noisy place. Walking on the cold streets in the early morning, Chun Yang's heart was burning with passion. He knew, after tonight, the name One Punch Man will spread throughout the underworld of Shanghai. And he also came into the sights of certain members of a Yi family. An even bigger storm may be brewing. Chapter 11, she hugged her pillow. Is the sofa cold? The two returned to their small home. The door clicked shut behind me, completely shutting out the night and noise outside. The air still carried the chill of the night, and the metallic smell of sweat and blood brought back from the underground boxing ring. Chun Yang casually tossed the black travel bag full of cash onto the old fabric sofa. Splash! The bag wasn't closed properly, and several stacks of brand-new banknotes slipped out from the opening, scattering on the sofa like a pool of glaring blood. 1 million in cash. A huge sum of money obtained in just 1 hour with fists and blood. Yi Qingya's gaze didn't linger on the pile of money for even a second. She stood motionless in the entryway. Those eyes, which were always clear as water, were now fixed on Chun Yang's bare chest. The light was dim, but a purplish-red handprint was still clearly visible on his solid, bronze skin. The palm print is clearly defined, and you can even see the shape of the knuckles. Shocking. That was the mark left by the butcher's final killing move. Qinyang felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and was about to say something. Go and sit down. Her voice rang out, very soft, even a little ethereal, yet carrying an undeniable command. Qinyang was taken aback for a moment, but did not refute. He walked to the sofa, pushed aside the stacks of banknotes, and sat down silently. He could sense that Yi Qingya was on edge ever since she returned from the boxing ring, like a frightened little animal, full of vigilance and unease. Yi Qingya turned and went into the bedroom. Her back looked a little stiff, and her steps were much faster than usual. Soon, she came out of the bedroom again, carrying a small white first aid kit. She stopped in front of Qinyang. Instead of sitting opposite him, she slowly squatted down on the floor in front of him. This posture makes her look very small. Qinyang sat on the sofa, his head slightly lowered, and you could see the top of her fluffy hair. Clatter! The latches on the first aid kit were opened. She lowered her head and took out white cotton swabs and a small brown glass bottle. It is a medicinal wine for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. A pungent, irritating medicinal smell instantly filled the air. Her movements were somewhat clumsy as she unscrewed the bottle cap. Her fingers trembled slightly, and it took her several tries to succeed. She carefully poured some medicinal wine onto the cotton swab, soaking the cotton tip. Then, she raised her head. Their gazes met unexpectedly in midair. Qinyang's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Her eyes were very bright, strikingly bright, as if they had been washed with water. His face was reflected in the mirror, along with a cluster of suppressed emotions that he couldn't quite understand. She didn't say anything. She simply reached out, pinched the cotton swab soaked in cold medicinal wine, and slowly, gently probed towards the palm print on his chest. Qinyang's body tensed up instinctively. He watched as the cotton swab got closer and closer. Before it even touched his skin, he could feel the coolness of the medicinal wine. The tip of the cotton swab finally touched the bruised skin. A chilling, bone-piercing sensation exploded within me instantly. Chen Liaoyang couldn't help but gasp, his muscles clenching sharply. The girl's hand visibly trembled, and the pressure lessened. Her movements were slow and gentle. The cotton swab rolled over his burning skin, and with each wipe, it felt like a faint electric current was spreading from his chest to his limbs. It's a very strange feeling. Even though it was ice-cold medicinal wine, he felt as if a fire was burning wherever she touched it. Moreover, it burns brighter and brighter. Qinyang's breathing became somewhat heavy without him realizing it. He could clearly smell the faint, pleasant scent of shampoo emanating from her. The fragrance was clean, like grass after the rain. At this moment, however, the pungent smell of medicinal wine mixed and created a strange, unsettling atmosphere. She looked very focused. His long eyelashes, like two small fans, drooped slightly, casting a small, swaying shadow on his chest. Because she was squatting, the neckline of her loose-fitting cotton loungewear inevitably opened slightly. Let's look at it from Qinyang's perspective. A casual glance reveals a dazzling expanse of pure white. In that gentle, upright curve, Qinyang felt his throat suddenly become extremely dry. He subtly shifted his gaze elsewhere, but the fleeting image lingered in his mind, impossible to shake off. This made him even more nervous than facing the butcher, who was half-step into the dark force realm in the octagon. Does it hurt? She finally spoke. The voice was muffled, as if it were being squeezed out from deep in the throat. It doesn't hurt. Qinyang answered quickly, but his voice was hoarser than he had expected. It's just a superficial injury. Yi Qingya stopped applying the medicine to him. The cotton swab remained on his skin, bringing a continuous coolness. She slowly raised her head. In those clear eyes, the water shimmered and quickly became misty. A cluster of flames, suppressed all night, finally burst forth from the depths of the mist. Qinyang, are you crazy? Her voice wasn't loud, but it was trembling like a young animal cornered and letting out a low growl with a sob in its voice. Why did you take that blow head on? Huh? Do you know how dangerous that is? Do you know? She couldn't continue speaking. Her eyes turned bright red in an instant. Large tears, without warning, rolled down her cheeks and landed on the back of her hand. I was terrified. The belated yet even more overwhelming fear, at this moment, was like a flood bursting its banks, instantly engulfing her completely. At the boxing ring, she was overwhelmed by shock and fervor. But on the way back, the night wind blew, and those bloody scenes kept replaying in her mind, especially the last scene. The image of Chun Yang straightening his chest and taking the fatal blow head-on. She dare not think about it. If Chun Yang's body wasn't so abnormally strong, if the outcome of that palm strike had been different, things would be different now. What should she do? Looking at her tear-streaked, fear-filled face, Chun Yang felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly by a large hand, a mixture of soreness and pain. He reached out almost instinctively. He grabbed her hand, which was holding a cotton swab and was still trembling uncontrollably. Her hands are so cold, like a piece of jade just pulled out of ice water. It has no warmth at all. It was tiny, completely enveloped by his large palm. I know what I'm doing. Chun Yang looked in her eyes and said, word by word. His palms were warm and dry, with thin calluses from years of boxing practice and a somewhat rough texture. That steady and powerful heat flowed continuously from her palms, enveloping her icy hands. I never do anything I'm not sure I can do. Yiqingya did not break free. She let him hold her hand, feeling the reassuring warmth emanating from his palm that made her want to cry. She bit her lower lip tightly, using all her strength to swallow back the sob that was about to escape her lips. But the tears flowed even more fiercely. Don't do that again. She sniffed, her voice thick with nasal tone, barely audible like a mosquito's hum. Good. Chun Yang nodded and solemnly made his promise. Silence fell over the living room once again. Only the girl suppressed. Faint sobs remained. It took her a while to calm down. She didn't pull her hand away, letting him hold it as he did so. With her other hand, she picked up a new cotton swab and continued applying the medicine to him. However, the atmosphere was completely different from before. She could clearly feel the warmth of his palm seeping into her icy wrist, making her heart flutter with warmth. He could also clearly feel the skin on his chest growing hotter and hotter under her fingertips. Finally, the medicine was applied. Yiqingya reacted as if she had been burned, quickly pulling her hand back, standing up, and hurriedly packing up the first aid kit. Her cheeks were as red as the sunset. From beginning to end, he didn't dare to look at Chun Yang even once. You should get some rest. She left those words behind and, as if fleeing, quickly walked back to her bedroom. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Chun Yang sat alone on the sofa, somewhat lost in thought. He raised his hand and touched his chest, which was still slightly burning. The soft touch of her fingertips and the scalding heat of her tears still seemed to linger on it. He chuckled slightly. This girl. He turned his head and looked at the closed bedroom door. There was no further sound coming from behind the door. The night became exceptionally quiet. Chun Yang leaned back on the sofa, let out a long breath, and felt the fatigue coming from his body, just as his eyelids are getting heavy and he was feeling drowsy. Click! A very soft sound came from the direction of the bedroom. Chun Yang's eyes snapped open. He saw that the bedroom door, which had just been slammed shut, was now being quietly opened a crack. Yiqingya was peeking at him through the crack in the door with one eye. When she realized he was looking at her, she flinched like a startled rabbit and tried to close the door again. But after hesitating for a moment, he stopped. The gap in the door was widened a little more. She poked half her head out, clutching a soft pillow tightly in her arms. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes darted away, avoiding his gaze. She bit her lip and asked in a voice barely audible, is the sofa cold? Chapter 12, I'll take care of you. The divine demon body evolves again. The night was so quiet you could hear your heart beating. The air still carried the pungent smell of medicinal wine, mixed with her unique, clean, and sweet fragrance. Chun Yang looked at the pair of evasive eyes behind the crack in the door, and at the pillow she was clutching tightly in her arms. Suddenly, something gently bumped into his heart, making him feel soft and numb. He didn't laugh. He simply looked at her quietly, letting his eyes tell her that he had heard her. It's not cold. His voice was soft, with a hint of hoarseness from the battle, and it was especially clear in the quiet night. Yiqingya, standing behind the crack in the door, trembled slightly. She bit her lower lip, her knuckles turning white from the force, as if she were still engaged in a fierce internal struggle. That little face, which had just been streaked with tears, was now bright red, as if it had been burned by the sunset, and the heat seemed to be able to see through the crack in the door. Chun Yang stood up from the sofa. He rose slowly, his muscles stretching, and his tall, upright figure cast a long shadow under the light, instantly enveloping the small crack in the door. An invisible sense of oppression, mixed with his strong, masculine aura, rushed towards me. He walked towards her step by step. The floorboards creaked softly, each creak feeling like a blow to Yi Qingya's heart. She instinctively tried to slam the door shut, but her body froze on the spot, her fingers gripping the edge of the door, unable to move. He stopped in front of the door. The two were separated only by a narrow crack in the door and a thin wooden panel. He could smell the fragrance of her hair more clearly and see her long eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. Go to sleep. Qinyang extended his hand. Instead of pushing the door, he gently placed his hand on the door panel above her line of sight. His palms were large and scorching hot. That warmth seemed to penetrate the cold door panel and be imprinted directly on her heart. Yi Qingya held her breath for a moment. I have to get up early tomorrow, he added. Oh. Yi Qingya seemed to have all her strength drained away and responded softly. Clutching her pillow, like a child who had done something wrong, she shuffled back to the bedside, looking back every few steps. Qinyang did not leave immediately. He remained standing outside the door, still pressing the door panel with his hand, quietly listening to the sounds inside. He heard her put down the pillow with a soft, muffled sound. I heard the slight creaking of the bed as she laid down, the sound of the weight on it, until there was no sound inside, and it fell into a peaceful silence. He slowly lowered his hand, turned around, and returned to the sofa. He didn't sleep that night. He simply leaned there, his gaze fixed on the black travel bag full of cash, his eyes deep and unfathomable. The next morning, sunlight, like scattered gold, streamed into the living room through the old windows, giving the furniture a warm, rough edge. When Yi Qingya walked out of the bedroom, the air was filled with a rich aroma of millet porridge. She saw the man. Qinyang was busy in the small kitchen, wearing an obviously ill-fitting apron with a bear pattern. The morning light outlined his broad back and strong waistline, making him appear exceptionally tall and reliable. On the table, a bowl of steaming millet porridge was already laid out. The porridge was cooked perfectly, with rice oil floating on top. Next to it were two small dishes of finely chopped, light and refreshing pickles. Yi Qingya's heart felt warm and soft, as if it had been soaked in lukewarm water. She walked up to him and stopped, looking at his focused profile, the aroma of food and his unique scent lingering around her nose. I'll do it. Almost done. Go sit down. Qinyang didn't turn around, his voice carrying a sense of naturalness. It was as if they had been living together like this for many years. A tacit understanding seemed to have developed between the two of them, one that didn't need to be spoken. Yi Qingya looked at his profile. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Finally, she obediently sat down at the table, holding the warm bowl of porridge in both hands, and sipped it slowly. After finishing breakfast, Qinyang neatly cleaned up the dishes. He picked up the heavy black travel bag from the corner of the living room and placed it on the table in front of Yi Qingya. The bag landed on the wooden table with a dull thud. Then, he took a bank card out of his pocket and gently placed it next to his travel bag. What's this? Yi Qingya looked at the things on the table, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. Money. Qinyang's answer was simple and direct. He reached out and unzipped the travel bag. Splash. Stacks of brand-new red banknotes, tightly bound with rubber bands, poured out in an instant. The red 100 yuan bills were piled up together, forming a small mountain, emitting the distinctive smell of ink and bringing a savage and intense visual impact. A full million in cash. Yi Qingya's breathing stopped completely at that moment. This money felt like a pile of red-hot irons, burning her eyes. She could almost smell the pungent, bloody odor from last night again. There is 900,000 in this card. Qinyang's voice was calm as he tapped the bank card with his long, slender fingers. The password is your birthday. Take this money. Yi Qingya suddenly raised her head, her eyes fixed on him. I don't want to. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an unusual firmness. Qinyang, I don't want this money. Why? This money, it's tainted. She uttered these words with difficulty, her hands clenched into fists under the table, her nails digging painfully into her palms. I don't want you to risk your life for money. You can't go to places like that anymore. She knew that the nearly 2 million was what he had fought so hard last night, risking being beaten to death, punching it back one by one. The thought of the purplish-red handprint on his chest last night made her heart feel like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing her unbearable pain. Qinyang looked at her face, which had turned pale in an instant, and her eyes, which were filled with stubbornness and fear, and remained silent for a moment. refined and elegant. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful. This is the last time. He made a promise. I need some money to do some necessary things. In the future, we will no longer be short of money, and we will no longer need to resort to this method. But, no buts. Chen interrupted her. He reached out and pushed the cold bank card into her hand. His movements were subtle, but his unquestionable attitude carried more weight than any words. This 900,000 is for you. Do whatever you want, buy whatever you want. He paused, his gaze fixed intently on her, each word striking her heart with clarity. From today onwards, I will take care of you and our child. These words, like a boulder thrown into a lake of the heart, instantly stirred up a monstrous wave. Yi Qingyao looked at him, looking into his eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky. There was no joke, no perfunctory attitude in it, only a mountain-like, steady seriousness that she could not resist and had nowhere to escape. We don't need to prove anything to the Yi family. Chen Yang continued, his voice filled with a powerful confidence. But I want to give you and the children the best. I want to shut up all those who have looked down on us. Yi Qingya's eyes instantly reddened. She bit her lower lip hard, stubbornly tilting her head back to prevent the tears that were about to spill from falling. She knew that everything he did was for her, for their family, and for their unborn child. Take it. Chen Yang placed the card directly into her palm. Her hands were cold, but when they were grasped by his warm, dry hands, her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. The password, really, is my birthday? She sniffed, her voice thick with nasal congestion, and whispered to confirm. Yi Qingya lowered her head, staring at the cold card in her palm for a long, long time. Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she nodded slightly. I'm only letting you go this once, she said. Good. Chen Yang released his grip. He didn't let Yi Qingya touch the 1 million yuan in cash on the table. This is the foundation and ladder he prepared for himself, the path to becoming stronger. The days that followed became regular and peaceful. Chen Yang used the 1 million yuan in cash to quickly purchase a large quantity of the precious medicinal herbs he needed through special channels of the underground boxing ring. The ginseng was over 50 years old. The wild Ganoderma lucidum was bright purple with a thick cap, and there was also a red vine called dragon blood vine, which cost him nearly 500,000 yuan to buy from an old herbalist. It was specially used to refine blood and qi. When he received these things, he knew that everything was ready. An abandoned factory in the suburbs. The place remained deserted, save for the mournful sound of the wind whistling through the dilapidated buildings. Chen Yang sat cross-legged. Instead of rushing to repair his divine demon body, he first took out a jade box from his pocket. Upon opening the jade box, a pill, entirely crimson and seemingly with blood flowing within, lay quietly inside. A strong, almost pungent smell of blood and medicine instantly spread out. Qi and blood pill. This was the real highlight of his training. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Yang threw it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a violent, scorching torrent that surged down his throat and into his stomach. Boom! Chen Yang's body jolted violently, and his skin instantly turned bright red like a boiled shrimp. That medicinal power was not a gentle tonic at all, but rather like an ancient ferocious beast awakening, rampaging and tearing through his internal organs, limbs and bones. Excruciating pain, indescribable pain. It was as if someone was using countless red-hot steel knives to cut his flesh and scrape his bones inch by inch from inside his body. Chen Yang clenched his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and large beads of sweat rolled down his face. He could clearly feel his blood vessels breaking inch by inch and his muscles dissolving layer by layer. But that's not the worst part. The most terrifying thing is that his dormant, divine demon body has been awakened under the stimulation of this powerful life energy. Like a gluttonous beast that has been starving for millions of years, it began to greedily and domineeringly devour the medicinal power and transform it into the most primal energy, which in turn carried out the most brutal transformation of Chen Yang's body. If the previous repairs were about reinforcing the house, then now it's about tearing down the entire house and rebuilding it from the foundation with stronger materials. Chen Yang finally couldn't hold back and let out a suppressed growl. Layers of thick, dark red liquid began to seep from his body, carrying a foul, fishy stench. It was impurities and waste blood being expelled from the deepest part of his body. After the excruciating pain comes a feeling of complete rejuvenation and comfort. He could feel his bones becoming harder than steel, and they even had a faint jade-like luster on them. Every muscle fiber in his body is brimming with explosive power. His blood, flowing through his veins, produced not the sound of flowing water, but the muffled roar of a raging river. If his body was a piece of refined steel before, then now it is a super alloy mixed with various rare materials and forged countless times. Just when he thought everything was about to end, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Host is undergoing a high-intensity physical transformation. You can consume healer points to accelerate and enhance the transformation effect. Current dad points, 1080. Do you wish to spend 1,000 points to enhance? Yes. Chinyang replied without hesitation. Ding. 1,000 healer points consumed. Divine Demon Body, fragmented. Repair progress plus 10%. Current total repair progress 30%. Boom! A golden energy, 100 times more terrifying than the chi and blood pill from before, appeared out of nowhere, like the Milky Way pouring down from the heavens, instantly engulfing him. Chun Yang's vision went black, and before he could even utter a sound, he completely lost consciousness. I don't know how much time passed. When Chun Yang opened his eyes again, it was already dark. He slowly exhaled. Call! A white, almost tangible energy arrow shot out from his mouth more than 2 meters away, making a slight whooshing sound in the air before slowly dissipating. He looked down at his body. The grime on his body had dried into a hard, black crust, which fell off with his movements. The exposed skin was as smooth as jade, yet it contained a terrifying power that sent chills down one's spine. He simply clenched his fist lightly. Smack! The air in the palm of his hand was crushed and exploded with a crisp pop. He stood up, walked to the abandoned cement wall, and without using his inner energy, simply threw a punch with his pure physical strength. Thump! A muffled thud. The cement wall, half a meter thick, instantly developed spiderweb-like cracks centered on his fist. Then it collapsed with a crash. Peak of Ming Jin. Feeling the surging, condensed true energy within his body, Chun Yang calmly uttered these 4 words. Under the dual transformation of the divine demon body, his realm naturally broke through that shackle. 1 step and you'll reach the pinnacle of Ming Jin. A goal that took half a month to achieve was accomplished in 1 day. This is the unreasonable aspect of the god-demon overlord body. He slowly withdrew his fist, his mind completely clear. He could feel that his understanding of boxing had reached a whole new level. Every punch and kick is a deadly move. He raised his head and looked toward the city, his gaze seemingly piercing through layers of obstacles, landing on a small window with its warm light. Qingya, wait for me to come home. Chapter 13. The challenge has been issued, but that man is buying fish at the market. Peaceful days never last long. It's like the brief, false calm on the sea before a storm. Yi Qianyu's revenge came unexpectedly, in a more public and humiliating way, when Chun Yang least expected it. That afternoon, the lingering heat of late summer was still present. Sunlight filters through the huge sycamore leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Chun Yang had just come out of the library, still holding a rare book about ancient battle formations in his hand. He planned to go to the vegetable market outside the west gate of the school to buy a fresh sea base. Qingya's appetite has changed recently. She loves his sour fish soup, with more pickled peppers and less salt. Walking on the main road of the campus, he keenly sensed something was amiss. The students passing by gave him strange looks. It was no longer just simple curiosity. It had become something else entirely. There was contempt, pity, and a kind of schadenfreude, as if watching someone's misfortune unfold. Whispers like mosquitoes kept getting into his ears. Look, it's him, Qingyang. He looks all respectable, but he's just a gigolo. Sure, keep your voice down. He's a ruthless guy who dares to offend young Master Yi. What's so ruthless about him? I heard that young Master Yi hired a real expert to deal with him this time. The chief disciple of the Lifeng Martial Arts Academy. Really? Senior Zhao Kai? He's the star of our school's martial arts club. This is going to be interesting. I heard they issued a challenge on the school forum. The murmurs rose and fell, and although they were deliberately kept low, every word reached Chun Yang's ears. He paused slightly in his steps. Lifeng Martial Arts School? Zo? Kui. It It sounds like a minor role. Just then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. The words Wu Dong were displayed on the screen. As soon as the call connected, Wu Dong's voice came through the phone, sounding extremely anxious. Holy crap. Yoko, where have you been? Something terrible has happened. Quick, check the school's martial arts club forum. Wu Dong's voice was so urgent it was almost splitting. New. Chunyang calmly hung up the phone, put one hand in his pocket, and opened the campus forum app that he almost never paid attention to with the other. A post that was pinned to the top and featured, with its title highlighted in large, blood-red letters, abruptly entered his field of vision. Zhao Kai, the top disciple of the Fierce Wind Martial Arts Academy, challenges Chunyang, a self-taught martial arts novice, to a duel. 3 days later, at the training ground, in the name of upholding the true path of martial arts. The post was extremely provocative and arrogant. The poster, Zhao Kai, began by introducing himself at length as the chief disciple of the Lifeng Martial Arts School in Shanghai. He was a student of the school's master and, at only 22 years old, had already reached the peak of Mingjin, manifest strength, and was about to break through the threshold of Jin, hidden strength. Below is a long list of honors he has received in various city-level and district-level competitions. In the photo, he is wearing a white martial arts uniform, with a handsome face and sharp eyes, striking a powerful boxing stance that exudes a strong aura. Then, he abruptly changed the subject, pointing his finger at Chunyang. I heard that a so-called genius recently emerged from Shanghai University. He passed the entrance exam by chance and became arrogant and ignorant of his own limitations. The path of martial arts is vast and profound, requiring the inheritance of a master, diligent practice, and deep foundation. How could it be something that you untrained brutes with no foundation could possibly fathom? Relying on their good looks to curry favor with the powerful and wealthy, they become arrogant and disdainful of everyone. Such behavior is a disgrace to us martial artists. I am Zhao Kai, and though I am not very talented, I would like to publicly learn from your superior skills at 2 p.m. 3 days from now in the school's public martial arts arena. This is also a good opportunity to let the students of Shanghai University see what true martial arts tradition is and what the true path of Chinese martial arts is. At the end of the post, Chunyang's campus ID was specifically tagged in the largest font size. The entire post exudes a condescending sense of superiority and undisguised contempt. The comment section of the post had already exploded, with over 1,000 replies in just 1 hour. Holy crap, we've caught Senior Zhao Kai alive. He's awesome. We have to take down that gigolo. Senior Zhao Kai is the star of our Shanghai University Martial Arts Club, a true prodigy who lets his strength speak for itself. Who is this Chunyang? I've never even heard of him. Does he even dare to lay a hand on Senior Zhao Kai? Did the village upstairs just get internet? Forgot about the library incident a while back? It was him, the one who slapped Yi Tianyu in the face and even made the Yi family's eldest daughter give him. Oh, I remember now. It's that good-for-nothing who lives off women. What makes him so special? Does he even deserve them? Just wait and see Chunyang get beaten to a pulp. Let him know what he's got to be. I bet a bag of spicy strips that Chunyang won't dare to accept the challenge. The comment section was almost unanimously in support of Zhao Kai, showering him with praise. Chunyang, on the other hand, was met with a barrage of insulting terms like good-for-nothing, gold digger, and coward. Chunyang stared blankly at the screen. He even had the leisure to click on Zhao Kai's profile picture and zoom in for a closer look. His lower body is unsteady and his breathing is unstable. He's clearly a pretty face who's been drained by wine and women. He turned off his phone. The screen went dark, reflecting his calm and expressionless face. Yi Tianyu. This approach is as naive as ever. He lost his fight in the shady underground boxing ring and, enraged, sought a more glamorous stage, hiring an actor to humiliate himself in front of the entire school. Their intentions were undeniably malicious, but Chunyang just felt a little bored. The pointing and whispering around us intensified. Those gazes were like countless tiny needles trying to pierce his skin. Chunyang simply smiled faintly and put his phone back in his pocket. He weighed the rare book on formations in his hand, turned around, and continued walking towards the vegetable market. We still need to buy sea base. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 3 days, the entire university community in Shanghai has been abuzz with excitement over this incident. Chunyang's name spread to every corner of the campus at an unprecedented speed. The person involved, however, seemed to have vanished into thin air. He didn't attend class, nor did he respond to anything on the forum. He simply did what he always did, cooked delicious meals for Yi Qingya in different ways every day, accompanied her on walks, and told her interesting stories he had read in ancient books. Yi Qingya naturally learned about this as well. That night, she hid under the covers and secretly browsed the forum on her phone. Seeing the vile insults, she trembled with anger and her eyes turned red. When Chun Yang came out of the shower, he saw her like this. He didn't say anything. He just walked over, took the phone from her hand, and tossed it aside. "What's wrong?" he asked knowingly, his voice still carrying the fresh scent of a recent shower. "Why? Why do they say that about you?" Yi Qingya couldn't hold back anymore, her voice trembling with tears. Chun Yang sat down beside her bed, and the mattress sank slightly. He reached out and gently wiped away the moisture from the corner of her eyes with his fingertips. "A swarm of flies is buzzing around. Are we just going to skip eating?" His fingers were warm, calloused, and a little rough to the touch, but they instantly calmed her troubled heart. "But there are no buts." Chun Yang interrupted her, leaning down until his nose almost touched hers. He could smell her pleasant fragrance and see her long eyelashes trembling violently with nervousness. "When has your man ever disappointed you?" His voice was very soft, like a feather gently brushing against her eardrums, making her cheeks burn instantly. "What do you want to eat tomorrow? How about sweet and sour pork ribs?" Yi Qingya looked into his deep eyes, which were so close to hers. There was not a trace of worry in them, only a strong confidence that reassured her. She nodded haphazardly and buried her face in the pillow. My heart was pounding like a drum. The day of the duel finally arrived. The public training ground at Shanghai University was completely flooded with people starting at noon. The three-tiered stands, which can accommodate 3,000 people, were packed to capacity. Students who arrived late could only squeeze into the aisles and the perimeter, and some even climbed onto the surrounding walls and the windowsills of the nearby teaching building to look out into the distance. The scene was several times more exciting than any school basketball final. Among the crowd were not only students from the school, but also many martial arts enthusiasts from outside the school who had come after hearing the news, and even some media reporters carrying cameras and live streaming equipment. This battle, under Yi Tianyu's deliberate promotion, has completely gone viral and become a major event in the circle of young martial artists in Shanghai. The VIP seats at the very front of the crowd. Yi Tianyu, dressed in Versace haute couture, elegantly swirled the red wine in his glass, a confident smile on his face. Beside him sat a middle-aged man with a stern face and prominent temples. He was Sun Desheng, the owner of the Lifeng Martial Arts Academy. "Young Master Yi, you can rest assured." Sun Desheng smiled obsequiously at Yi Tianyu. "Kaier is my most outstanding disciple. He has mastered 80% of my true teachings in external martial arts. He is more than capable of dealing with a self-taught kid. I don't want him to win." Yi Tianyu took a sip of red wine, the crimson liquid reflecting the ruthlessness in his eyes. He said it casually. "I wanted to cripple that Chingai, break his limbs, crush his dantian, and make him spend the rest of his life lying in bed, panting like a dead dog." Sun Desheng's facial muscles twitched violently. Then he nodded and bowed, his smile becoming even more obsequious. "Understood, understood. Young Master Ye's request is exactly the principle of our Lifeng martial arts school. I already told Kaier to go all out." Another corner of the crowd. Yi Qingyao wore a large baseball cap and a mask, covering herself up completely. She stood on the steps at the very back of the crowd, gripping the railing tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She stood on tiptoe, nervously watching the direction of the training ground, her heart pounding in her chest. Beside her, Wu Dong was shouting and arguing with several students who supported Zhao Kai, his face flushed red. "Bullshit. My brother Yangzi is the best. You guys don't know anything. Just wait and see. That show-off Zhao Kai will definitely get smashed to pieces by my brother Yangzi in a punch." It was exactly 2 p.m. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a tall and upright young man dressed in a pure white silk martial arts uniform slowly walked onto the martial arts stage amidst thunderous cheers. It was Zhao Kai. "Senior Zhao Kai. The champion will surely win. Take down the gigolo. Uphold the dignity of martial arts." Zhao Kai thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He stood in the center of the field, clasped his hands in a fist salute to the supporters around him, and wore a confident and flamboyant smile. He took the microphone from the host and cleared his throat. Thank you to all the students and friends who came to watch the game. Today I, Zhao Kai, stand here not for personal fame, but to defend the dignity of our martial arts. Some people, relying on a little bit of talent and a stroke of luck, become arrogant and conceited. Little do they know that a frog in a well can never see the vastness of the sky. His words, which were pointed, once again ignited the entire audience. However, time passed second by second. His opponent, however, has yet to appear. What about Qinyang? Is he scared and hiding like a coward? I think so. I told you he wouldn't dare to come. Useless. Gigolo. Get out of Shanghai University. A chorus of voices and curses rose up. Yi Tianyu's smile grew even more smug. Yi Qingya's heart sank little by little. Just then, suddenly, a commotion arose among the crowd at the entrance of the martial arts arena, like ripples spreading across water after a stone has been thrown in. A figure, dressed in the most ordinary blue jeans and white t-shirt, with his hands in his pockets, slowly walked through the parted crowd and onto the martial arts stage. It was Qinyang. He even yawned, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. He ignored the surrounding noise and calmly walked to the opposite side of Zhao Kai and stood still. In an instant, all the cheers and curses in the stadium seemed to be paused. All eyes were focused on these two young people with completely different styles. One of them, as if facing a formidable enemy, was brimming with vigor. One of them, looking nonchalant, as if he were just taking a stroll in the park. Zhao Kai's smile turned completely cold when he saw Qinyang's nonchalant attitude. You are Qinyang. It's me. I thought you were scared and didn't dare to come. Zhao Kai's words were full of undisguised contempt. Qinyang seemed not to notice his sarcasm. He simply raised his head, looked around at the sea of people, and then asked a very serious question. If I beat you, will I get paid? The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned. In the VIP section, Yi Tianyu almost spat out the red wine in his mouth. Yi Qingya, standing at the back of the crowd, was also stunned. Zhao Kai was so stunned by the question that his brain went blank for a full 3 seconds. What's going on in this guy's head? You vulgar scoundrel. Zhao Kai finally realized what was happening, his handsome face instantly turning a deep purplish red, and he laughed in extreme anger. Martial arts duels are sacred. How dare you talk about money? You are utterly insulting the very word martial arts. Qinyang picked at his ear, seemingly a little impatient. Oh, I don't have any money. He shrugged, looking rather uninterested. Hurry up, I need to go back and cook after we finish. You. Zhao Kai was so angry that he trembled all over. He suddenly ripped off his silk martial arts uniform and threw it hard on the ground. He revealed his well-defined, powerfully muscular upper body. He spread his feet apart, lowered his waist, and assumed a powerful boxing stance. Crackling and popping. His joints crackled like popping beans, and a powerful aura belonging to the peak of Mingjin was released without reservation, sweeping across the entire area. Even ordinary students in the front row of the stands felt a tightness in their chest. What a powerful aura! Senior Zhao Kai is getting serious. However, Qinyang, sitting opposite him, still had his hands in his pockets. He stood there, his eyes calm, as if the other party's terrifying aura was just a gentle breeze. A middle-aged teacher in a referee's uniform stepped forward, glanced at the two men who were on the verge of conflict, then at the relaxed Qinyang, and nervously swallowed. He took a deep breath and shouted with all his might. The duel begins. The moment the words fell, Zhao Kai made a move. Chapter 14, 1 Punch breaks all techniques. You call this a quack tactic? The moment the words fell, Zhao Kai made a move. He did not rush towards Qinyang. Instead, he turned around and strode toward the weapon rack at the edge of the training ground. Swords, spears, and halberds stood in a dense, imposing array. His hands swept across a row of cold metal, finally stopping precisely in front of a long, black stick. With a flick of the wrist, the long white waxwood stick, with iron wrapped at both ends, sprang up from the shelf and landed in his palm. Buzz! The long staff spun rapidly in his hands, its body trembling and creating a low, whistling sound. A stunning debut. The stand were instantly set ablaze. Good. Wonderful. Senior Zhao Kai's skills are amazing. The staff techniques of the Lifeng Martial Arts School are truly renowned. In the VIP section, Yi Tianyu leaned back in his chair, a cruel smile curving his lips. This is exactly the scene he wanted. Execution was carried out in public. In front of the entire school, Chun Yang's dignity and integrity were broken. Sun Disheng, the owner of the Lifeng martial arts school, stroked his short beard, his face full of pride. My disciple's wind cudgel technique has reached a minor level of mastery, and his cudgel moves like the wind. That kid is unarmed, and his defeat is inevitable. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried clearly to the ears of those around him, filled with absolute confidence in his martial arts school. In a corner of the crowd, Wu Dong clenched his fists nervously, his palms sweating profusely. Damn it, using weapons? How shameless. Yoko, watch out. Yi Qingya, standing beside him, was on tenterhooks. She doesn't know martial arts, but she could see how dangerous that whistling stick was. She could see the aggressive, murderous aura emanating from Zhao Kai. Qin Yang, however, remained standing quietly with his hands in his pockets, empty-handed. One with overwhelming momentum. A carefree and easygoing person. In everyone's eyes, the outcome was already decided. Zhao Kai held the stick in one hand, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground, looking at Qin Yang with disdain. I admit you have some brute strength. You can beat a few trash in a place like an underground boxing ring. But martial arts do not rely on brute force. Today, I'll show you what true martial arts lineage really means. Before he finished speaking, he moved. With a series of shifting footwork, his figure moved rapidly around Qin Yang, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. The long staff in his hand transformed into a streak of black lightning. The Mad Wind Stick Technique. The signature technique of the Fierce Wind Martial Arts School, a low-grade, Shin-level martial art. Call. The first blow is a thorn. The tip of the stick, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, whistled sharply as it aimed straight for Qin Yang's throat, so fast that it was just a black line. A collective gasp rippled through the stands. Qin Yang simply tilted his head slightly. The deadly tip of the stick grazed the skin of his earlobe. A strong wind blew a few strands of his hair. His hands, which were in his pockets, didn't even move. He didn't expect the other party to react so quickly. But his offensive continued, and with a flick of his wrist, the straight thrust of the long staff transformed into a sweeping motion. The staff, carrying immense force and a ferocity intended to break a person in half, slammed down on Qin Yang's waist and abdomen. Qin Yang finally moved. He only took half a step back. Just half a step. The heavy stick grazed the hem of his t-shirt and slammed heavily onto the ground where he had just been standing. Bang! The hard bluestone slab was smashed, leaving a spiderweb-like crack, and shards of stone flew everywhere. You dodged pretty quickly. Zhao Kai snorted coldly, and his attack suddenly became violent. The shadows of sticks filled the sky. Chop, smash, sweep, flick, point, stab. In an instant, the entire martial arts arena was shrouded in the dark shadows of the staff. The wind howled, forming a continuous roar, truly like a raging storm sweeping everything away. The audience below the stage could no longer see Zhao Kai's movements. All they could see was a dazzling display of stick shadows that completely engulfed Qin Yang. This is incredible. This is the power of a Shin-level martial skill. Qin Yang is completely suppressed. He can only hide. It's over. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yi Tianyu's smile deepened as he raised his glass, ready to celebrate in advance. In his eyes, Qin Yang was just a mouse being toyed with by a cat, and he was not far from death. Yi Qingya's heart was gripped tightly by the sight of countless sticks flying everywhere. My palms were covered in cold, sweaty sweat. Qin Yang's figure appeared so frail amidst the ferocious attacks. Why didn't he fight back? Why is he just hiding? She felt like she couldn't breathe. Qin Yang, at the center of the storm, was eerily calm. He is indeed hiding, but each dodge uses only the smallest movement to avoid the most ferocious attack. In his eyes, which had activated true qi sensing, Zhao Kai's seemingly ferocious attack was full of flaws. The opponent's true energy circulated rapidly, yet it dispersed rather than condensed. Most of the power was used to create these dazzling stick shadows and the sound of wind. Bluff. These four words were all that remained in Qin Yang's mind. He is waiting. Wait until the opponent is exhausted. The moment when the opponent gathers all their scattered power into one point. Zhao Kai became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He had already mastered the whirlwind staff technique to its fullest extent, but his opponent was like a shadow in the water, always managing to dodge by the slightest margin just when he thought he was sure to hit. What humiliated him most was the other person's expression. It hasn't changed at all from beginning to end. That calmness wasn't feigned. It was a kind of indifference that saw through everything. It was as if his proud martial arts skills were nothing more than a comical performance in the eyes of his opponent. I don't believe it. Enraged by this disregard, Zhao Kai roared and unleashed his inner energy without reservation. He was going to use his strongest move to completely crush this man. He suddenly took a step back, gripped the end of the stick tightly with both hands, and his whole body spun rapidly like a top. The long staff in his hand was swung into a huge black disc. It's sweeping through the enemy. Sun Dishing, the owner of the Lifephone Martial Arts School, stood up excitedly. This is the ultimate killing move of the whirlwind staff technique. I channel all my true energy into the staff, using centrifugal force to unleash its power to the extreme. No one can stop it. In the stands, everyone held their breath. They could sense the terrifying power contained in that move. Even the air seemed to have been stirred up and become viscous. Go to hell, Zhao Kai shouted, and his spinning body suddenly stopped. All the accumulated power converged on the long staff at this moment. He held the stick with both hands and, with all his might, swung it fiercely at Chunyang. The long staff tore through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. This attack blocked all of Chunyang's escape routes. There's no way to avoid it. In the VIP section, Yi Tianyu's eyes revealed the ecstatic joy of a victor. In the crowd, Yi Qingya closed her eyes in despair. Right at this moment, Chunyang was constantly on the defensive, dodging. It moved. He didn't dodge. They didn't refund it. Instead, he stepped forward to face the long staff that seemed capable of destroying everything. This step is very light. The bluestone slab beneath his feet, however, began to crack silently, inch by inch, centered on the spot where he landed. He finally took his right hand out of his pocket. Raise your arm. Bring your 5 fingers together and make a fist. A simple, basic straight punch. He charged forward to meet the multitude of sticks flying everywhere. Under the incomprehension of everyone's gaze, Chunyang's fist seemed to have its own consciousness. Instead of directly confronting those terrifying shadows of the staff, it traced a mysterious trajectory, passing through all the illusory afterimages. Like a precise scalpel, it cuts through all appearances and gets straight to the core. Finally, the fist struck the shaft of a long, black staff. That point is the weakest point in the force of a long staff during high-speed swinging, where the true energy is most stagnant. It is the sweeping through 1,000 armies move of the wild wind staff technique that is the only and also the most fatal flaw. Bang! A muffled thud. The sound was not loud and even somewhat deep, but it was like an invisible hammer striking the hearts of everyone in the room. Time seemed to slow down. Zhao Kai felt a terrifying, condensed power, which he couldn't comprehend, emanating from his opponent's fist. That force wasn't violent, but it possessed an unparalleled penetrating power. The true energy he poured into the staff dissipated instantly, like a balloon punctured by a needle. His prize-killing move crumbled. Click! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Zhao Kai's tiger's mouth was directly torn apart by that terrifying shock force. Blood gushed out. A sharp pain struck. He could no longer hold onto the long stick in his hand. The long, black staff flew out of his hand, spun a few times in the air, and flew far away before crashing into a corner of the training ground with a loud thud. Chunyang's fist was still in motion. After breaking the staff technique and sending the staff flying, it still maintained its original trajectory, moving straight forward. Final. It stopped right in front of Zhao Kai's nose. The distance was less than 1 centimeter. Call! The force of the punch made Zhao Kai's cheeks sting. He could even smell the faint scent of laundry detergent on his fist. The entire venue was deathly silent. Zhao Kai froze on the spot, his body trembling violently, not daring to move an inch. He was stunned. Chapter 15, the Dean is snatching up a student. Young man, come to our martial arts academy. Chunyang withdrew his fist. He didn't even glance down at the figure slumped on the ground, looking utterly lost. He casually put his hands back into his jeans pockets. With this simple gesture, the suffocating pressure in the entire arena quietly dissipated. Thump! Zhao Kai's last bit of strength was drained, his legs went weak, and he sat down on the cold bluestone slab. He opened his mouth wide and gasped for breath, his lungs burning with pain. His eyes were vacant and unfocused. The extreme fear of that fist stopping just before his nose lingered in his pupils. He's finished. His martial spirit was shattered completely by that punch. The long stick in his hand had already flown away. His hands were torn open at the base of his thumbs, and blood gushed out from between his fingers, dripping down to his feet and staining a small patch of dust red. The person felt as if all their bones and tendons had been removed, leaving only an empty shell. The training ground was deathly silent. It was so quiet that I could hear my own heartbeat. The stands, which could hold thousands of people, were completely silent at this moment, except for the soft rustling of fallen sycamore leaves in the autumn wind. Then, someone couldn't help but gasp. I must have been seeing things. A student rubbed his forehead, his voice trembling. One punch. Really, only one punch? Senior Zhao Kai, our martial arts club's reputation, is just gone like that? After a brief silence, a clamor erupted, like boiling water that could no longer be suppressed. The previous fervor and mockery were gone from the voice. Only an overwhelming shock and incomprehensible bewilderment remained. Everyone stood up from their seats, their bodies involuntarily leaning forward, craning their necks and widening their eyes. They stared intently at the figure on the stage, as if trying to etch every detail of him into their minds. I want to confirm whether what I just saw was a bizarre, collective hallucination. Chen Yang's gaze calmly swept over the VIP seats. He saw Yi Tianyu frozen in his seat. That handsome face, which always wore an elegant smile, now had a somewhat distorted expression. The crystal goblet in his hand shattered. The crimson wine, mixed with shards of glass, splashed all over his expensive suit, but he was completely oblivious. The sharp shards of glass cut his palm, and blood mixed with wine dripped down between his fingers. Yi Tianyu's eyes were like those of a wounded wild beast ready to fight to the death, staring intently at Chen Yang. Chen Yang's gaze didn't linger. It turned to his side. The martial arts school owner, Sun Disheng, was deathly pale, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. He made a hoarse sound from his throat, like an old, broken-down blower. The master of the martial arts school didn't look at his apprentice, but instead stared intently at the hand that Chen Yang had just used to throw a punch, his body trembling slightly, uncontrollably. Chen Yang looked away, feeling somewhat bored. This is the person Yi Tianyu found? Too weak. He turned around, ready to leave the stage. In an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, Yi Qingya slowly opened her eyes, which had been tightly closed. The view gradually cleared from complete darkness. She saw Zhao Kai slumped to the ground in a disheveled state, and she saw Chen Yang's back, still standing straight like a javelin. The heart that had been hoisted high, almost leaping out of the chest, finally fell heavily back to its original place. Her legs went weak, and she leaned against the cold iron railing to avoid slipping. The cold sweat on her palms made the railing feel wet and slippery. Tears welled up, and I could no longer hold them back. Like beads from a broken string, large drops rolled down her reddened eyes. It's not sadness. It was a mixture of lingering fear, ecstasy, and pride. It was a mixture of countless emotions that she herself couldn't distinguish, which had intertwined at this moment and found an outlet for their release. We won. We won. Yang Ziji won. Wu Dong was stunned for a full 3 seconds, then jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He strained his throat and let out a nearly broken howl. Awesome. His voice, like a bugle call, completely shattered the eerie atmosphere of the scene. Countless cell phones were held high at that moment. The light from the screen merged into a shimmering sea of stars. The camera focused entirely on the figure on stage wearing the most ordinary t-shirt and jeans. The sound of camera shutters clicked, turning into a dense rain of raindrops. The newly recorded videos were quickly uploaded to the campus forum and various short video platforms by countless excited, trembling hands. Mysterious student defeats martial arts school's top student with a single punch. A real-life one-punch man. A martial arts prodigy. You call this unorthodox? One punch breaks all laws. That man didn't even take his hand out of his pocket. The eye-catching headlines, paired with the equally shocking video, instantly ignited the internet. The number of clicks is skyrocketing at an alarming rate. For the first time, Chen Yang's name stepped out of the underground of Shanghai and into the limelight in such a powerful and public manner. Chen Yang, at the center of the storm, seemed oblivious to all of this. He neither basked in the cheers of the victor nor paid attention to the gazes directed at him. A mixture of awe, worship, and fanaticism. His gaze pierced through the throng of people and the clamor of the air, landing precisely on that corner that brought him peace of mind. He saw the figure wearing a wide-brimmed baseball cap and a thick mask, completely wrapped up. He saw her crying silently, her shoulders trembling slightly, like a wronged little animal. Chen Yang's heart softened for no apparent reason. He nodded almost imperceptibly in her direction. Yi Qingya saw it through her blurry, tear-filled eyes. She hastily wiped away her tears with the back of her hand and nodded vigorously. She understood the unspoken words from his eyes. "Don't be afraid, I'm fine." Chen Yang took a step forward, preparing to leave the stage and go home. He promised Qingya that he would make sweet and sour pork ribs today. Just then, a loud and powerful voice broke through the noise of the entire venue and clearly reached every corner. "Young man, please wait." The bustling crowd automatically parted to make way for a wide road. An elderly man, dressed in a gray Zhongshan suit, with gray hair but a vigorous spirit and piercing eyes, strode forward, surrounded by a group of people. The old man walked directly onto the martial arts stage, not even glancing at Zhao Kai on the ground, and went straight to Chen Yang. His eyes were bright and piercing, like two searchlights, scrutinizing Chen Yang from head to toe. His eyes were filled with undisguised admiration, excitement, and even a hint of ecstatic joy at finding a treasure. Excellent. What a wonderful return to simplicity. As soon as the old man came up, he patted Chen Yang on the shoulder heavily and said good twice. Chen Yang felt a slight thud on his shoulder from the pat. This old man had quite a bit of strength. "I am the dean of the Martial Arts Academy of Shanghai University. My name is Li Jinghua." He extended his hand, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Yang. Chen Yang shook hands with him. The handshake felt firm and strong, covered in calluses. Li Jinghua didn't let go. Instead, he gripped it even tighter. As if afraid Chen Yang would run away, he got straight to the point, his tone carrying an eagerness that left no room for refusal. "Young man, are you interested in coming to our martial arts academy?" Chapter Anambalasjen Young Jokes. That back view makes her heart flutter. These words were spoken. An eerie silence fell over the entire room once again. Martial Arts Academy. What place is that? That is the pinnacle of martial arts academies in Shanghai and even in the entire East China region. Now, the high and mighty dean of the Martial Arts Academy is personally inviting a self-taught student in front of thousands of people. This is no longer bizarre, it's magical. This was even more chilling than the punch from before. In the VIP section, the twisted, ferocious expression on Yi Tianyu's face froze completely. He felt as if he had been slapped more than a dozen times by invisible hands. Humiliation, anger, and a hint of fear surged wildly within him. He meticulously planned a public execution. As a result, he personally built a stage that reached the heavens for his mortal enemy. He not only lost, they suffered a crushing defeat. Sun Desheng, who was standing next to him, looked ashen-faced. He could already foresee that from today onwards, the four words, Lifeng Martial Arts School, will become a laughingstock in the entire martial arts world of Shanghai. And he, along with his prized disciple, is the biggest joke. Chen Yang shook hands with Li Jinghua. The handshake felt firm and strong, covered in calluses. Li Jinghua didn't let go. Instead, he gripped it even tighter. As if afraid Chen Yang would run away, he got straight to the point, his tone carrying an eagerness that left no room for refusal. "Young man, are you interested in coming to our martial arts academy?" All eyes were on Chen Yang, waiting for his reply. Chen Yang's brain was working at lightning speed. A huge opportunity that fell from the sky. What does he lack most right now? It's about time and resources, and an environment where he could cultivate in peace without being disturbed by the Yi family. The Martial Arts Academy perfectly met all his needs. With this protective shield, the Yi family will have to think twice before trying to use underhanded methods to harm him. The top-tier cultivation resources in the academy were a godsend for him. Repairing the divine demon body requires a massive amount of energy. This was a proposal he couldn't refuse, and had absolutely no reason to refuse. In the blink of an eye, he had figured everything out. Chen Yang raised his head and met Li Jinghua's burning gaze. He calmly uttered 3 words. "Ido." "Good." Li Jinghua finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Good. You have guts. You're not arrogant or impatient. You're a truly promising talent." He patted Chen Yang on the shoulder again, this time heavily. Li Jinghua pulled a finely crafted business card from the pocket of his Zhongshan suit and stuffed it directly into Chun Yang's hand. Come to my office at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll personally process your transfer procedures. His tone carried an undeniable decisiveness. After saying that, he didn't linger. He gave Chen Yang a deep look, then turned and left in a hurry with his entourage. He came suddenly and left just as abruptly. All that remained was a training ground that had been completely ignited once again and a shattered jaw lying on the ground. My God, the dean personally handled his paperwork. This is truly a meteoric rise to the top. I take back what I said before. He's not a gigolo. He's really awesome. The sounds of discussion, exclamations of surprise, and expressions of envy merged into a tremendous wave of noise. Chen Yang did not linger. He didn't even glance at Zhao Kai, who was sprawled on the ground. He also ignored Yi Tianyu, whose face was ashen in the VIP section. Under countless complex gazes of awe, curiosity, and envy, he turned and walked off the martial arts stage. Wherever he went, the crowded people parted to the sides like Moses parting the sea, making way for him. Those students who used to point fingers at him now lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. His steps were slow but steady. Step by step, I traversed the clamor that had arisen because of him. He walked up to Yi Qingya and Wu Dong. The girl was still standing there, her large baseball cap and thick mask covering most of her face. But those exposed eyes were red and bright, like stars in the night sky after a rainstorm. Her eyes were still brimming with tears, yet they shone with an indescribable brilliance. Chen Yang stopped in his tracks. He reached out his hand. His movements were slow and gentle, carrying a calming power. His broad, rough fingertips gently brushed across the corner of her slightly trembling eyes. The fingertips, calloused from martial arts training, felt exceptionally gentle to the touch. A trace of the lingering heat from the battle still remained on it. Yi Qingya's body trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. That tiny bit of burning heat, like a tiny electric current, instantly coursed through her limbs and bones from the skin at the corner of her eye. She could smell the scent of his sweat mixed with sunshine, a strong masculine aroma. The smell made her heart skip a beat, and she stopped breathing. He carefully wiped away the tear that was hanging on his long eyelashes, about to fall. The warmth of my fingertips, through the thin skin, burned straight into my heart. Her cheeks suddenly felt hot. That captivating blush spread uncontrollably from her cheeks all the way down to her fair and delicate neck. Even her small earlobes were tinged with a light pink. She instinctively wanted to take a half step back to avoid this intimacy that made her feel flustered. But his feet seemed rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. Let's go home. Chen Yang withdrew his hand, his voice soft, yet carrying an undeniable gentleness. Then, under the gazes of countless people around him, some surprised and some envious, he took her still somewhat cold little hand in his. His palms were large and warm. Without a word, he enveloped her small, cold, and boneless hand completely. Their fingers are intertwined. His palm was pressed tightly against hers, conveying a reassuring strength. Yi Qingya felt as if he had branded her with some kind of exclusive mark. Her mind went blank with a buzz, like a puppet whose strength has been drained, leaving only the strings. She let him lead her. His unique scent lingered around my nose. Mechanically, I took my first steps and followed him away from this noisy and chaotic place. Back to that warm little home. Click. Chen Yang closed the door, shutting out all the disturbances from the outside world. He released her hand, took off his white t-shirt, which was almost completely soaked with sweat, and tossed it onto the sofa. The afterglow of the evening sun slanted in through the window. Yi Qingya's gaze involuntarily fell on his bare back. His bronze skin and smooth muscle lines looked like they were coated with a layer of honey-colored oil in the dim light. Sweat beads slid down his muscular waistline, smokes into the edge of jeans. Yi Qingya's cheeks suddenly burned, as if they had been scalded by hot coals. She hurriedly lowered her head, her heart pounding in her chest. He turned and went into the kitchen, then opened a refrigerator. We'll have sweet and sour pork ribs for dinner. He turned around and looked at Yi Qingya, who was still standing at the door in a daze, like a wooden statue. Yi Qingya then seemed to wake up from a dream. The warmth and lines of his palm still lingered in her hand. In her mind, the power of his punch and the tenderness with which he wiped away her tears replayed over and over again. That domineering figure and his current homely appearance intertwined in her heart like a fine web. It trapped her heart, making her unable to move. I'll do it. Like a startled fawn, she quickly changed her shoes and hurried over. You must be very tired today. Go, and rest for a while. Her voice was soft, carrying a deep sense of heartache that she herself was unaware of. I'm not tired. Qinyang smiled and took out the high-quality spare ribs that he had prepared earlier from the refrigerator. Perfect timing, a little exercise is just right to whet the appetite. He said it casually. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong forearms, walked to the sink, and turned on the tap. The sound of rushing water filled the air. He began to skillfully handle the ribs. Blanch in boiling water to remove any fishy smell, then rinse. His movements were focused and serious. His fists, which had just been cleaving with earth-shattering force, now held a kitchen knife with the steadiness of the most precise surgical instruments. Yi Qingya stood behind him, momentarily mesmerized. She looked at his broad, sturdy back, looking at the smooth muscle lines on his arms that bulged from the slight exertion of his strength. He refused her request and did not allow her to do it. But through his actions, he gave her the peace of mind she most desired. Yi Qingya's eyes welled up with tears once again. But this time, she felt no lingering fear or nervousness. Only one feeling remains, overflowing with a sense of security and warmth. The only sound in the kitchen was the rushing water, and there was his focused profile and his broad back as he busied himself with her. She quietly walked forward, mimicking his actions, and silently picked up the vegetables beside her, beginning to wash them carefully. The kitchen space is not large to begin with. The two people stood side by side, which looked a bit crowded. Their arms would bump into each other from time to time. Every unintentional touch made Yi Qingya's heart skip a beat uncontrollably. She could clearly feel the burning heat emanating from his arm, and a uniquely masculine aura brimming with virility. In this warm, yet slightly ambiguous atmosphere, a sudden, sharp ringtone rang out without warning. It shattered the tranquil harmony of the kitchen. It's Yi Qingya's phone. She seemed startled, wiped the water droplets from her hands, and quickly walked to the living room, taking her phone out of her small bag. When she saw the name on the caller ID, the color drained from her face at a visible speed, turning her pale. She gripped her phone so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white. Taking a deep breath, she pressed the answer button and held the phone to her ear. Hey, third uncle. Her voice trembled slightly, a tremor she herself could hardly detect. In the kitchen, Qinyang stopped scaling the fish. He turned his head, his sharp gaze falling on Yi Qingya's face, which had turned pale in an instant, and his brows furrowed slightly. Yes. Her voice was even lower, carrying a hint of suppressed humiliation and unspeakable resistance. He's with me now. Okay, I understand. After a few extremely brief exchanges, she hung up the phone. The living room fell into a deathly silence. Yi Qingya held the cold phone, standing there like a statue that had lost its soul, motionless for a long time. What's wrong? Qinyang put down the knife in his hand, wiped his hands, and walked out of the kitchen. Yi Qingya raised her head and looked at him. Those eyes, which had just been shining like stars, were now shrouded in a heavy gloom and unease. It's my third uncle, Yihong. He wants to invite you to Qingyan Manor. Chapter 17, First Day at the Martial Arts Academy. A young master from the capital looking for trouble? You're not qualified. Qingyan Mountain Villa? The name flashed through Chun Yang's mind, and his eyes sharpened. The Yi family's core estate was a heavily guarded fortress. The so-called invitation was nothing more than a condescending ultimatum. He looked at Yi Qingya beside him, whose body was trembling slightly. She wasn't afraid of the so-called third uncle, but she was afraid that something would happen to her. Scared, Qinyang suddenly scared. Yi Qingya suddenly looked up, shook her head vigorously, and said in a tearful voice, I'm not afraid. I'm worried about you. Qingyan Manor is not a good place. My third uncle is ruthless. You embarrassed Yi Tianyu so much today. He will never let you off. She became increasingly agitated as she spoke, her eyes reddening, and she grabbed Qinyang's arm. You can't go. We have to leave now. Leave Shanghai. Qinyang did not move. He suddenly reached out his other hand, gently placed it on the top of her head, and rubbed it. Yi Qingya froze instantly. The warm touch from above her head brought a touch of warmth to the cold fear in her heart. It's just the Yi family. Chun Yang's voice was calm, yet it possessed a magical quality that reassured her. It's not time to run away yet. I will go see your third uncle, but not now. He withdrew his hand, looked at her firmly, and said, Wait a few days. Wait until I become stronger. Then, I'll go back with you. Not to some treacherous banquet, but to walk openly and honestly through the Yi family's gates and let them know they've messed with the wrong person. His words, spoken calmly and deliberately, struck Yi Qingya's heart like a heavy hammer. She stared blankly at the nonchalant confidence on his face, and the fear in her heart gradually subsided. But there's no but about it. Chen Yang interrupted her, turned around, and walked back to the kitchen. The food isn't ready yet. No matter how important the matter is, we can talk about it after we finish eating. Watching that broad back as he rearranged the ingredients, Yi Qingya's heartbeat gradually calmed. She knew that once this man made up his mind, no one could change it. All she could do was believe. Chen Yang. She leaned against the kitchen door frame. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to register at the Martial Arts Academy. Chen Yang paused in his scaling of the fish, turned around and smiled. Okay. The next morning, holding the recommendation letter personally written by Dean Li Jinghua, Chen Yang and Yi Qingya arrived at the heart of Shanghai University. Martial Arts Academy is completely different from the modern teaching buildings outside. Everything here exudes a sense of antiquity and solemnity. The tall, archway-style school gate is carved from a single piece of dark blue-green stone. Two majestic stone unicorns crouch in front of the gate, their bodies covered with the marks of time. The air seemed to be filled with a faint, peculiar scent that invigorated the spirit. Chen Yang could sense that this was spiritual energy. The spiritual energy there was several times more concentrated than that of the outside world. Our school's martial arts academy is built on a small spiritual vein node. Yi Qingya walked beside him and explained to him softly. Therefore, the cultivation environment here is much better than outside. Today she wore a simple white dress, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, and her face was free of makeup, which made her look even more elegant and refined. Walking beside Chen Yang, he attracted the attention of countless students entering the academy. Those gazes, initially filled with amazement when they fell upon Yi Qingya, then turned to Chen Yang with a mixture of scrutiny and curiosity. Chen Yang didn't care at all. His attention was drawn to a huge stone tablet not far inside the school gate. It was a black stone wall more than 10 meters high, with a surface as smooth as a mirror. On the stone wall, names were carved in a flamboyant style using some kind of golden pigment. At the top of the stone wall are 3 powerful and vigorous characters. The Dragon and Tiger list. This is the Dragon and Tiger ranking of our martial arts academy. Yi Qingya's tone carried a hint of longing and awe. Only those who have achieved a top 10 ranking in the academy's grand competition are qualified to have their names engraved on it. This represents the highest honor of the martial arts academy. Chen Yang's gaze slowly swept over the names from bottom to top. Each name is followed by the cultivation level they reached when they set the record. Most of them are neutralizing force. A few reached the level of Grandmaster, and when his gaze fell upon the highest, most conspicuous spot, he saw a name, Yi Yingchen. This name, engraved at the top of the Dragon and Tiger list, is a color deeper and more dazzling than the other names. There was no indication of the level or realm after the name. There's only one simple evaluation. Once in 30 years, Chen Yang noticed that Yi Qingya, who was standing next to him, stiffened almost imperceptibly when she saw the name. A very complex expression appeared on her face. There was admiration, resentment, and a faint sense of estrangement. Yi Xingchen is my older brother, she said in a low voice. The most talented person in the Yi family this generation. He also graduated from the Martial Arts Academy, and by the time he graduated, he was already at the peak of the Grandmaster level. He should have already broken through to the Grandmaster level by now. Chen Yang did not speak. He just stared at the name. Yi Yingchen. He remembered it. It seems that the Martial Arts Academy also contains many traces of the Yi family. The two crossed the square and arrived at an antique-style pavilion. This is the Academic Affairs Office, responsible for handling the enrollment procedures for new students. There weren't many people in the Academic Affairs Office. A young man who looked to be in his early 20s was sitting lazily behind the table, fiddling with a new mobile phone in his hand. He was wearing the Martial Arts Academy's uniform, with the character embroidered on his chest, indicating that he was a second-year student. Chen Yang handed over Li Zhengguo's letter of recommendation along with his student ID. Hello, senior. I'm here to enroll. The senior student didn't even look up, casually taking the document. Only when he saw the recommendation letter personally signed by the dean did he finally take his eyes off his phone screen. He looked Chen Yang up and down. He was dressed in ordinary casual clothes, exuding an understated aura, making it impossible to discern his true character. "Oh, you're the one admitted through special admissions." His tone carried an undisguised contempt. "The dean personally recommended him. That's quite an honor." He emphasized the words special admissions student. Yi Qingya frowned slightly, just about to say something. Just then, the attic door was pushed open. A group of people walked in. The leader was a tall, handsome young man. He was also wearing the Martial Arts Academy's uniform, but the design was more refined, with a golden embroidered on his chest. As soon as he walked in, the air in the entire academic affairs office seemed to become a little heavier. A powerful aura belonging to a martial artist of the transformation realm naturally emanated from him. He was followed by several people, all of whom were equally distinguished and clearly among the best of this year's freshmen. Young Master Qin, the second-year student, who had been looking lazy just moments before, immediately stood up from his chair upon seeing the young man, his face plastered with a fawning smile. "Why did you come in person? You could have just told me if there was anything you needed." The young man known as Young Master Qin didn't look at him. His gaze immediately fell on Yi Qingya. When he saw Yi Qingya, a look of surprise flashed across his face, but that surprise quickly turned into a cold scrutiny, because he saw Qinyang next to Yi Qingya. "Qingya, my junior." The young man spoke, his voice tinged with amusement. "Haven't seen you for a long time." When Yi Qingya saw him, her expression turned cold. "Qin Feng, I don't know you." Qin Feng is a direct descendant of the Qin family in the capital. The Qin family and the Yi family are both martial arts families and have a long-standing relationship. Qin Feng is one of Yi Tianyu's biggest followers. Qin Feng didn't take Yi Qingya's coldness to heart. His gaze slowly shifted from Yi Qingya to Qinyang. That gaze was full of provocation and disdain. "This must be Qinyang, right?" A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. "I heard about your impressive performance on the martial arts stage yesterday. Junior sister Qingya, is this the unorthodox person you're willing to defy your family to protect?" He spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the entire academic affairs office. "It doesn't look that great." This statement is filled with blatant humiliation. Yi Qingya's face flushed red instantly. "Qin Feng, what nonsense are you spouting?" Qinyang remained calm, not even lifting his eyelids. He seemed not to hear Qin Feng's words. He simply spoke to the second-year student in a calm tone. "Can my paperwork be processed now?" His disregard. It was a more thorough humiliation than any counterattack. The smile on Qin Feng's face froze instantly. The faces of his henchmen behind him also turned ugly. "Kid, you're pretty arrogant." One of the henchmen couldn't help but step forward, glaring angrily at Qinyang. Qin Feng raised his hand and stopped him. His face had turned completely cold. He walked step by step to Qinyang. The aura of a martial artist at the initial stage of the transformation realm was unleashed without reservation, pressing down on Qinyang like a mountain. He wanted to embarrass Qinyang in public. "I want to make this arrogant and ignorant wildcat kneel down in front of me." The air in the academic affairs office became thick and heavy. The second-year student was so overwhelmed by this aura that he had to retreat repeatedly, his face turning pale. However, that aura, powerful enough to terrify an ordinary person, descended upon Qinyang. It felt like a gentle spring breeze. No, not even a ripple was stirred. Qinyang remained standing there, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his expression unchanged in the slightest. Qin Feng's expression changed. He knew he had met a tough opponent. The opponent's strength is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. He slowly withdrew his imposing aura. The oppressive atmosphere in the academic affairs office instantly dissipated. Qin Feng looked at Qinyang, a sinister glint flashing deep in his eyes. "So what if they're tough?" At the Martial Arts Academy, strength alone is not enough. Without resources, even the greatest genius will slowly fade away. He took out a jet-black token from his pocket and threw it onto the table in front of Qinyang. The token made a soft snap sound. "The entrance exam for new students will be held in 3 days." Qin Feng's voice was cold and clear. "I'll be waiting for you in the real-world projects. Do you dare to stake your special admission status and all my freshman resource quota?" The allocation of resources for new students is crucial for every new student. The quota for top freshmen, in particular, is so generous that it makes people envious. If Qinyang loses, his career as a specially admitted student will be extremely difficult. If he wins, he will receive double the top-tier resources. But more importantly, he couldn't refuse. In front of everyone, a man cannot say no. All eyes were on Xinyang. Yi Qing'an nervously gripped the hem of her clothes, her palms sweating profusely. Xinyang finally raised his head and looked Qin Feng in the eye. He reached out and picked up the cold token. I weighed it between my fingertips. Then, he looked at Qin Feng and calmly uttered a single word. I accepted it. Chapter 18. Medicinal cuisine warms the stomach. Sweet words warm the heart. My heart is beating a little fast tonight. Xinyang answered, without the slightest hesitation and without the slightest ripple. Those two simple words, like two silent bullets, pierced Qin Feng's eardrums with pinpoint accuracy. He had anticipated Chun Yang's reaction. Perhaps it's just bravado masking inner weakness, or perhaps it's a desperate struggle to escape a predicament. But he never imagined it would be such a complete and chilling indifference. It was as if Qin Feng's provocation, which involved risking his entire fortune, was nothing more than a boring children's game in the other party's eyes. A surge of anger mixed with chill ran from the soles of Qin Feng's feet straight up to the top of his head. Something's off about this kid. But the words had already been spoken, and with everyone watching, he had no way out. He represented not only himself, but also the face of the Qin family in the capital. Okay, very good. Qin Feng's facial muscles twitched, and he squeezed out those words through clenched teeth. He stared intently at Chun Yang, his gaze as if he wanted to carve Chun Yang's image into his own bones, stroke by stroke. 3 days from now, at the test site, I'll be waiting for you to kneel down and personally offer up your special admission spot. After saying that, he didn't look at Xinyang again, as if looking at him would be an insult. He turned around abruptly and led his equally unfriendly-looking followers away from the academic affairs office. As the group left, the oppressive, stagnant feeling suddenly dissipated. The air began to circulate again in the office. The arrogant second-year student who had been looking so haughty just moments before now had a fine layer of cold sweat on his forehead. The way he looked at Xinyang had completely changed. The initial contempt and disdain were replaced by a deep sense of apprehension and lingering fear. He dared not be negligent in the slightest. He picked up Chun Yang's information with both hands and quickly stamped, registered, and entered it into the system. Throughout the entire process, he didn't dare to say a word, and his movements were so fast that they almost left afterimages. He was afraid that this seemingly ordinary but ruthless person, who dared to confront even Qin Feng, would vent his anger on him. Xinyang completed all the formalities and received his student card and dormitory key. From beginning to end, he didn't look at that senior even once more. It was as if he were just an insignificant background figure. Step out of the old-fashioned administration building. The autumn sun was shining brightly, casting dappled light and shadow on the bluestone path through the gaps between the tall sycamore trees. The two walked side by side without saying a word. An awkward and somber atmosphere filled the air. Yi Qingyao lowered her head, her long eyelashes drooping down like two small brushes, casting a faint shadow on her fair cheeks. Her slender fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes. She was blaming herself. Deep self-reproach. If it weren't for her, Xinyang would never have been involved in these conflicts. Qin Feng is Yi Tianyu's lapdog, and his coming to cause trouble today is clearly at Yi Tianyu's behest. It was she who dragged him into this quagmire. Xinyang did not speak. He simply slowed his pace, matching her rhythm. He could sense the sadness and guilt emanating from the girl beside him, like a damp, dark cloud. Sudden, he reached out and naturally took her small, slightly cold hand, which was cold from nervousness. Yi Qingya's body trembled violently. Like a startled fawn, I instinctively wanted to pull my hand back, but his palms were large, dry, and carried an irresistible strength. The temperature seemed to emanate continuously from a scorching fireplace. Her hands were small and soft, as if boneless, and he completely enveloped them in his palms, fitting them perfectly. The calluses on his palms, with the roughness unique to martial artists, gently caressed her delicate palms. The feeling was a little itchy and a little numb. Like a faint electric current, it surged from where the two touched, up her arm, and all the way to her heart. Her cheeks suddenly burned up. That captivating blush spread uncontrollably from her cheeks all the way down to her fair and delicate neck. Even her small, delicate earlobes were tinged with an alluring light pink. Her struggles seemed so insignificant under his control. In the end, she gave up. She let him lead her. Like a puppet who has lost its will, she was led by him, step by step, on the way home. Her heart was pounding her chest, thump, thump. The sound even drowned out all the surrounding noise. Back to that cozy rented room. Click. The door was closed, isolating it from all the disturbances of the outside world. Qinyang released his grip. The comforting warmth vanished abruptly, and Yi Qingya's palms even became damp with a thin layer of sweat. As if she'd been electrocuted, she put her hands behind her back, changed her shoes without a word, and sat down on the sofa. She sank herself into the soft sofa, hugged a cushion, and buried her face in it. Like an ostrich, Qinyang looked at her like this and didn't say anything. He took off his coat, casually draped it over the back of the chair, and walked straight into the kitchen. The refrigerator door was opened, making a slight, humming sound. Soon, the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard from the kitchen. The sound is even and steady. Every beat seemed to strike Yi Qingya's heart, dispelling the panic and self-blame in her heart. She finally couldn't resist and quietly raised her head, revealing a pair of watery eyes from behind the cushion. Through the transparent glass door of the kitchen, she saw the figure of someone busy working for her. The setting sun, carrying the last vestiges of warmth, slanted in. It gave his broad shoulders and sturdy back a gentle golden glow. He is processing a piece of fresh chicken. With a swift and clean motion, the knife fell swiftly and decisively. Those hands that could break through all techniques with a single punch on the martial arts stage and calmly accept a bet in the academic affairs office were now holding a kitchen knife, focusing intently and carefully preparing the ingredients. A strange, bittersweet feeling welled up in Yi Qingya's nose without warning. She stood up, her bare feet touching the cool floor, and silently walked to the kitchen doorway, leaning against the doorframe. Qinyang. Her voice was very soft, with a tremor she herself was unaware of. Qinyang didn't turn around. He kept working, blanching the chicken pieces to remove the fishy smell. Her voice became even softer, filled with deep apology and a nasal tone. I shouldn't have let you. What kind of tests are there for new students? Qinyang suddenly spoke, interrupting her. He took the blanched chicken pieces out, rinsed them with clean water, and then took out the medicinal herbs he had prepared yesterday. Angelica sinensis, Astragalus membranaceus, Cotinopsis palacula. Yi Qingya was stunned. She had no idea he would ask that. She thought he would be angry, or at least complain a bit. The test consists of 3 parts, she sniffed and answered instinctively. The first item is a comprehensive written test on martial arts theory. The test covers a wide range of topics, including martial arts history, meridian theory, identification of elixirs, analysis of techniques. It's very difficult. The second test is a physical function test, which is conducted in a gravity chamber and mainly tests pure strength, speed, and reaction. The third item is actual combat. At this point, her voice lowered again, and worry resurfaced on her face. Qin Feng's family is a very prestigious martial arts family in the capital, and he himself is a recognized genius among that year's freshmen. He has been stuck at the initial stage of Transformation Realm for almost a year. His foundation is very solid, and it is said that he may break through to the middle stage of Transformation Realm at any time. Qinyang turned on the stove, put the prepared herbs and chicken pieces into the casserole, added water, and simmered it over low heat. Soon, a light yet enticing aroma of herbs and chicken wafted from the casserole. He turned around, wiped his hands, and his deep gaze fell on her face. What benefits do the people with the highest total scores get? Yi Qingya's thoughts were once again led astray by him, and she couldn't quite keep up with his pace. It's the top freshman. She tried to organize her thoughts, like a student earnestly answering a teacher's question. The rewards are extremely generous. You will immediately have a private, top-tier, Class A cultivation room with the highest concentration of spiritual energy. You can also freely choose any Class A cultivation technique from the Academy's library. In addition, you will receive a massive monthly quota of pills and cultivation resources. The more she talked, the heavier her heart became. These resources are an irresistible temptation for any martial arts beginner. It is a ladder leading to the path of the strong. Qin Feng risked everything to completely cut off Chunyang's path of the martial arts academy. A level cultivation technique, Chunyang repeated thoughtfully. His current divine demon body is incomplete, like a supercar with only an engine frame, and the power he can use is extremely limited. If he could have a high-level martial arts technique to supplement and conceal his abilities, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat power. More importantly, there was that independent class, a training room. He needs an absolutely safe and undisturbed environment to repair and cultivate. Host, please note that a high-quality cultivation environment can enhance the self-repair efficiency of the divine demon body. Detection indicates the host girlfriend is experiencing persistent low mood and her guilt level has reached its peak. Immediate comforting is recommended. Completing the comforting task will earn you daddy points. The system's voice sounded in my mind at just the right moment. Chun Yang's gaze returned to Yi Qingya's beautiful eyes, which were filled with worry and unease. His heart suddenly softened. He walked towards her. The kitchen space was not large to begin with, and with this step, the distance between the two people was instantly reduced to less than an arm's length. Yi Qingya held her breath nervously, able to clearly smell the strong masculine scent emanating from him, mixed with a faint smell of sweat. She thought he was going to say something and looked at him nervously with her beautiful eyes. He simply reached out his hand. His movements were very gentle. His broad, rough fingertips, still slightly damp from just touching cold water, gently smoothed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. The cool touch brushed across her burning forehead. Yi Qingya's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. My whole being felt like it had been put on pause. That slight, just right coolness seemed to penetrate her skin and soothe her anxious and restless heart. Don't worry, Chun Yang spoke, his voice not loud, but unusually calm, carrying a power that compelled one to believe him. Just Qin Feng. His words were few, but they were like a reassuring pill, instantly striking the softest spot in Yi Qingya's heart. But she wanted to say something more. I think he gave me a great gift. Chun Yang withdrew his hand, a faint smile playing on his lips. The top freshman's resource allocation, plus his share, should be enough for me for a while. Yi Qingya was completely stunned. She looked up at Chun Yang's face, his expression one of self-assurance, as if the top-tier resources that all the freshmen would fight tooth and nail for were already his. Is it crazy? Very arrogant. But for some reason, the way he said it so casually gave her an unprecedented sense of peace. That anxious heart finally settled down. Congratulations, host, on completing the soothing mission. Reward, 100 daddy points. Current dad points balance, 200 points. Qin Yang silently recited this in his heart. System, use all of this to repair the divine demon body. Received. Repair in progress. A familiar, yet more powerful and surging warm current erupted from my heart and flowed to every part of my body. The subtle, hidden injuries and cracks in his body caused by forcibly breaking through to a higher realm were gradually repaired and filled under the wash of this domineering warm current. Every bone, every muscle, and every meridian in his body emitted a joyful hum under the nourishment of this power. The repair progress of the divine demon body has advanced by a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but the feeling of that renewed strength and the gradual healing of his injuries brought him immense comfort. Gurgle, gurgle. In the casserole, the chicken soup had already begun to boil, and the rich aroma of herbs and meat filled the entire room. Qin Yang turned around and took 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard. Let's eat first. Even the most important matters should be discussed after we've had our fill. Chapter 19, Perfect Score. Even while asleep, she could make all the top students cry. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Martial Arts Academy, freshman entrance exam, first session. A comprehensive study of martial arts theory. The huge tiered classroom was packed with nearly 1,000 seats. Those sitting here are all outstanding individuals who have fought their way out from all over the country. The air was thick with barely suppressed excitement and a hint of gunpowder. When Chun Yang and Yi Qingya walked into the classroom together, the noisy room fell silent for a moment. Almost everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. Today, Yi Qingya changed into a light blue fitted sportswear outfit, and her high ponytail swayed gently with her steps. The tight-fitting fabric perfectly outlined the curves of her body, exuding youthful energy and stunning beauty. Her appearance seemed to brighten up the somewhat dull classroom. However, the next second, everyone saw that this beauty, who was pre-selected as the most beautiful girl in the department, walked very naturally to the last row of the classroom. Then, he sat down next to a boy wearing a regular t-shirt. The classroom was quiet for a moment, then erupted into even louder discussions. Countless gazes, A mixture of curiosity, jealousy, and undisguised hostility were directed at Chun Yang. Who is that kid? I don't know. He looks unfamiliar. He's dressed so plainly. He doesn't seem to be from a wealthy or powerful family. I've heard. He's the special admission student who argued with young Master Qin in the academic affairs office 3 days ago. A special admission student? Someone who didn't even know how to get ahead? Is he out of his mind? The buzzing of voices swirled around the classroom like flies. Qinyang seemed not to have heard anything. He found his seat, sat down, and then closed his eyes. Isolated from all the distractions of the outside world, I quietly awaited the start of the exam. The front row of the classroom. Qin Feng was surrounded by a group of people, like a star being surrounded by the moon. His gaze swept over the sea of heads and landed precisely on Chun Yang in the back row. That look in his eyes was cold and full of amusement, as if he was about to see a good show. Young Master Qin, just you wait and see. A follower beside him lowered his voice, his tone full of flattery. This first written test is just to give that kid a hard time. He got in through connections, and I heard he used to study history. What does he know about martial arts theory? The other person immediately responded with a smile. That's right, our academy's theoretical exams are notoriously difficult. Every year, half the students fail. For a complete novice like him to not score in the single digits is already a feat. A history major taking a martial arts exam. This year's biggest joke is definitely here. A cruel smile curled up at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. This is exactly the effect he wanted. In the first round, he wanted to make Chun Yang suffer a major setback in front of all the freshmen. He wanted to make Chun Yang a laughingstock that the entire martial arts academy would never be able to shake off for the next few years. Soon, the proctor walked in. The three mentors were all senior professors in the academy, with serious expressions and rarely smiled. The instructor with the goatee who was walking at the front had a calm demeanor that only a grandmaster possesses. His sharp gaze swept across the entire room, lingering on Chun Yang in the back row of the classroom for a couple more seconds. His eyes held a scrutinizing gaze, along with a hint of disapproval. Clearly, these veteran professors had heard about the dean personally recruiting a transfer student from outside the university, and they did not approve of it. The exam will last 2 hours. During this time, you're not allowed to whisper to each other or use your inner energy to investigate. Those who violate this rule will receive a 0 score and be expelled from the college. The goatee-bearded instructor coldly announced the rules. Distribute the test papers. The test papers, sealed in brown paper bags, were distributed to each student. Qinyang opened the sealed bag. His gaze fell on the exam paper. Even he raised an eyebrow slightly. An analysis of 3 possible dating points in martial arts in ancient times. A detailed account of the coupling relationship between the 360 acupoints of the human body and the 8 extraordinary meridians. Analysis of the pharmacological decay curves of 9-turn rejuvenation pill and life-extending golden pill under different environments. These questions are like a mountain to other students. Everyone frowned instantly, racking their brains to recall. But these questions, in Chen Yang's eyes, he smiled. These so-called martial arts secrets and historical puzzles were like open book exams for him, a history major. He had long since worn out those dusty ancient books in the library. Having a photographic memory is just a basic skill. These so-called difficult problems were as simple to him as 1 + 1 = 2. You don't even need to think. He picked up the pen. The surrounding area was filled with gloomy faces, with the occasional rustling sound of pens scratching across paper. Qinyang began to write. He wasn't fast, but his pen never stopped once it touched the ground. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, half an hour. Qinyang put down his pen. The thick exam paper was already filled with neat handwriting. He blew on the paper to make sure the ink was dry. Then, he neatly placed the test paper on the corner of the table. After doing all this, he did so under the watchful eyes of all the students and the 3 proctors. He stretched, crossed his arms, and rested them behind his head. I leaned back and adjusted to a comfortable position. He closed his eyes. He fell asleep. The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. A few seconds later, I don't know who it was, but the first person couldn't help but laugh. That laugh was like lighting the fuse of powder keg. Suppressed giggles suddenly erupted from every corner of the classroom, rising and falling in waves. He's asleep? Half an hour? He's just given up. This is hilarious. Is this guy really here for a day trip? He's got such a great attitude. Qin Feng also stopped writing and looked back. When he saw Chen Yang sleeping peacefully, the sneer on his face turned into undisguised mockery. A brute. He uttered 2 words in a low voice, feeling extremely happy. On the podium, the goatee-bearded instructor's face had completely darkened. He stared in Chen Yang's direction, snorted heavily, and shook his head repeatedly. Absurd. This is absolutely absurd. The dean really misjudged the situation this time. He had made up his mind that as soon as the exam was over, he would go to the dean and make sure to remove this student who disregarded the rules and was arrogant from the martial arts academy. Time passed by, second by second. When the bell rang to signal the end of the exam, a wave of dejected sighs immediately filled the classroom. It's finally over. It's too difficult. I feel like I guessed half of it. The instructor with the goatee walked down from the podium with a stern face and began collecting the papers. He walked up to Chun Yang's desk, looked at Qin Yang, who still had his eyes closed, and couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. "Student, the exam is over." He stretched out his finger and tapped it heavily on the table. Qin Yang opened his eyes, his gaze still slightly sleepy. "Oh, it's over." His nonchalant demeanor caused the goatee-bearded instructor's blood pressure to skyrocket. The tutor picked up his paper, intending to throw it aside without even looking at it. But duty compels him to open it. I only glanced at it. His movement stopped. He stared blankly at the neat, almost printed handwriting on the exam paper, and the answers that were almost entirely corrected. 2 mentors nearby also came over, looking somewhat curious. "Old John, what's wrong? What's wrong with this kid's test paper?" The goatee-bearded instructor did not answer. He simply picked up the standard answer sheet silently and began to compare it word by word. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The students in the classroom watched this strange scene unfolding on the podium with curiosity. They saw the goatee-bearded instructor's expression slowly change from gloomy to shocked. Then came the disbelief. Finally, the hand holding the exam paper began to tremble slightly. He suddenly raised his head. Those eyes, which had seen countless geniuses, were now fixed on the young man in the back row of the classroom who had just woken up. It's like looking at a monster. He cleared his throat. The entire classroom fell silent instantly, and everyone held their breath. "Now, let's announce the results." The mentor's voice carried a hint of dryness and hoarseness that he himself was unaware of. He didn't start reading from the lowest scores. Instead, they directly pulled out the first exam paper. Qin Feng, 96 points. Wow! A murmur of surprise and envious whispers rippled through the audience. Qin Feng proudly straightened his chest, basking in the spotlight. He looked at Chun Yang in the back row with a provocative gaze, ready to enjoy the other's impending embarrassment. The goatee-bearded tutor put down Qin Feng's exam paper. "I picked up the last one." Jin Yang's share. He took a deep breath. The murmurs in the room abruptly ceased. All eyes were focused on the thin sheet of paper in his hand. "Jin Yang." The instructor's voice rang out clearly in the deathly silent classroom. He paused for a moment. "Martial arts theory." He paused again. Qin Feng's smile was incredibly bright. The next second, the goatee-bearded instructor mustered all his strength and uttered 2 words. "Perfect score." Chapter 20, Scene 2. Is Qin Feng, brimming with murderous intent, about to fight to the death? Full marks. These 2 words, seemingly light and airy, yet carrying immense weight. Like 2 invisible giant hammers, they crashed down. The confidence and understanding that the nearly 1,000 proud martial arts prodigies had just built up, along with their pride as geniuses, were shattered in an instant. The entire lecture hall fell into a silence more terrifying than death. The air stopped moving. The sound completely disappeared. Everyone's brains went blank at that moment. The smile on Qin Feng's face was still lingering on his lips, not yet fully blooming. That smugness, that mockery, that confident expression, it all remained frozen there, untouched. He was like a living sculpture frozen in time, remaining in the same position as a second ago, but his eyes were a blank, bewildered void. The group of followers behind him were just a moment ago rubbing their hands together, ready to give a thunderous roar of cheers and praise. At this moment, their mouths were agape, as if their throats were stuffed with cotton, and they couldn't make a sound. Their expressions changed from fawning expectation to blank stare, and then from blank stare to incredulous horror. Clatter! In the front row, a girl's pen slipped silently from her stiff fingers and fell onto the smooth floor with a crisp sound. The sound was like a signal to reactivate everyone's frozen mindset. "Wow, The next second, countless gazes, like rays of light drawn to a black hole, twisted and converged, all directed towards the last row of the classroom. She turned her gaze to the man who had just woken up, his posture languid, and who had even yawned. Eh? Full marks? How is that possible? That's absolutely impossible. Almost everyone was simultaneously screaming this sentence in their hearts. The difficulty of this exam made each of them feel like they had just escaped death. Those questions were obscure, strange, and tricky. An analysis of 3 possible dynastic strategies for the discontinuity of martial arts in ancient times. This is a topic that not only they, but even the elders in their family who have lived for over 100 years are still debating endlessly. Analyzing the pharmacological decay curves of 9-turn rejuvenation pill and life-extending golden pill under different environments is a field studied by alchemy masters who have never even seen the formulas. Qin Feng was able to score 96 points thanks to his profound family learning, which is an incredible score that is worthy of being recorded in the history of the academy and will be unattainable for the next few freshmen. But this unorthodox method, this transfer student, whom everyone thought was just there to make up the numbers and embarrass themselves. This guy started sleeping soundly on his desk 30 minutes after the exam began. A perfect score. This is more than just a slap in the face. This is like tearing off everyone's face along with their dignity as geniuses, throwing them on the ground, and then crushing them back and forth with mud-covered military boots. Grind them into minced meat, but that's not enough. They want to crush the bones and scatter them to ashes. Sitting next to Chen Yang, Yi Qingya could clearly feel the intense gazes directed at her from all around, gazes that seemed to ignite the very air. Her small mouth opened slightly without her noticing, and her clear, autumn water-like eyes reflected Chen Yang's calm and composed profile. She was also so shocked by the result that she could hardly breathe. She knew Chen Yang was very strong, extremely strong, but that strength comes from fists, from overwhelming force. She never dreamed that he had reached such an unbelievable, even terrifying level of understanding in martial arts theory. Just over an hour ago, she was still fidgeting in her seat, racking her brains to think about how she should stand up for him if he got a single-digit score and was publicly humiliated by Qin Feng. And what was the result? As a result, he immediately delivered a perfect score, unprecedented and possibly never to be repeated, completely silencing Qin Feng and all the doubts raised by others. A tremendous surprise, mixed with an indescribable sense of pride, surged through her entire body like a warm tide. Her heart was pounding, and a faint, captivating blush rose on her fair, jade-like cheeks from her overwhelming excitement. Very nice. This feeling is wonderful. On the podium, the goatee-bearded tutor felt as if the exam paper in his hand was burning hot. It's not paper. It is clearly a priceless and rare treasure. He looked down again, almost greedily gazing at the seemingly perfect answer above. The handwriting is so neat that it looks like it was written by a top calligrapher. Every argument is incisive and gets straight to the heart of the matter. Every argument is detailed and reliable, citing numerous sources and even clearly indicating the origins of each source. What's even more frightening is that, in the last few open-ended essay questions, his insights were even more profound and forward-looking than the standard answers collectively drafted by the college professors. He even proposed several entirely new research directions regarding the dating of ancient martial arts. This is hardly an answer to a question. This is clearly a lesson being taught to these so-called senior professors. Mentor Shanyang, who raised his head, and his gaze toward Chen Yang completely changed. The previous disdain, contempt, and indifference have vanished without a trace. Instead, there's a burning passion and excitement in viewing a living fossil. No, in viewing a martial arts god walking among men. Dean, this time I didn't misjudge. It's like our ancestral grave is emitting auspicious smoke. We've unearthed a deity. Cough, cough. The goatee-wearing instructor cleared his throat heavily. He felt his throat was a little dry, and he tried to make his voice sound steady, but it still trembled slightly. The written test results will be posted on the college's bulletin board later. Now, everyone stand up. Proceed to test round 1 to prepare for the second test. His words, like a thawing command, finally broke the suffocating silence in the classroom. The students snapped out of their daze and hurriedly stood up to tidy up their desks. But almost everyone's movements were sluggish and bewildered, as if they were in a daze. The enormous shockwave from the words perfect score was still echoing wildly in their minds. Qin Feng also made a move. His body was like a rusty machine, every joint creaking and groaning. He slowly lowered his head, using all his strength to keep himself from collapsing on the spot. He dare not look at Qinyang again. That perfect score on the test paper was like an invisible Mount Tai, pressing down on his head, bending his spine, and making it hard for him to breathe. Walk. He forced out a hoarse word through gritted teeth, his face ashen, and led his equally distraught followers out of the classroom. That figure from behind looked flustered and disheveled, like a stray dog whose spine has just been broken. Qinyang also slowly stood up. He didn't look at Qin Feng, who was fleeing in panic, nor did he pay attention to the awe-inspiring gazes around him. He simply turned his head and smiled at Yi Qingyao beside him, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Let's go see the next good show. Yi Qingyao nodded vigorously, a smile blooming on her beautiful face like a lily after the rain. She followed him, and the two walked outside together. As they walked out of the classroom, a strange thing happened. The crowd in the corridor, which had been crowded because of the end of get out of class, seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand the moment they saw them come out. Everyone spontaneously stepped aside, automatically creating a wide passage wide enough for 3 people to walk side by side. All eyes remained focused on Qinyang, but the emotions it carries have been completely transformed. Awe, curiosity, exploration, and a deep-seated fear of an incomprehensible and powerful being. The previous contempt, hostility, and schadenfreude were gone. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power is always the most direct and effective way to earn respect. Qinyang. Yi Qingyao walked beside him, the two of them very close. She could smell his refreshing scent, which made her feel at ease. She couldn't help but speak softly, her voice still carrying a trace of lingering excitement. Qinyang turned his head to look at her. How do you know so much? She was just so curious. How could someone who grew up in an orphanage, whose file states that he has never had any systematic exposure to martial arts, possibly crush all the signs of noble families who have been exposed to martial arts since childhood in a field that requires profound knowledge and accumulation? The library is a good place. Qinyang looked into her beautiful eyes, which were filled with curiosity, and answered casually. Reading more books is never a bad thing. Ye Vingya. This explanation left her momentarily speechless. This goes beyond simply reading more books. It's like he's devoured the entire library into his brain. She puffed out her cheeks and decided not to press this devilish man for more questions. The two walked side by side through the antique-style college corridor. The autumn sunlight filtered through the pillars, casting dappled shadows on the bluestone slabs, falling on her hair and onto his broad shoulders. The atmosphere was quiet and beautiful. Finally, they arrive at a very spacious open-air plaza. This is the #1 integrated test site. In the center of the square, various sophisticated instruments gleamed with a cold metallic luster and emanated spiritual energy, creating a unique aesthetic that combined modern technology with ancient martial arts. The second test is physical function. The first hurdle, strength. The testing instrument was a massive machine, 3 meters tall, made entirely of some unknown black crystal. The Mystic Crystal Force measuring instrument. The goatee-bearded instructor had regained his composure. Standing beside the force measuring device, he loudly announced the rules to the nearly 1,000 freshmen who had already gathered. The strength test has very simple rules. You are not allowed to use any martial arts techniques or skills. You are only permitted to use your purest physical strength. Punch your strongest punch at the sensor area. The weight of your punches is your score. Now, come forward for the test in order of your student ID number. The test has officially begun. The new students stepped forward one by one in order. Zhang San, 320 kilograms. Li Si, 410 kilograms. Wang Wu, 380 kilograms. Most of the freshmen scores hover between 300 and 500 kilograms. This achievement, while far exceeding that of the average adult male, is only considered mediocre among these exceptional individuals. Occasionally, a few individuals from families with strong backgrounds who have undergone physical conditioning through medicinal baths since childhood can achieve a score of 700 or 800 kilograms, drawing small gasps and envy from those around them. Soon, the proctor read out a name. Qin Feng. The crowd automatically separated. Qin Feng, who had just lost face in the written test, stepped out from the crowd. His face remained ashen, but his eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, like those of a cornered wolf. The crushing defeat in the written exam cast a shadow of humiliation over him. He needs an opportunity for him to redeem himself, prove himself, and reclaim the glory that belongs to him. Pure strength is his most prized asset, aside from his family background. He walked step by step to the huge crystal force measuring device and took a deep breath. At that moment, his entire aura changed abruptly. He didn't rush to strike a pose, but slowly closed his eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, a powerful aura belonging to a martial artist at the initial stage of the transformation realm erupted from his body like a flood bursting its banks. Students nearby even felt a heavy sense of oppression, their breath caught in their throats, and they involuntarily took several steps back. "Drink!" Qin Feng suddenly roared, his voice like thunder. His body sank down, and his right foot stomped heavily on the hard ground. Use your waist to generate power. Twist your body, extend your shoulder, and punch. The entire movement was like a bowstring stretched to its limit, released in an instant. It's bursting with explosive, powerful beauty. His fist, like a cannonball fired from a gun, slammed into the black sensing area of the force sensor with a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air. Bang! A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire square. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet seem to tremble. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the huge electronic display screen above the force gauge. After a moment of pause, the numbers above began to jump wildly upwards. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000. The numbers were jumping faster and faster, so fast that everyone's heartbeats seemed unable to keep up with the pace. Finally, amidst countless shocked, horrified, and incredulous gazes, the blood-red number slowly came to a stop. The proctor stared intently at the number, opened his mouth, and with all his might, shouted out the score that would go down in history. 8,000 kilograms. The entire venue was silent for 3 seconds. Immediately, a thunderous roar of amazement and cheers erupted. My God, 8,000 kilograms. 8 tons of force in one punch. Is this even human? One punch from this body would be enough to kill an elephant. What kind of monster's body is this? I remember the top freshman from the previous year only had a strength test record of 7,500 kilograms, right? Young Master Qin has broken the freshman record of the past 10 years. Too strong. Too terrifying. This is a true genius. We're written tests. In the world of martial arts, fists ultimately decide. Qin Feng stood in front of the force measuring device, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. His fist, which he swung out, turned slightly red from the force of the impact and even trembled a little, but he didn't care. He greedily savored the thunderous cheers around him and the gazes of worship and awe that were once again directed at him. All the gloom and humiliation brought about by failing the written test vanished at this moment. Qin Feng is back. He slowly turned around, his cold and oppressive gaze like two unsheathed swords, piercing through the throng of heads and aiming precisely at Chunyang behind him. His eyes were filled with blatant provocation and defiance. What good is a strong theory? What good is getting a perfect score? Before absolute power, all fancy and flashy things are vain. In the world of martial arts, it all comes down to who has the harder fist. The instructor with the goatee, standing next to the podium, was also flushed with excitement. He looked at Qin Feng and kept muttering, "Good, good," full of praise and appreciation. Such a powerful physical body and an incredibly solid foundation. No wonder he is the prodigy of the Qin family in the capital. He was lavish in his praise. Then he picked up the list in his hand and looked down. The clamor in the entire square subsided strangely and slowly with his action. Everyone realized who would be next. The goatee-bearded mentor took a deep breath and, in an unprecedentedly loud voice, pronounced the name that had resonated throughout the entire freshman group in just 1 hour. Next up, Chunyang. Chapter 21, 20 Tons of Impact. Qin Feng, is the martial arts I practiced fake? As the goatee-wearing instructor read out Chunyang's name, the cheers that had just erupted in the square because of Qin Feng vanished instantly. If the gazes cast upon Chunyang after the previous written test were filled with shock and disbelief, then, so now, There is a mixture of intense curiosity and scrutiny in the anticipation. They wanted to see. They were eager to know. What kind of surprise will this man, who created the myth of a perfect score in martial arts theory, bring to them in terms of pure power, which represents the foundation of martial arts? Or rather, it was frightening. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chunyang slowly walked out of the crowd. His ordinary t-shirt and casual pants stood out starkly against the backdrop of the wealthy young men around him, who were dressed in expensive, custom-made training suits. He remained unhurried, seemingly uninterested in everything around him. That composure stood in stark contrast to the tense and intense atmosphere on the test field. He walked step by step toward the huge crystal force measuring device. Qin Feng stood not far away, his chest still heaving violently from the extreme burst of energy he had just exerted. He did not leave. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. He stared intently at Chunyang's back, his eyes icy cold, as if he wanted to pierce through that thin back with his gaze. Theory? That kind of vague and ethereal thing is nothing but empty talk. In the face of absolute power, everything is a joke. The 8,000 kilograms he just threw is a terrifying achievement that has broken the college's record for freshmen in nearly 10 years. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that this guy who got a perfect score in theory by rote memorization could possibly compete with him in terms of strength. Hey kid, have you thought this through? Don't wait until the force gauge doesn't register your next punch before your arm breaks. Seeing his master's displeasure, Qin Feng's henchmen immediately started shouting again, trying to regain the face they had just lost. Exactly. The record of 8,000 kilograms is right here. With your small frame, you'd be amazing if you could even manage 800 kilograms. A suppressed burst of laughter rose from the surroundings. Although Chunyang's theoretical achievements are terrifying, in a more intuitive field like force, people still instinctively believe what they see with their own eyes. The contrast between Qin Feng's explosive punch and Chunyang's somewhat frail physique was too stark. Yi Qingya stood in the crowd, her delicate hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her palms covered in fine beads of sweat. Her heart was in her throat. Despite Chunyang's repeated miracles, she still couldn't help but worry about him after seeing Qin Feng's earth-shattering punch. Her clear, beautiful eyes followed Chunyang's figure intently, filled with nervousness. She could even feel her heart pounding heavily against her chest. Just then, Chunyang, who was about to reach the force measuring device, suddenly stopped and turned his head as if he had eyes in the back of his head. His gaze pierced through the gaps in the crowd and landed precisely on Yi Qingya's face. He smiled at her very slightly, almost imperceptibly. The smile was faint, yet it carried a reassuring power, like a ray of warm sunshine that instantly dispelled all the gloom in her heart. Yi Qingya was slightly taken aback. My clenched heart inexplicably relaxed a little. A surge of heat uncontrollably rose to her cheeks, giving her fair and delicate face a lovely light pink hue. She could feel that the noise and tension around her had all faded away at this moment, and all that remained in the world was his determined gaze and composed back. Chunyang casually stood in front of the force measuring device. There was no horse stance. There was no effort to gather strength in the waist. They didn't even have the most basic punching stance. He just stood there, completely ordinary, as if he wasn't there for a strength test, but rather to press an elevator button. This gesture stunned everyone present. A cruel, mocking smile uncontrollably crept onto Qin Feng's lips. To make things mysterious, he has already defined Chunyang. Faced with an absolute power disparity, any trickery will only make one appear more ridiculous. Chunyang ignored all the noise and stares around him. He simply raised his right hand calmly. Then, he casually threw a punch forward. A simple, basic straight punch, straight from the most basic and unadorned style found in textbooks. There was no whistling wind from the punches. There was no burst of momentum. It was impossible to tell how much force he used. The movement was as gentle as shooing away an annoying fly. Everyone stared wide-eyed. What are they doing? Does it tickle? Amidst countless bewildered, mocking, and puzzled gazes, that seemingly ordinary fist landed lightly on the dark, cold sensing area of the crystal force measuring device. Buzz! The expected deafening roar did not occur. Instead, there was an extremely muffled, low hum, as if it came from the depths of the earth. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a heavy hammer striking precisely into the heart of everyone present. It made everyone's heart skip a beat. The huge electronic screen above the force gauge did not immediately change. It froze for a second, 2 seconds. Before Qin Feng's sneer could fully bloom, several of his followers were already preparing to mock him. The next second, the screen lit up, a blood-red number, starting from 0. 1,000. The moment the numbers changed, the laughter from the entire audience stopped abruptly, like a duck whose neck had been snapped. 3,000. The crowd began to stir, with countless people instinctively leaning forward, their eyes fixed on the screen as if trying to see right through it. 5,000. The entire square fell into an eerie silence, with only the faint electronic sounds of the numbers ticking and increasingly heavy breathing remaining. 8,000. When the numbers easily surpassed the record Qin Feng had just set, a collective gasp filled the arena. The mocking smile on Qin Feng's face froze completely and shattered. At that moment, his pupils shrank to the most dangerous pinpoints. How could that be? That's impossible. However, the numbers on the screen gave him no time to think and continued to climb wildly with overwhelming force. 9,000. 9,005. The entire audience held their breath. The goatee-wearing instructor's hand, which was holding the notebook, began to tremble violently, the paper making a soft, rustling sound. The veins on the back of his hand bulged out one by one. At the highest point of the viewing platform, Dean Li Zhenghua, who had been silently observing the scene, suddenly stood up from his seat. He gripped the metal railing in front of him tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. His body leaned forward to its limit, and his eyes, which had seen countless storms, burst forth with an unprecedented light. Finally, under the gaze of nearly 1,000 people in the audience, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, that blood-red number broke through the 10,000s mark before its speed slowed down slightly. Then, steadily, it freezes in place. The goatee-bearded instructor stared at the final number, opened his mouth, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down several times, but no sound came out. Finally, he used almost all his strength, and with a hoarse, broken voice, he announced this miracle to the world. 10,001 kilograms. Dead silence. A deathly silence, like that of a tomb. One punch can break 10,000 pounds. No, it's over 10,000 kilograms. The impact force of 20 tons. What does this mean? This isn't just killing an elephant with one punch. It's enough to wreck a fully loaded heavy truck. This kind of pure physical strength can only be achieved by those senior masters who have been immersed in the peak of the transformation realm for many years, honing their physical bodies to the extreme and even touching the threshold of the Grandmaster. But him, Qin Yang, a new student, a young man who even looks somewhat frail, he threw the punch with the most casual, lightest touch. He didn't even use a single bit of his true energy. This is the purest and ultimate power of the physical body. Monster! In the crowd, someone uttered those two words in a trembling, dreamlike voice. These two words expressed the sentiments of everyone present. Qin Feng's body swayed violently. His face drained of all color in an instant, turning deathly pale. Thump! One of his henchmen's legs went weak, and he was so frightened by the number that he collapsed to the ground. A look of almost manic ecstasy appeared on Li Zhenghua's face. He knew he had struck gold, but he never expected that this treasure would be so big that it would overturn his understanding and the common sense of martial arts. Quick, quick, next one. Proceed to the next test immediately. He could no longer maintain his composure as Dean and almost roared down at the crowd. The goatee-bearded instructor was startled awake by the roar, and only then did he regain a sliver of his senses from the immense shock brought on by the earth-shattering numbers. The way he looked at Qin Yang had completely changed. It was no longer about looking at a student with extraordinary talent. That's looking up. I look up at a young deity walking among mortals. The second stage, no, the third stage. The speed test. He stammered, announcing in a trembling voice. The site was quickly cleared. On a standard 100-meter track, as the instructor activated the switch, countless invisible infrared rays were instantly activated. Dense red lights intertwined and flickered on the runway, forming a deadly net filled with the aura of death. Speed test. Passed through the infrared array. The shorter the time, the better the score. During the test, if any part of your body touches the infrared rays, the system will immediately determine failure, and the score will be 0. The mentor's voice still trembled with excitement. Qin Feng's face was deathly pale. The absolute crushing power like an insurmountable mountain, shattered all his pride and confidence. But he still forced himself to go up. He cannot back down. This was his last vestige of dignity as a member of the Qin family. He took a deep breath, transforming all his humiliation, resentment, and anger into motivation for this moment. He unleashed the Shin-level superior movement technique, Phantom Step, which the Qin family had acquired at great expense. Start. As the command sounded, Qin Feng transformed into a blurry afterimage, rapidly traversing through the dense infrared beams. Quick! His movements were as fast as a ghost. Each dodge and maneuver narrowly avoided the deadly red light, demonstrating an extremely high level of agility. When he crossed the finish line, covered in sweat, the results were immediately displayed on the screen. 5.8 seconds. This is yet another top-tier record that will be recorded in the history of the college and admired by countless future freshmen. However, only a few scattered, perfunctory claps rang out from the crowd. The more dazzling Qin Feng's record became, the more it highlighted the despair of the previous 10,001 kilograms. Everyone's attention was still reeling from the devastating shock of what had just happened. Next up, Qinyang. When a mentor read out the name, his voice carried a hint of respect that he himself was unaware of. Qinyang slowly walked onto the track. He remained as calm and composed as ever. He didn't even flinch when faced with a massive infrared array that would make any person with trypophobia faint on the spot. He didn't assume any starting stance. Then, amidst the puzzled gazes of everyone, he started walking. Yes, it means go. They walked forward at an odd pace, seemingly no different from an after-dinner stroll. Everyone was stunned. What were they doing? In a speed test, he walked. Was he exhausted by the strength test just now? Or did he know he couldn't surpass Qin Feng and simply give up? But the next second, something incredibly bizarre happened. Every step Qinyang took seemed to be calculated by the most sophisticated instruments in the world. Each time he landed, he stepped precisely into the brief gaps in the infrared scan. With each sidestep, he perfectly avoided the beams of light that passed by. Several times, the deadly red beam of light grazed the hem of his clothes and the tip of his hair, slicing past him. That distance was less than a millimeter. Absolutely perfect. He was like a noble young master strolling in his own backyard, leisurely and elegant, with a kind of lazy disregard for rules. That 100-meter death track seemed to transform into a beautiful, tree-lined path beneath his feet. When he reached the finish line and stopped, on the screen, a number slowly appeared. 5.7 seconds. It was only 0.1 seconds faster than the record Qin Feng set with all his might. In the most unbelievable and incomprehensible way, he casually broke the record once again. The entire room was completely silent. If the force of 10,000 kilograms is a miracle, the ultimate in violent aesthetics, and something truly awe-inspiring, so this leisurely stroll is art, a path that leaves no trace, like a gazelle's horns hanging in the air, inspiring fear. That 0.1 second difference was filled with the ultimate humiliation. It's telling everyone that I'm not just limited to being 0.1 seconds faster, but that I only want to be 0.1 seconds faster. Qin Feng stared intently at the 5.7 seconds on the screen, then glanced at Qinyang at the end of the track, whose breathing was perfectly steady. He finally understood. The gap between him and Qinyang cannot be bridged by hard work. That was an insurmountable barrier, a bottomless chasm. Puff! He could no longer suppress the surging blood in his chest, and a mouthful of blood gushed out, staining the ground in front of him red. His body swayed and then fell straight backward. Young Master Qin. His henchmen gasped and hurriedly helped him up, fleeing in a disheveled state from this nightmare they would never forget. Real-world testing is no longer necessary. Theory score is perfect. With overwhelming power and speed, they broke historical records. This performance is a case of dimensional reduction attack. The go-to-wearing instructor walked to the center of the square, took a deep breath, straightened his appearance, and with all his might announced to everyone, I hereby announce that the top freshman in this year's entrance examination is... His voice was loud and clear, filled with excitement and pride. Chen Yang. After a brief silence, a deafening roar of cheers and applause finally erupted. All the new students looked at the man who stood in the center of the field and created a legend with awe and worship. Yi Qingya stood in the crowd, looking at Qinyang, who was surrounded by countless gazes. Her beautiful face blossomed with an unprecedentedly radiant smile, and her beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle with stars. However, just as the entire stadium was about to erupt in cheers for the birth of a new legend, an unexpected guest slowly walked through the cheering crowd. He was a middle-aged man with a calm and composed face. He was dressed in a well-tailored, meticulously crafted black swallowtail butler's uniform, with a simple and powerful Yi character embroidered in gold thread on his chest. His appearance carried a solemnity and majesty that seemed out of place with the jubilant atmosphere around him. The originally noisy crowd involuntarily quieted down and made way for him as he passed by. The smile on Yi Qingya's face vanished the moment she saw the middle-aged man and the character Yi. The color drained from her face at a visible speed, turning her pale. Instead, there was a sense of astonishment, as well as a deep sense of vigilance and unease. The man didn't look at anyone. He walked straight up to Qin Yang, bowed slightly, his posture respectful, yet he exuded a powerful aura that commanded respect. He held a beautifully crafted invitation card with gold foil stamping in both hands. Emir Qin Yang. The man's voice was steady and clear, penetrating the noise of the square and reaching everyone's ears precisely. My family's third elder, Yi Hong, invites you to Qingyan Manor for a chat tonight. Chapter 22, Yi Qingya's personal tutorial. Husband, tonight your survival depends on your acting skills. The cheers and applause were for him. Glory and worship are born of him. The entire number 1 integrated test site was now a sea of excitement. Qin Yang, in just 1 hour, went from an unknown transfer student to a legend worthy of being recorded in history. However, right in the heart of this boiling commotion, the appearance of a figure was like a bucket of ice water poured over someone's head. In an instant, all the flames were extinguished. He was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a well-tailored, impeccably made black swallowtail butler's uniform. On the chest, a simple and vigorous Yi character is embroidered in gold thread. His pace was not fast, but he carried an invisible pressure. Wherever he passed, the originally noisy and crowded crowds seemed to automatically retreat to both sides, like the Red Sea parted by Moses. The fervor and excitement on people's faces froze when they met his calm and solemn aura, turning into awe and unease. The smile on Yi Qingya's face froze the moment she saw the man and the familiar character. The beautiful blush that had risen on her face from excitement faded at a visible speed. A pale complexion quickly spread across her delicate, flawless face. It was a paleness mixed with astonishment, vigilance, and deep unease. The man didn't look at anyone around him. His gaze seemed unable to contain these nearly 1,000 so-called chosen ones. He walked through the separated crowd and went straight to the center of the venue. She walked up to Qin Yang. He bowed slightly, a standard butler's etiquette, a humble and respectful posture. But he stood ramrod straight, and the powerful aura emanating from his very bones carried an undeniable authority. He held a beautifully crafted, gold-embossed invitation in both hands, raising it to eyebrow level. Emir Qin Yang. The man's voice was steady and clear, without being deliberately raised. It pierced through the remaining noise in the square and landed precisely in everyone's ears. My family's third elder, Yi Hong, invites you to Qingyan Manor for a chat tonight. Qingyan Mountain Villa. Yi Hong, the third elder of the Yi family. These words seemed to possess some kind of magic, plunging the entire square into utter silence. All the shock and joy that had just been brought about by Chun Yang's miracle vanished at this moment. Instead, there was a sense of oppressive tension like the calm before the storm. Yi Qingya's body trembled almost imperceptibly. Her hand instinctively gripped Qin Yang's arm tightly. Her fingertips were icy cold, and her knuckles turned white from the force she applied. "Don't go." Her voice was very soft, with an uncontrollable tremor, almost squeezed out from between her teeth. "Qin Yang, don't go. He'll kill you." This plea was filled with despair. She knew better than anyone else just how terrifying her third uncle, Yi Hong, truly was. He was one of the real power figures in the Yi family, a smiling tiger who always wore a gentle smile, but was ruthless to the extreme. He was willing to sacrifice everything, including family ties, for the benefit of the Yi family. This invitation is by no means a friendly invitation. This is a death warrant. This was a true trap set for Qin Yang alone. Qin Yang could feel the force coming from her arm and the coldness of her fingertips. He didn't turn around. He simply looked calmly at the imposing Yi family butler in front of him. Then, he took Yi Qingya's cold little hand in his own, warming her trembling hand with his own body heat. This small gesture carries an undeniable power of reassurance. He knew perfectly well that he couldn't avoid this hurdle. From the moment his name was linked with Yi Qingya's, he had to face the towering mountain that stood before him, the Yi family. Retreating and running away will only embolden the other party. If I want to be with Qingya peacefully and securely, and if I want my daughter to have a complete family, I must face this challenge head-on and overcome this obstacle. At that moment, a voice that only he could hear rang in his mind. Ding! Host is facing a critical decision, triggering an A-level mission, Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair. The system's voice was no longer a cold, mechanical tone, but rather carried a hint of glee, as if it were enjoying the drama. Mission name: Dragon's Den and Tiger's Lair. Mission description: as the possessor of the divine demon body and a future immortal emperor and father, how could you be intimidated by the elders of a mere mortal family? Face the pressure and trials of the Yi family elders head-on. Defend your and your future wife's dignity, and let them understand who truly rules this family. Task rewards: Divine Demon Body Repair Progress plus 10%. Earth Rank Low-Grade Martial Art, Thunder Fist Fragment *1. Healer Points plus 5,000. Failure Penalty: the host will forever lose any connection with Yi Qingya and her unborn child, and will be hunted down by the Yi family to the ends of the earth. The generous reward stirred a ripple in Chun Yang's otherwise calm heart. The God and Demon Body skill has been repaired to 10%. This is more generous than any reward I've ever received for completing a task before. What's more, there's also a powerful-sounding Earth-level martial art. Crisis is indeed accompanied by tremendous opportunity. Qian Yang. Yi Qingya felt her hand being enveloped by his warm, large hand, and the panic in her heart calmed down a little, but the fear still lingered in her heart. She shook her head vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes. Listen to me, don't go. Let's leave now, get out of here, and go somewhere they can't find us. Qin Yang finally turned his head and looked at her beautiful face, which was filled with panic and pleading. He raised his other hand and gently wiped away the tears that were about to fall from the corner of her eye with his fingertips. His movements were very gentle. I have to go. His answer was only 3 words, but it was resolute. Yi Qingya's body stiffened. She looked into Chun Yang's eyes. In those deep eyes, there was no fear, no hesitation, only a resolute determination that felt unfamiliar to her. She suddenly understood. He will not back down. This man, from the very first day he appeared in her life, never backed down. Whether facing thugs or Qin Feng's provocations, he always stood in front of him. Tears, she couldn't hold back any longer, and slid down her smooth cheeks. But this time, it wasn't because of fear. She loosened her grip on his hand, and instead used both hands to squeeze him tightly back. As if she had made a major decision, she took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed all her panic and unease. When she spoke again, the tremor in her voice had disappeared, replaced by an astonishing calmness and clarity. Okay, I'll go with you. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. You can't go. He refused immediately. The other party's target is you. Taking her along will only put her in danger. No, I don't mean I'll go with you now. Yi Qingya shook her head, quickly sorting out her thoughts. At this moment, her clear eyes shone with the wisdom of a legitimate daughter of a noble family. There are too many people and too much attention here. Let's leave first. She grabbed Chun Yang, turned and left without even glancing at the butler again. The Yi family butler remained bowing and holding the invitation, his face expressionless, and he made no attempt to stop them. He knew very well that Chun Yang would come. The crowd automatically parted to make way for them. Chun Yang followed Yi Qingya, quickly crossing the square and disappearing from everyone's sight, arriving at a secluded lakeside in the academy. An autumn breeze swept across the lake, carrying a hint of coolness. Yi Qingya stopped and turned around, her expression more serious than ever before. Qin Yang, listen carefully. You must remember every single word that comes next. This is about whether you can leave Qingyun Manor alive tonight. She wasn't exaggerating at all. Seeing her solemn expression, Qin Yang also abandoned his composure and nodded seriously. My third uncle, Yi Hong, is in charge of criminal law and external affairs in the Yi family. He is a man who values rules the most and is also the most skilled at using rules to kill people. Yi Qingya spoke quickly, but her words were clear and logical. So, when you go tonight, you absolutely cannot go as an ordinary freshman. She took a step forward, closing the distance between herself and Chunyang to the point where they could almost feel each other's breath. She stretched out her slender fingers and began to straighten his collar, which was slightly disheveled from the test, her movements careful and focused. A faint, orchid-like fragrance wafted from her hair and lingered around Chunyang's nose. You must go as the prospective son-in-law of the Yi family. She raised her head, her beautiful eyes looking directly at Chunyang. This is your only protection tonight. Future son-in-law. Chunyang raised an eyebrow. Yes. Ye Vingya nodded vigorously. You and I already have child. This is no secret among the Yi family's upper echelons. According to the Yi family's ancestral teachings, as long as the bloodline is confirmed, you're the undisputed son-in-law of the Yi family. No matter how much your third uncle wants to kill you, he has to consider the Yi family's reputation and ancestral rules. He can't kill a prospective son-in-law without a reason. As she spoke, she smoothed his collar, her fingers inadvertently brushing against his neck, bringing a slightly cool and ticklish sensation. Her cheeks flushed a light pink again from being so close, but she forced herself to ignore it. However, he will definitely try to make you make mistakes and break the rules so that he can punish you with a legitimate reason. Her hand slid down his collar and gently pressed against his chest. Through the thin t-shirt, he could clearly feel the warmth of her palm and the soft touch. Therefore, you must remember that from the moment you step into Qingyun Manor, your every word and action must be in accordance with your status as the prospective son-in-law of the Yi family. How should we perform? Jianyang asked. Yiqingya bit her lower lip, seemingly considering her words. Her slightly pouting, rosy lips gleamed alluringly in the sunlight, causing Chunyang's gaze to linger for an extra second. You can't be obsequious, or he'll look down on you and think you're not good enough for me or the Yi family bloodline. We can't be too arrogant, or we'll give others a handle to use against us, and they'll accuse us of disrespecting our elders. Her hand was still on his chest, as if she had forgotten to pull it back. You need to show a kind of... She furrowed her delicate brows, as if searching for the right word. Be neither humble nor arrogant, but carry the pride that belongs to our lineage in your bones. She suddenly thought of something, and her eyes lit up. That's right. You should imitate my father. Your father? Yes. My father is the eldest son of the Yi family, but he's indifferent to conflict and has no real power in the family. He has been in seclusion for many years. My third uncle has always disliked him, but he can't do anything about it. The more Yiqingya talked about it, the better she felt the idea was. When my father was with my third uncle, he was always very calm. He would say 10 things, and he would reply with one, but every word he said would leave my third uncle speechless for a long time. Just show that same confidence you had when you got a perfect score on the theory test, that kind of confidence that treats everyone else like idiots. Jianyang. So this is how she sees me. He looked at her face, radiant with excitement, and felt a warmth in his heart at her vivid beauty. She really put a lot of effort into planning for herself. Also, my third uncle likes to set traps for people at dinner parties. Yiqingya's expression turned serious again. He might ask you a lot of tricky questions about martial arts, about your family background, about your plans for the future. You don't need to be afraid of martial arts. You understand it better than any of them. Her little face was filled with pride, as if she were the one who had gotten a perfect score. Regarding your family background, just say you're an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. There's no need to hide this. He's definitely already found out. The more open you are, the more he'll think you're selfless. As for future plans, she paused for a moment, then tiptoed slightly and whispered in Chunyang's ear, using a breath that only the two of them could hear. If he asks, just tell him that your only plan is to take care of me and the children. The warm breath brushed against Chunyang's earlobe, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. He could even smell the sweet scent of her breath. This distance is too close. With just a slight tilt of his head, he could touch her full, moist lips. Chunyang's heart skipped a beat. Yiqingya seemed to realize how ambiguous the position was, and her cheeks turned bright red in an instant, like a ripe apple. She hurriedly took a step back, creating distance, and dared not look Chunyang in the eye again. In short, you need to make him feel that you have no interest in the power and status of the Yi family, and that all you want is me. Her voice was barely audible. Only in this way will he temporarily put aside his desire to kill you. Because in the eyes of someone in power, a son-in-law without ambition is the safest son-in-law. Qinyang looked at her embarrassed, yet trying to be calm appearance, and found her extremely adorable. He reached out and gently stroked the tip of her pert nose. Understood, my dear wife. The word, my dear wife, sent a shiver through Yi Qingya's heart, and a warm feeling instantly spread throughout her body. She looked up, and his smiling face was reflected in her moist eyes. All the unease and fear were replaced at this moment by a feeling called peace of mind. You're not allowed to yell like that. She glared at him reproachfully, but her shyness was impossible to hide. The last little bit. Yi Qingya took a deep breath to calm her wildly beating heart. My third uncle loves to intimidate people with his aura. He will likely test you with his peak internal energy level the moment he sees you. You must hold on and absolutely cannot show any weakness. Once you are overwhelmed by his aura, your status as a future son-in-law will become a joke, and he will have plenty of ways to deal with you afterward. Understand? Qinyang nodded. Is it the pressure from the peak of the transformation realm? He smiled softly. He was really looking forward to it. I'm not by your side, so you must be careful. Yi Qingya was still worried and repeatedly reminded everyone of the Yi family's rules and taboos. For example, how to greet a certain elder, where not to wander into certain places, and what kinds of words should never be said. She spoke until her throat was dry, but Qinyang listened with great interest. Seeing her nervousness, worry, and plans for him, a tender spot in his heart was deeply touched. Is this what home feels like? Someone cares. Someone is concerned. Very nice. Okay, I've memorized it all. Qinyang held her hand and looked at her intently. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back before dark. His words carried a convincing power. Yi Qingya looked at him and finally nodded vigorously. She took out a brand new black long robe from her storage bracelet. It was simple in style and made of exquisite materials. Change to this. She handed the clothes to Qinyang. This is what I prepared for you before. When you go to the Yi family, you can't dress too casually. There was a hint of shyness in her voice. Qinyang took the clothes. They felt warm and smooth to the touch, clearly indicating they were quite valuable. He looked at her and suddenly spoke. Close your eyes. Yi Qingya asked, puzzled. I'm changing my clothes, Qinyang said succinctly. Yi Qingya's face instantly turned red to the roots of her ears. She let out a soft, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and abruptly turned around, her back to him, her heart pounding wildly. Chapter 23, Dress Change. My wife personally crafted my future son-in-law battle robe. The night breeze was cool, carrying the damp scent of the lake. Yi Qingya's cheeks burnet. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she turned around abruptly, her back to Qinyang. My heart started pounding uncontrollably, almost leaping out of my throat. She could hear the rustling sound of fabric rubbing against each other behind her. The t-shirt was taken off. The sound of a zipper zipping up casual pants. His muscular chest, flat stomach, and long, straight legs kept flashing into my mind. All right, his calm voice came from behind me. Yi Qingya trembled as if she had done something wrong. After several seconds, she seemed to have mustered up a lot of courage and slowly, little by little, turned around. When her gaze fell on him again, she skipped a beat. The man before me had completely changed. That ordinary t-shirt and casual pants were replaced by a well-tailored black long shirt. The long gown has a simple and ancient style, yet also has a touch of modern minimalist design. There are no superfluous patterns, only barely visible cloud patterns embroidered in dark thread on the collar and cuffs. The warm and sophisticated fabric perfectly outlined his broad shoulders and slender waist. The previous slightly casual and lazy temperament has been tempered by this outfit, transforming into a restrained and profound sense of composure. He simply stood there casually, yet he exuded an indescribable air of nobility and majesty. He has lost some of the approachability of a boy next door, but gained more of the composure and indifference of a young master from a prominent family. This is the kind of person she envisioned her future son-in-law to be. Yi Qingya's heart inexplicably quickened. She suddenly realized that her previous worries seemed somewhat unnecessary. This man seemed born to stand at that height, to be admired by everyone. It was evening. A black Hongqi sedan silently glided to the lakeside and stopped in front of the two people. The car body was as black as ink, with smooth and dignified lines, reflecting a cold light in the afterglow of the setting sun. The car door opened, and the Yi family's butler got out of the driver's seat, still looking as meticulous as ever. He opened the back door and gestured for the two of them to enter, without saying a word. Yi Qingya took Chun Yang's hand and got into the back seat of the car. The interior is spacious with soft and comfortable leather seats, and the air is filled with a blend of premium leather and a faint sandalwood scent. The car started smoothly and merged into the traffic. Yi Qingya was still very nervous. She held Chun Yang's hand tightly. Her palms were cold and covered with fine sweat. She kept rehearsing everything that might happen tonight in her mind, considering every possible response. Qinyang, however, appeared very relaxed. He leaned back in his chair, his other hand holding hers, using his body heat to gently warm her cold fingertips. His gaze fell on the city lights rushing past the window, his face showing no sign of tension. This composure calmed Yi Qingya's wildly beating heart a little. She leaned closer, gently resting her head on his shoulder, inhaling the clean scent emanating from him, a blend of the fragrance of grass and the aroma of new clothes. Chen Yang. Are you really not afraid? She asked softly. Why be afraid? Chen Yang didn't look at her, his voice calm. Isn't it perfectly natural to have dinner at your future father-in-law's house? Yiving. That's not my father-in-law. That's my third uncle. Yi Qingya was both angry and amused by his matter-of-fact tone. They're all the same, Chen Yang said. Yi Qingya was speechless. Well, this man's thought process is sometimes truly unusual. The car gradually drove away from the bustling city center, heading uphill along the winding mountain road. The lights outside the window grew increasingly sparse, replaced by a dense forest. A dozen minutes later, a brightly lit manor appeared on the mountaintop. Qingyan Mountain Villa. The manor's gate is in the style of an ancient archway, carved from a single piece of white marble, and is magnificent in appearance. Two enormous stone pylons guard the entrance, appearing majestic and solemn under the lamplight. The car didn't stop and drove straight into the manor. A wide road winds through meticulously manicured gardens. Along both sides of the road are pavilions, towers, bridges, and streams, with a beautiful view at every turn, exuding the grandeur and cultural heritage of an ancient royal palace. But beneath this luxury, Chun Yang keenly sensed a completely different atmosphere, cold and oppressive. It was as if the entire manor was a giant beast lurking in the darkness, with countless eyes watching them from the shadows. His divine sense spread out, and he could clearly perceive that behind those artificial hills, in the shadows of the eaves, and in the dense canopy of trees, there were hidden auras of varying strengths. Those auras carried undisguised scrutiny, curiosity, and a faint hostility. This is not home. This is a heavily guarded fortress. The car finally stopped in front of a brightly lit main building. A manager, who looked to be in his 50s and was wearing a gray short-sleeved jacket, was already waiting at the bottom of the steps. He wore a professional smile, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Miss Qingya, you're back. The steward bowed impeccably. Clifu. Yi Qingya nodded in response. The manager's gaze swept over Chun Yang seemingly casually, lingering for less than a second before moving away. That glance carried a scrutinizing quality, but also a hint of barely perceptible disdain. The third elder is waiting in the main hall. Please follow me. Uncle Fu led the way, while Yi Qingya, holding Chun Yang's arm, followed behind. Walking through a long corridor, you walk on smooth, mirror-like bluestone slabs. Miss Qingya, this training ground next to you is where young Master Xingqian trains daily. Uncle Fu suddenly stopped and pointed to a wide square outside the corridor, introducing it with a smile. The training ground was paved with a special alloy, which gleamed with a cold metallic sheen under the lights. There were also some scratches of varying depths on it, as if it had just experienced a fierce battle. Yi Qingya's heart tightened suddenly. They've arrived. This was a clumsy yet direct show of force. Yi Xingqian is the son of her second uncle and the most outstanding genius of the Yi family in this generation. He is hailed as the future hope of the Yi family. Seeing Yi Qingya's face change instantly, Uncle Fu's smile deepened, and he continued in a proud tone. It's quite a coincidence that young Master Xingqian was here just yesterday, giving guidance to a visiting senior at the peak of the transformation realm. His voice wasn't loud, but he pronounced the words guidance and peak of mastery very clearly. His words were full of praise for Yi Xingqian and blatant criticism of Chun Yang. He's just a freshman. Even if he breaks a record in the college, so what? In the face of true geniuses from prestigious families, they ultimately cannot compare. After speaking, Uncle Fu kept his eyes fixed on Chen Yang, trying to see shock, inferiority, or even the slightest emotional fluctuation on his face. However, he was disappointed. Chen Yang's face was expressionless. He simply glanced calmly at the enormous training ground and then spoke softly. The lawn is well maintained. Uncle Fu's smile froze for a moment. Lawn? Who mentioned a lawn? The focus is on the martial arts arena. It's young Master Xingqian. He's at the peak of the transformation realm. He felt as if his carefully prepared punch had landed on cotton, and the feeling of having no leverage left him feeling frustrated. Yi Qingya held Chen Yang's arm and could clearly feel his composure. She couldn't resist gently scratching his palm with her fingertips. This man always manages to make the most unexpected moves in the most tense moments. Uncle Fu took a deep breath, suppressed his displeasure, and put on his professional smile again. Mr. Qinyang, you're really humorous. He led the two of them forward, but his back view was noticeably more stiff than before. Finally, they arrived at the entrance to the main hall. It was an extremely spacious hall with a high ceiling and a huge crystal chandelier that illuminated the entire hall as brightly as day. The room is furnished entirely with expensive mahogany furniture, simple yet dignified. The air is filled with the delicate fragrance of fine Longjing tea. A man sat upright in a main seat in the center of the hall. He looked to be in his 40s with a refined appearance. He wore a dark gray handmade tang suit and gold-rimmed glasses, making him look more like a university professor than a ruthless figure in charge of family criminal law. He is Yi Hong, the third elder of the Yi family. Hearing footsteps, Yi Hong looked up. When he saw Yi Qingya, a kind smile immediately bloomed on his serious face, as if he had seen his long-lost niece. Qingya is back. Come here and sit with your third uncle. His voice was gentle and full of the love of an elder. Yi Qingya's heart sank to the bottom. She knows her third uncle too well. The more benevolent his smile, the stronger his murderous intent. She didn't move, still holding Chen Yang's arm, standing in the same spot. Yi Hong's gaze finally shifted from Yi Qingya to Qin Yang beside her. In that instant, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. The smile on his face did not disappear. But behind that smile lurked something sharp as a hawk's, cold, ruthless, and carrying a sense of judgment. He did not let Qin Yang sit down. She didn't even look at him directly. He simply gestured again towards the empty seat next to Yi Qingya. Come over. This time, his voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Yi Qingya's body trembled slightly. She knew she couldn't stand there any longer. Otherwise, it would be blatant disobedience to his elders, which would bring Chen Yang even greater trouble. She let go of Chen Yang's hand and walked step by step to sit down next to Yi Hong. In an instant, Chen Yang was left all alone in the huge main hall, standing forlornly in the center of the hall. Pressure from all directions silently converged on him. Yi Hong did not speak again. He picked up the cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea in front of him. He didn't drink it. He used the cup lid to gently skim off the tea leaves floating on the surface of the water, his movements slow and elegant. Once, twice, 3 times. After skimming off the tea leaves, he brought the teacup to his nose, closed his eyes, and slowly inhaled the aroma of the tea. The entire hall was eerily quiet. The only sounds were the crisp clinking of porcelain when he turned the lid of the cup, and the occasional satisfied inhale from his nose. He is enjoying tea. This silent pressure was also exerting immense weight on the young man standing in the hall. He wants to see when he can't hold on any longer. Will they move their feet nervously? Will I still be unable to resist speaking up and breaking this suffocating silence? Or perhaps, under this invisible pressure, their legs will go weak and they will make a complete fool of themselves? Uncle Fu, standing to the side, had already straightened his back, ready to enjoy a good show at any moment. Yi Qingya sat next to Yi Hong, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Her hands, resting on her knees, were so tightly that her knuckles turned blue. Every second felt incredibly long to her. She dared not look at Chen Yang, afraid that she would be unable to resist pleading for him, which would completely fall in her third uncle's trap. However, Qin Yang simply stood there. He stood very straight but not stiffly. His hands hung naturally at his sides. He didn't look around or down at his toes. He simply and calmly admired a landscape painting hanging on the wall directly in front of him. The painting was magnificent and skillfully executed, clearly the work of a master. He just stared at it, seemingly captivated by the atmosphere of the painting, completely oblivious to the environment he was in and the terrifying figure he was facing. Time passed, second by second. Yihong finally stopped moving. He slowly placed the almost untouched cup of tea back onto the mahogany tea table in front of him. Despair. A soft sound. In the deathly silent hall. It was as clear as a thunderclap. He raised his head, and for the first time, his eyes behind those gold-rimmed glasses looked directly at Shenyang, who was standing in the hall. A gentle smile still lingered on his lips, but there was no warmth left in that smile. Chapter 24, Grandmaster's Intimidation. Sorry, you're not even worthy of giving me a massage. Young man, have some self-control. Yihong spoke, his voice still steady. However, willpower alone cannot put food on the table. The moment the words fell, an invisible, extremely heavy pressure suddenly descended. The air in the entire hall seemed to be sucked out in an instant, and then solidified into a tangible substance. The landscape painting hanging on the wall moved slightly without any wind, making a soft, rustling sound. The light from the crystal chandelier seemed to have dimmed. Grandmaster's Intimidation. It is a terrifying pressure belonging to the peak of the transformation realm, capable of directly crushing a person's spirit and will. Yi Qingya felt as if her heart was being gripped by an invisible hand, and her breathing became incredibly difficult. She felt like a small boat adrift in a raging storm, about to be torn to pieces by this force at any moment. She was filled with horror and desperately tried to look at Shenyang, but her neck felt like it was filled with lead, and she couldn't even turn it. Uncle Fu, standing to the side, wore a cruel, gleeful expression. He had seen far too many people collapse under the third elder's oppressive aura, kneeling and begging for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. He was expecting this arrogant brat to kneel on the ground the next second. However, despite being at the center of the oppressive aura, Shenyang didn't even flinch. The moment that overwhelming spiritual energy touched his body, his divine demon body, activated on its own. A barely perceptible golden halo flowed beneath his skin like ripples on water. The terrifying pressure that could shatter the minds of ordinary martial artists fell upon him like a spring breeze sweeping across a hillside. It didn't cause the slightest ripple. He even felt somewhat comfortable. It was like getting a perfectly timed massage. So he smiled slightly at Yihong, who was sitting in the main seat. That smile was serene and nonchalant. That smile was calm and unhurried. Yihong's eyes, behind his glasses, involuntarily narrowed slightly. How was that possible? The sect leader's pressure that he unleashed with all his might was completely ineffective against a young man who was not even 20 years old. This kid is like a stubborn rock thrown into the sea. No matter how big the wind and waves are, he remains unmoved. Yihong didn't believe in superstition. The power within his body surged once more, and the intensity of his pressure rose again. The mahogany furniture in the hall began to creak under the weight of the furniture. Yi Qingya's face was as pale as paper, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. But Shenyang remained standing there. The smile on his face hadn't even changed. He was still looking at the landscape painting, as if to say, "Your performance is not as good as this painting." Yihong's breathing became erratic for a moment. He finally understood that this kind of mental suppression had no effect on the young man in front of him. He slowly withdrew his oppressive aura. The air in the hall began to circulate again. Yi Qingya gasped for breath, her eyes filled with worry and an indescribable shock as she looked at Shenyang. The smile on Yihong's face vanished completely. The mask of hypocrisy was torn off, revealing the cold and gloomy true face behind it. Very good. He uttered 2 words, each one seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. Since you won't accept our toast, let's talk business. He took a document from the drawer beside him and threw it on the coffee table. 100 million in cash. 10% of the shares in a listed company with a market value of 2 billion. These are enough for someone like you to live a life of luxury and enjoy all the riches and honors in the world. His words carried an air of condescending charity. He didn't even bother to ask Shenyang's opinion. He was simply stating a deal he felt he couldn't refuse. I only have one condition. He paused, raised his hand, and pointed at Yi Qingya. Leave her, and from now on, never appear in her world again. The air froze again. Yi Qingya's heart was in her throat. She stared intently at Shenyang, afraid of seeing even the slightest hesitation on his face. Shenyang didn't look at the contract that was enough to drive anyone crazy. His gaze passed over Yi Hong and landed on Yi Qingya's beautiful face, which was filled with tension and unease. Then he spoke. Qingya and the children are my life. No matter what you offer, you can't take it away. His voice was calm, without any grand pronouncements or affectation. He was simply stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. This answer instantly brought tears to Yi Qingya's eyes. This also ignited Yi Hong's anger completely. Ha ha ha! Yi Hong laughed in extreme anger, his laughter sharp and cold, echoing in the hall. Good. What a romantic. What a man of principle. He suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the mahogany coffee table. Bang! The sturdy mahogany tea table cracked instantly, and the precious Longjing teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Since you refuse to listen to reason and are forced to drink the penalty cup, then don't blame me for breaking your bones one by one. Yi Hong's face was contorted with anger. I've changed my mind. He stared intently at Chun Yang, speaking slowly and deliberately. You won't have to fight Yi Xingchen in the family competition in half a month. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingya was overjoyed. No need to fight Yi Xingchen anymore. Did Uncle 3 back down? However, Yi Hong's next words made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her whole body turning cold. Your opponent, it's Yi Xingchen, plus all the top 10 members of my Yi family's younger generation. What you need to do is to overwhelm them all with a relentless attack. If you can do that, I will acknowledge your identity. If you can't do it, his words were filled with undisguised murderous intent. You and that bastard child in your ignorant mother's womb will both disappear from this world completely. The words bastard child were like the most poisonous needle, piercing Yi Qingya's heart. Her body trembled violently, and all the color drained from her face. This is an open conspiracy. This is a deadly, open conspiracy. The top 10 members of the Yi family's younger generation are all geniuses chosen from among hundreds, plus Yi Xingchen, whose strength is unfathomable. A war of attrition? Let alone Chen Yang. Even a renowned grandmaster would have no chance of surviving such a drain. This leaves him absolutely no way out. Despair overwhelmed Yi Qingya like a tidal wave. Just then, that vicious word bastard struck her like a lightning bolt, shattering her fear-filled mind. She dredged up a family rule that she had long forgotten from the depths of her memory. That was her last and only hope. An unprecedented surge of courage welled up within her. For herself, for Chun Yang, and even more so for the child in her womb. She suddenly stood up from her seat, facing Yi Hong's cold eyes. Third uncle. Her voice trembled with excitement, yet remained exceptionally clear. According to Article 72 of Chapter 3 of the Yi Family Rules, any prospective in-law who makes a great contribution to the family or has extraordinary potential that is enough to bring glory to the family will have the opportunity to enter the Emu Cave Heaven for a month of cultivation. He clearly hadn't expected that the usually gentle Yi Qingya would dare to use clan rules to refute him at such a time. Yi Qingya didn't give him time to react. She straightened her back and continued to speak loudly. Chen Yang, as a transfer student, broke the Martial Arts Academy's historical records in theory, strength, and speed on his very first day of school, becoming the undisputed top freshman. Isn't such potential extraordinary enough? He is qualified. Every word was powerful, and every sentence made sense. Yi Hong's expression turned extremely ugly. He loved using rules to kill people, but today he found himself outmaneuvered by the very rules he loved most. Emu Cave Heaven is one of the most important cultivation holy sites of the Yi family. The Emu spiritual energy within it has miraculous effects on martial arts cultivation. This regulation does exist, but it hasn't been used for many years. Looking at his niece, who had become brave and even somewhat aggressive in order to protect her man, his murderous intent intensified. But he couldn't refute it, because what Yi Qingya said was all true. In the entire Yi family, rules are paramount. Good. After a long silence, Yi Hong squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Good. Very good. He sneered and resumed his arrogant demeanor. I'm giving you that chance. I'd like to see what kind of trouble you can cause in a Mirimu Grotto Heaven in just 1 month. He didn't look at the two of them again, abruptly flicked his sleeve, turned around, and strode away. The cold voice still echoed in the empty hall. Uncle Fu, see the guest out. Chapter 25. My wife's nightgown slipped down, and I realized. New skill. Deadly crisis is locking in. Uncle Fu stood hunched over beside the mess, barely daring to breathe. He watched helplessly as the third elder, Yi Hong, turned and left, the fury in his back almost setting the main building ablaze. This third elder, who held absolute power in the Yi family and wielded the power of life and death, had not lost his composure like this in many years. He then looked at the young man who was still standing in the center of the hall. Qinyang. This name will likely cause a huge uproar in the entire Yi family after tonight. Uncle Fu's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, and his clothes were sticky. He had previously held a degree of disdain and a bit of a let's see what happens attitude, but now that thought had been completely replaced by horror. He remained unfazed by the intimidating presence of a grandmaster and treated billions of dollars as nothing. Who exactly is this young man? Uncle Fu dared not think any further. He didn't dare say another word, but bowed deeply to Qinyang and Yi Qingya with an even more humble and even reverent attitude than when he arrived. Miss Qingya, Mr. Qinyang, please. Without realizing it, his form of address changed from Mr. Qinyang to a more respectful one, and his attitude underwent a complete transformation. He personally escorted the two out of the main building and put them in a black Hongqi sedan. The car door closed, shutting out the curious or wary gazes from inside the manor. Inside the car, the atmosphere was no longer as heavy and suffocating as it had been when they arrived. Yi Qingya clung tightly to Qinyang's arm, almost shrinking into his embrace, as if she wanted to meld herself into his body. Her body was still trembling slightly, but it wasn't out of fear, but out of lingering fear and excitement at surviving a close call. The adrenaline slowly subsided, leaving only endless fatigue and relief. She buried her face in his shoulder, greedily inhaling his clean, comforting scent, a blend of grassy and fresh fabric, which became the most effective tranquilizer in the world at that moment. Only after the car smoothly drove out of the magnificent gates of Qinyan Manor, leaving that cold fortress completely behind, did she finally regain her strength and slowly raise her head. Only a dim light was on inside the car. The light was soft, reflecting in her eyes, which had just been crying, making them glisten and shine with an astonishing brightness. We won. Her voice was slightly hoarse from the intense battle, and every word was filled with unbelievable joy. Qinyang turned his head and looked at her quietly, looking at her pretty face, stained with tears yet radiant with excitement. It was like a flower washed clean after the rain, fragile yet beautiful. He raised his hand and gently, bit by bit, wiped away the dried tears from her cheeks with his warm fingertips. His movements were very gentle, with a tender care that seemed to soothe a precious treasure. It's just the first round, he said calmly. Right. Yi Qingyan nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance. Round one. She knew that, given her third Uncle Yi Hong's personality, he would definitely not let this go. That 1-against-10 battle was the sword of Damocles hanging over her and Qinyang's heads. But today, they finally snatched a sliver of life from Yi Hong's grasp, managing to snatch it away from the jaws of death. Imu Cave Heaven. That was the only hope she could think of, their only bargaining chip to turn the tide. Her gaze was fixed on Qinyang's face, and she couldn't get enough of looking at him. Qinyang. You were really amazing just now. As she recalled the scenes in the hall, her heart began to race uncontrollably, and a beautiful blush rose to her cheeks. Whether facing Yi Hong's overwhelming pressure as a grandmaster or the immense wealth that could drive anyone mad, this man remained steadfast throughout. He stood there, like a pine tree rooted in a cliff, unmoved by wind and rain. That composure, that calmness captivated her. That 100 million and shares in the listed company. She leaned closer and asked in a low voice. Even she herself thought the question was a little silly, but she couldn't help wanting to hear his answer again. Are you really? Not even a little bit tempted? Qinyang did not answer immediately. The car was quiet. He could hear her soft breathing and smell the faint orchid fragrance in her hair. He simply reached out his other hand, enveloped her slightly cold little hand in his palm, and then pulled her closer to him. He lowered his head and brought his lips close to her ear. His warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, bringing a tingling sensation that made her involuntarily shrink her neck. I told you. His voice was low, with a magnetic vibration that traveled through her ear and into her heart. Qingya and the children are my life. No matter what you offer, you can't take it away. The same words, word for word. When I heard in the lobby during the day, I was shocked and moved. But at this moment, in this small, private, and dimly lit space, hearing it from him again caused Yi Qingya's defenses to collapse completely in an instant. An indescribable warmth surged from the softest part of her heart, spreading fiercely throughout her body, making her feel warm all over. My eyes welled up with tears, and new tears welled up uncontrollably again. She could no longer control herself. Her body reacted before her reason. She leaned in and gently pressed her lips to the one she had longed for so long, the one she had just been sketching in her mind. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, they part ways in an instant. After making this extremely daring move, her cheeks flushed bright red, as if they were about to bleed. She lowered her head in a panic, burying her face in his chest, not daring to look at him again, like a child who had stolen candy and was afraid of being discovered, her heart pounding wildly. Qinyang was stunned for a moment. The amazing softness and a faint sweetness still lingered on my lips. He could even clearly feel her long, slightly trembling eyelashes brushing against his cheek as she pressed her lips to his. The air inside the car suddenly became ambiguous, and the temperature seemed to rise. The Yi family butler, who was driving, saw the whole scene through the rearview mirror. His grip on the steering wheel tightened unconsciously. Then he immediately looked away, as if he had been burned, staring straight ahead at the road. He remained silent the entire way, barely daring to breathe, and drove the car smoothly back to the entrance of the martial arts academy. Then, without saying a word, he watched the two get out of the car, quickly turn around, and drove away, as if some ferocious beast was chasing him. The next 3 days were the last moments of calm before the storm. There are only 3 days left before we can enter the Emu Cave Heaven. Qinyang seized every minute and every second. During the day, he spent almost all his time in the magnificent library of the Martial Arts Academy. With the terrifying memory and comprehension granted by the divine demon body, he absorbed all the basic knowledge of this era about martial arts, formations, elixirs, and demonic beasts like a sponge thrown into the ocean. Yi Qingya also accompanied him. She didn't disturb him, but quietly read some books about pregnancy and parenting at another table not far away. Sunlight streamed in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting dappled shadows on the wooden floor. The library was quiet, with only the occasional rustling of pages turning. Qinyang read very quickly, skimming through the thick, illustrated compendium of monsters almost at a glance, turning the pages rapidly. Yi Qingya occasionally looked up and saw his focus profile, the sunlight casting a soft golden hue on his features. He would suddenly stop, then look up, his gaze precisely finding her among the bookshelves. The two exchanged a smile, saying nothing, but everything was understood without being spoken. That tranquil and warm understanding filled Yi Qingya's heart with sweetness. Every night, he would return to Yi Qingya's residence. It was a private apartment allocated to the tutor by the college. It was a small one-bedroom apartment, but she decorated it to be exceptionally cozy. These 3 days became a tacit understanding between the two of them, a world for just the two of them. It was late at night. Only one dim floor lamp was on in the apartment, its light as soft as melting honey. Yi Qingya changed into a loose, light pink silk nightgown and leaned back on the soft sofa. Her lower abdomen was already slightly protruding with soft curves. She fell asleep. She had been on edge for the past few days, but now she finally relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Long eyelashes cast a beautiful shadow under her eyelids, and her breathing was even and long. Qinyang sat cross-legged on the thick carpet, leaning against the sofa, and gently rested his head on her legs. The position was quite peculiar, allowing him to press his cheek against her protruding belly. Through the silky fabric, he could clearly feel the little life inside his belly, occasionally moving restlessly and gently nudging his face. It was a wonderful feeling, a connection through blood that couldn't be described in words. It is the continuation of life, his deepest bond with this world. He neither practiced cultivation nor read books. He spoke in a very low, soft voice, telling stories so ancient they had long been forgotten. Long, long ago, before heaven and earth were separated, the universe was like a giant egg filled with chaos. There was a giant named Pangu who slept inside the egg for 18,000 years. When he woke up, he felt suffocated, so he picked up a large axe and chopped it open with all his might, and the egg cracked open. The light and clear things rose and became the sky, while the heavy and turbid things sank and became the earth. He was talking about myths and legends from his past life that had long been lost to the river of time. He didn't know if the baby in his belly could hear him. But perhaps this can also be considered a unique form of prenatal education unique to him, the immortal emperor and his foster father. He gently reached out his hand, his broad, warm palm covering Yi Qingya's lower abdomen. The silk nightgown was smooth and had a delicate, cool touch, but under his palms, he could clearly feel the warmth of her skin and the pulse of her life. As Yi Qingya slept, she seemed to sense something, stretched out her body, unconsciously adjusted to a more comfortable position, and slept even more soundly. As she moved, her skirt slipped down slightly, revealing a section of her fair and delicate calves, which gleamed with a warm, ivory-like sheen under the dim light. Her ankles were slender, and her toes were round and adorable. Xinyang's breathing stopped for a moment. His gaze slid from her serene and beautiful sleeping face to her graceful collarbone, and then to her curves, which were even more full and voluptuous due to her pregnancy and encased in her nightgown. This woman is about to become the mother of his child. This woman, for his sake, did not hesitate to defy the powerful family elders. This woman is the treasure that Xinyang must protect with his life. He slowly leaned down and placed an incredibly gentle kiss on her forehead, like a feather falling, as if afraid of disturbing her dream. Guard. These two words had never been so clear, so heavy in his heart. He wants to become stronger. We must become stronger. Become stronger than anyone else. She is strong enough to mercilessly crush all enemies who covet her and harm her. It is strong enough to provide them, mother and child, with an absolutely safe sky that will never be disturbed by wind and rain. This resolute thought, gathered wildly in his chest, rose, burned, and reached an unprecedented peak. Just then, Xinyang's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. A nameless, faint unease, like a fine feather, drifted across the lake of his heart. He frowned slightly, trying to sense it carefully, but the unease vanished without a trace, as if it were just an illusion. Am I overthinking things? He refocused his attention on Yi Qingya and the child. However, it was precisely at this moment, when his will to protect was at its strongest, that he was able to achieve his goal. A voice, tinged with excitement, suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding! Host Protective will has reached its peak. Temporary skill unlocked. Bloodline warning. Skill name, Bloodline warning. Skill type, temporary passive skill. Skill description, when a blood relative of the host, currently limited to Yi Qingya and her unborn child, encounters fatal danger or is subjected to a malicious curse or plot, the host will receive an early warning. The intensity of the warning is directly proportional to the level of danger. Duration, until the crisis is over. Chapter 26 Crisis Locked. My mother-in-law's belongings turns out to be my life-saving trump card. Xinyang's pupils contracted slightly. So, that feeling of unease I had just felt wasn't just my imagination. This skill came at just the right time. While he prepared for the impending danger, undercurrents were already swirling within the Yi family. The Yi family's residence is located in a secluded courtyard. Bang! A fine blue and white porcelain vase was smashed to the ground and shattered into countless pieces. Outrageous! This is an utter disgrace. Yi Tianyu's face was contorted and his chest heaved violently. He was the son of the second elder of the Yi family and considered himself a chosen one of heaven. He had never suffered such humiliation before. A wild boy who appeared out of nowhere not only stole his betrothed Yi Qingya, but now he even wants to enter one of the Yi family's most sacred cultivation grounds, Imu Cave Heaven. What right does a bastard from another family have? What right does he have to defile our Yi family's sacred ground? Yi Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. Beside him, a thin, ordinary-looking young man was bending down, carefully picking up the broken pieces on the ground. His name is Yi Ming, and he is a member of a collateral branch of the Yi family. In the talented Yi family, he was of mediocre talent and weak strength. His only advantage was that he knew how to read people's expressions and how to please a direct descendant like Yi Tianyu. Brother Tianyu, calm down. It's not worth getting angry over someone like that. As Yi Ming tidied up, he spoke in a resentful tone. I heard that the third elder only agreed to that kid because Miss Qingya used clan rules to force him. It's really siding with outsiders. This statement only added fuel to the fire. Yi Tianyu kicked over the chair next to him. Ye Vingya, that bitch. Why get my chance? I'll make her wish she were dead. Yi Ming's eyes darted around, and he moved closer. Brother Tianyu, actually, we're not entirely without options. He lowered his voice, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Oh, Yi Tianyu stopped what he was doing and squinted at him. Yi Ming continued. Although the Emu Cave Heaven is rich in spiritual energy, it is not absolutely safe inside. Some powerful wood-type demonic beasts also inhabit its depths. In previous years, when clansmen went in to cultivate, they needed elders to accompany and protect them. I happened to be one of the people accompanying them this time. Yi Tianyu immediately understood what was going on. You intend to make your move inside the cave. He then shook his head. No. Although third uncle hates that kid, he did agree to it himself. If something happens in the cave, third uncle will be the first to punish us. Don't worry, Brother Tianyu. Yi Ming's smile became even more sinister. Of course we can't do it ourselves. He carefully took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom. Upon opening the bottle, a strong, pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. This is beast blood essence. Yi Tianyu recognized the item. Exactly, Yi Ming said proudly. I obtained this from the black market at great cost. It was made from the heart blood of a third-tier peak demonic beast, the blood-patterned python. The demonic beasts in the Ewood Cave Heaven are nourished by the spiritual energy of Ewood year-round, and their temperament is relatively docile. But this beast blood lure is an irresistible temptation for them, as long as they secretly smear this stuff on that kid's body. A cruel smile appeared on Yi Ming's face. Those old geezers deep inside the cave will definitely go berserk if they smell this. When that happens, that kid will be torn to pieces by the demonic beasts, and no one will be able to find out anything. They'll just say he was unlucky and wandered into a forbidden area to use someone else to do one's dirty work. The dead can't testify. Yi Tianyu looked at Yi Ming, his fury gradually turning into a chilling smile. Yi Ming, you are very good. He patted Yi Ming on the shoulder. If this matter is accomplished, I will guarantee you entry into the inner sect of the family. From then on, you will be my person, Yi Tianyu's person. Yi Ming was overjoyed and trembled with excitement. Thank you so much, Brother Tianyu. Thank you so much, Brother Tianyu. I will definitely make sure that kid dies without a trace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The night before departure, the atmosphere in the apartment was somewhat somber. Yi Qingya didn't say anything, but silently helped Qinyang pack a small bag. A few changes of clothes, some high-energy compressed food, and a pot of water. Her movements were slow and meticulous, as if she wanted time to slow down. Qinyang sat beside her, quietly watching her, looking at her slightly furrowed brows, her tightly pursed lips, and the deep worry in her eyes that she couldn't hide no matter what. Finally, the luggage is packed. Yi Qingya zipped up her pants, but didn't get up immediately. She remained silent for a long time before taking something out of her storage bracelet and handing it to Qinyang. It was a jade pendant. It is entirely emerald green and crystal clear. Under the light, it seems as if there's flowing light moving within it. The jade pendant was shaped like a small leaf, and it felt warm to the touch, still carrying the warmth of her body. What is this? Qinyang asked. This is the heart of Ewood. Yi Qingya raised her head, her eyes already red. It is the only memento left to me by my mother. Qinyang's heart was gently touched. He could sense how important the jade pendant was to her. Take it back, it's too valuable. He tried to push the jade pendant back. Yi Qingya stubbornly shook her head and forced the jade pendant into his hand. She grasped his hand and enveloped it in her own. You must bring it. Her voice trembled slightly, leaving no room for refusal. The Emu Cave Heaven is the sacred ground of the Yi family's bloodline, and it strongly rejects all outsiders. Once you enter, you will be under tremendous pressure, and you will be constantly eroded by the Emu's spiritual energy, making it impossible for you to cultivate in peace. But this heart of Ewood was nurtured by my mother with her life, essence, and blood, and it contains the purest bloodline energy of the Yi family. Wearing it will allow you to temporarily simulate my bloodline and help you resist most of the repulsive forces. So that's how it is. She was paving the way for him. Qinyang gripped the jade pendant tightly in his hand. He could clearly feel a gentle energy slowly seeping out from the pendant, flowing throughout his body and making him feel incredibly comfortable. Besides, Yi Qingya bit her lip as if she had made a very difficult decision. She gazed into Chunyang's eyes and spoke, word by word. If you truly encounter a danger that you cannot resist, just crush it, and the energy sealed inside will instantly erupt, forming a protective shield that can withstand a full-force attack from a Grandmaster. That is, it can save your life. Her voice was already tinged with the heavy sobs of tears. Crush it. It's like crushing the last hope her mother left her. Chunyang's heart felt as if it had been violently clenched. He looked at her reddened eyes and her stubborn way of holding back her tears. 1,000 words were stuck in my throat. He didn't say anything more, but suddenly reached out and pulled her tightly into his arms. Yi Qingya's body stiffened. Then, she could no longer hold back, and all her strength and pretense completely collapsed at that moment. She buried her face deep in his chest, her hands gripping the back of his shirt tightly, and the tears she had suppressed for so long finally burst forth. Warm tears quickly soaked the front of his shirt. He could feel her body trembling violently in his arms. Chunyang did not try to persuade her. He simply held her tightly with one hand, and with the other hand, he gently stroked her soft, long hair again and again. He couldn't say anything. This hug was the only way he could tell her. He understands. He understands everything. For a long, long time, the crying in her arms gradually subsided. Yi Qingya lifted her head from his embrace, her eyes red and swollen, like a pitiful little rabbit. She wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. All the instructions, all the worries, all the reluctance to part have turned into this silent gaze. Chunyang looked down at her, looking at her face, which was streaked with tears, yet still breathtakingly beautiful. He held the warm, smooth jade pendant tightly in his hand. Her body heat still lingered on the jade pendant. He made a vow in his heart. Wait for me to come back. I will definitely come back alive with strength that matches yours. By then, no one in this world will be able to separate us. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the last tear from her face. His movements were very light and gentle, as if he were handling a rare treasure. Yi Qingya looked into his deep eyes and saw her own disheveled reflection in them. She suddenly stopped crying and started laughing. You must come back. Must. Chunyang released her and carefully hung the emerald green heart of wood around his neck, placing it close to his body. The jade pendant pressed against his chest, radiating warmth. That's not just energy. That was her heartbeat. It was her concern. Chapter 27, The Conspiracy Succeeded. A despicable face. I hope you survive in there. As dawn broke, the faint light of morning filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a soft band of light into the quiet room. Chunyang opened his eyes. He didn't get up immediately, but lay quietly, feeling the warm touch on his chest. The jade pendant, inscribed with the name Heart of Wood, had been worn close to his body all night and was now radiating a faint but continuous warmth in sync with his heartbeat. It wasn't cold energy, but a rhythm imbued with the breath of life, as if Yi Qingya's heartbeat was resonating with him across time and space. He turned his head to the side. The person beside him was still fast asleep. Yi Qingya curled up on her side, one arm under her face, the other hand unconsciously resting on her slightly protruding belly in a protective posture. In her sleep, she shed the dignified bearing of a refined lady and the resilience she displayed when facing formidable adversaries during the day. Her face was serene and gentle. Her long eyelashes hung quietly, casting a small, curved shadow on her delicate skin. Due to her sleeping position, the neckline of her pale pink silk nightgown was slightly askew, revealing her exquisite collarbone and a small patch of snow-white, smooth skin. It was a beauty that came from nowhere, pure and moving. Chunyang moved very quietly. He propped himself up, carefully and without making a sound. He simply looked at her, his gaze gliding from her peaceful, sleeping face, over the soft curves of her shoulders and neck, and finally settling on her hands that were protecting her lower abdomen. His children are there. His woman is here. He was about to venture into a den of dragons and tigers. What he was going to fight for was a glimmer of hope. All of this is to protect the peaceful scene before us. He leaned down, not to kiss her lips, but to gently place a kiss on her forehead, soft and warm. Just as he was about to get up, Yi Qingya's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, still misty with the moisture of someone just waking up, instantly cleared when they saw Chunyang so close to them, and all their worry and reluctance surged up. Are you leaving? Her voice was slightly hoarse. Well, it's about time. She didn't speak, but silently sat up, unaware that the strap of her nightgown had slipped off her rounded shoulders. She got out of bed barefoot, walked to the clothes rack, and took down the coat he had prepared the night before. She walked up to him, stood on tiptoe, and carefully straightened his collar, her fingers slender and her movements gentle. Are you all dressed properly? It's very humid in the mountains. You're dressed. Did you bring compressed biscuits and water? I brought it. She asked him questions one by one, and he answered them one by one. These were just ordinary words of advice, yet they filled the small apartment with the sadness of parting. She straightened his collar, but her hand didn't leave. Instead, she gently stroked the outline of the jade pendant beneath his shirt. Remember my words. She looked up at him, her watery eyes fixed on him. If it really comes down to no other choice, don't hesitate. Chen Yang grasped her cold little hand. There are no what-ifs. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable strength. I promised you I would come back. He saw the redness rising in her eyes and swallowed the rest of his words. No amount of assurance seems worthwhile at this moment. What he needs to do is prove everything with his actions. The soft sound of a car engine could be heard outside the window. It was the car from the Yi family that came to pick him up. The cold reality eventually shattered this moment of warmth. Yi Qingya saw him to the door, and the two stood inside without saying another word. Outside the door lies unknown danger. Inside the door, there's a warm sense of connection. Just one door separates two worlds. I'm leaving, Qinyang finally said. Yi Qingya nodded, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Qinyang turned around and opened the door. Just as he took a step, a soft hand tugged at the hem of his clothes from behind. He turned around. Yi Qingya stepped forward, stood on tiptoe, and used all her strength to give him a heavy kiss on the lips. Then, she quickly backed away and, before he could react, slammed the door shut. Chen Yang stood in the cold corridor, her warmth and a faint salty taste still lingering on his lips. He raised his hand and gently touched his lips. After a long while, he lowered his hand, turned around, and strode away. His back turned resolutely, never to look back. A black Hongqi sedan drove through Qingyun Mountain Villa. This time, the car did not head towards the main building, but instead bypassed an exquisite garden and drove towards the back of the resort. The further you go, the more rugged the road becomes, and the fewer traces of human pruning appear, replaced by towering ancient trees and primeval dense forests. The fresh scent of grass and trees in the air grew stronger, carrying with it a subtle, almost imperceptible, oppressive aura. This is a forbidden area for the Yi family. The car eventually stopped in front of an open space. The open space was paved with huge bluestone slabs, and a circle of Yi family guards with cold and solemn faces stood around it, creating a solemn and dignified atmosphere. In the very center of the open space stands a massive stone gate over 10 meters high. The stone gate seems to blend into the mountain, its surface covered with ancient and complex runes, exuding a sense of vastness. When Qinyang got off the bus, there were already 7 or 8 people standing there. Leading the group was none other than the third elder, Yi Hong, whom they had met at the main building that day. Beside him stood 2 other elderly men whose auras were equally unfathomable. They must be the other 2 elders of the Yi family. Opposite the elders stood 5 young people. One of them was Yi Qianyu. He wasn't qualified to enter the grotto heaven. He was clearly here specifically to watch the spectacle. His gaze towards Chen Yang was filled with resentment and schadenfreude, his expression seeming to say, "You're dead." Standing next to him was Yi Ming, who was thin and wiry. He forced a fake smile at Chen Yang, but deep within that smile lay a venomous ruthlessness. The other 4 young people, 3 men and 1 woman, were all direct descendants of the Yi family. Their gazes toward Chen Yang were mostly filled with curiosity, contempt, and a sense of alienation towards an outsider. Uncle Fu walked to the third elder Yi Hong's side, bowed, and whispered a few words. Yi Hong nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over and landing on Chen Yang. His face was expressionless, as if he were looking at an insignificant, dead object. Everyone is here. He didn't utter a single unnecessary word and gestured to the other 2 elders. 3 masters at the peak of the transformation realm stepped forward and stood in 3 different positions in front of the stone gate, forming a triangular shape. They reached out and placed their palms on 3 different rune nodes on the stone gate. Open. A low shout. The power within the three elders erupted simultaneously. Buzz. The massive stone gate suddenly trembled. The countless runes engraved on it lit up one after another, emitting a dazzling blue light. The light converged into lines, flowing wildly across the surface of the stone gate, forming a mysterious array. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn by this power and frantically converged towards the stone gate, forming a visible vortex of spiritual energy. Boom! With a heavy, teeth-grinding scraping sound, the stone door, which had been sealed for who knows how many years, slowly opened a crack inward. It was just a crack. A rich, almost liquefied, spiritual energy of plants surged out from the crack in the door. The spiritual energy was incredibly pure and rushed towards them, instantly invigorating all the Yi family disciples present, who wore expressions of rapture. This is simply a sacred place that cultivators dream of. Yi Qianyu breathed in greedily, and the flames of jealousy in his eyes, as he looked at Chunyang, were almost bursting out. Why should an outsider be allowed into such a precious place? The stone gate was still slowly opening. As the crack in the door widened, the scene inside gradually became clearer. It was a world brimming with life. Contrary to expectations of darkness, the cave walls were covered with a strange, luminous moss that bathed the entire space in a soft, emerald green light. Countless thick vines hung from the ceiling, and exotic flowers and plants grew everywhere. The rich spiritual energy of the wood element in the air almost condensed into a green mist, which flowed slowly. Go in. Yihang's icy voice rang out. Remember, you only have 1 month. After 1 month, the stone gate will open again. Yes. Yi Ming and the other 5 members of the Yi family bowed and agreed, their faces filled with barely suppressed excitement, and they walked impatiently toward the stone gate. Yi Ming stopped as he passed Chunyang. He leaned close to Chunyang's ear and said in a sinister voice that only the two of them could hear, Chunyang, enjoy this gift that the Yi family has prepared for you. I hope you can survive inside. After saying that, he revealed a cruel smile, turned around, and followed the others. Chunyang remained expressionless and stepped into the shimmering stone gate, just as his entire body disappeared into the stone gate. Boom! The stone gate behind them slammed shut. Light was shut out. The whole world was left as a hazy, emerald green. And at that very moment, a sudden change has occurred. Chapter 28 Crazy Skill Point Allocation. I'm using the killing formation as a charging station. Boom! The heavy stone door slammed shut behind them with a final, deafening roar. The last ray of light from the outside world was completely swallowed up. The whole world was enveloped in a hazy, emerald green glow. At that very moment, Chun Yang's body suddenly stiffened. Something's not right. There's a big problem. The moment he stepped into this so-called blessed land, he immediately sensed a deadly anomaly. The surrounding air was like sweet nectar to those Yi family members. With each breath they took, an intoxicated and blissful expression crept onto their faces, and every pore of their bodies opened up, greedily absorbing this rare nourishment. But when this air entered Chun Yang's lungs, it was a completely different story. The feeling was like having a large handful of scalding hot, sharp-edged iron filings forcibly poured into the machine. Burning sensation. A violent burning sensation spread savagely from the trachea down to the entire lung. Cough, cough, cough. He couldn't help but bend over and cough violently, each breath causing a sharp pain in his lungs, as if countless tiny blades were churning inside. But this is just the beginning. Within this grotto heaven, the dense wood-based spiritual energy, almost transforming into green mist, instantly became violent the moment it touched his body. They're no longer the docile, nourishing energy that sustains all things. They transformed into a swarm of utterly enraged killer bees, viewing Chun Yang, this outsider, as an irreconcilable enemy who must be eliminated. The attacks came from all directions. It is ubiquitous. Countless strands of pure wood spirit energy completely shed their disguise, transforming into billions of invisible, barbed, thorny vines. They burrowed into Chun Yang's flesh and blood, squeezing into the gaps between his bones, following every pore of his skin and every breath he took. That wasn't just a simple stinging pain. It was a terrifying feeling that was hard to describe in words, like flesh being forcibly torn apart, foreign objects being planted in bones, and then frantically taking root and sprouting. Chunyang could clearly feel those invisible thorns and vines growing wildly in his blood vessels, rampaging through his meridians and blocking the flow of his true energy. They even tried to entangle his internal organs, tightening and tightening to completely strangle and assimilate him from the inside out, ultimately turning him into nourishment for a twisted plan on this land. Tear, strangulate, rejection. A heavy pressure emanating from the entire cave world pressed down on him, like an invisible mountain trying to crush his bones inch by inch. The flow of his internal energy became extremely sluggish under the suppression of this massive and pure energy. The once surging river seemed to have been frozen in time, with not a trace of flow. He was completely deprived of the ability to resist. Here, every breath you take is an active inhalation of the enemy that will kill you. Here, every second you stay, the thorns and vines inside your body grow an inch more, bringing you one step closer to death. Well, a muflet groan estapin yang estroat. His legs buckled, his knees buckled hard, and he almost collapsed to his knees. Large beads of cold sweat poured out of his forehead, temples, and the back of his neck, instantly soaking his collar. His face turned deathly pale at a visible speed, completely bloodless, like a corpse that had been in a morgue for 3 days. Huh, why is there no sound from behind? Yi Ming, who was walking at the front, stopped and looked back with some impatience. He thought Xinyang could at least hold on for a while, but he didn't expect him to collapse so quickly. The other members of the Yi family also turned around. When they saw Chunyang's deathly pale face and his painful posture, with one hand supporting his knee and his body swaying precariously, they were all stunned. Immediately, an undisguised, gloating smile appeared on almost everyone's face. Hey, look who's here. They've only just come in, and they can't even handle it. A young man from the Yi family with a buzz cut said sarcastically. His name was Yi Feng, one of Yi Tianyu's most loyal followers. At this moment, he had his arms crossed, his chin slightly raised, and he was looking at Chunyang with eyes that looked like he was looking at trash. Haha, does he really think our Yi family's cultivation holy land is a park in the middle of the street, coming and going as he pleases? Another tall, thin young man laughed so hard he almost fell over, his voice full of mockery. The only female disciple in the group, Yi Rong, also covered her mouth with a handkerchief and let out a few soft laughs. Her gaze towards Xinyang was full of disdain and contempt. It's already a huge favor from the third elder to allow a bastard from another family to set foot here. How dare he even dream of cultivating here like us? He should take a good look at himself in the mirror. Yi Feng's words were particularly harsh, full of sarcastic malice. Their voices were neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for Chunyang, who was in pain, to hear clearly. Yi Ming strolled back slowly. He walked up to Chunyang, bent down, and deliberately brought his face close to Chunyang's eyes, looking down at him with feigned concern. Oh dear, Mr. Chunyang, are you all right? He reached out, but instead of patting Chunyang's shoulder, he used his fingertips to lightly tap Chunyang's cheek, one tap at a time, in an insulting manner. TSK, look at your face. You look like you were just pulled out of a lime pit. You're shivering all over. Are you cold? Yi Ming suddenly leaned close to Chunyang's ear, lowered his voice, and spoke in a volume that only the two of them could hear. Wanting to hug you and warm you up? Your fiancé's body must be very warm, right? His words immediately drew an even more unrestrained burst of laughter from behind. Haha, Mingji, don't do that. He's Miss Qingya's darling. If you hug him, what if Miss Qingya comes after you with a vengeance? That's right, this kind of good fortune should be reserved for Miss Qingya to enjoy herself. Yi Ming straightened up, the fake smile on his face vanishing without a trace, replaced by a cold, naked contempt. What a piece of trash. He watched Xinyang suffer so much he couldn't even speak, and a surge of pleasure welled up inside him. This is what happens when you offend Brother Tianyu and provoke the direct descendants of the Yi family. I'll make you put on airs in public and act pretentious in front of the third elder. Now that you're here, without that bitch Yi Qingya protecting you, what are you anyway? Xinyang had neither the strength nor the inclination to pay attention to the buzzing of the flies. He gritted his teeth, using all his willpower to fight against the increasingly fierce, strangling force within his body. He could clearly feel that his vitality was being rapidly eroded and devoured. The pervasive wood spirit energy was not only repelling him, but also destroying his martial arts foundation, trying to turn him into nourishment for this cave. If this continues, it won't even last a month. He would probably be burst apart by the massive amount of spiritual energy within half a day, ending up completely destroyed. No, we absolutely cannot die here. Qingya is still waiting for him. He had promised her that he would definitely go back. Yi Qingya's image kept appearing in his mind. That stunningly beautiful face, which always carried a hint of aloofness, yet melted into a pool of spring water only when facing me. I remember when she straightened her collar before she left, her eyes were red, though she was trying hard to hold back her tears. I remember her trembling, soft body as she tiptoed and kissed me clumsily yet forcefully. Thinking back to last night, she was so worried that she couldn't sleep, but finally curled up on the sofa and fell asleep peacefully. She was wearing a light pink silk nightgown, the fabric thin and smooth, clinging tightly to her shapely curves. The hem of the nightgown had slipped down to her upper thighs due to her sleeping position, revealing her snow-white, delicate calves with a warm, ivory-like sheen. Her ankles were so slender that they looked as if they would break if you grabbed them, and her delicate toes were slightly curled up, making her so cute that it made your heart itch. That kind of beauty was a treasure he had to protect with his life. He can't die. The heart of Yi would. This was his only hope. It was also the last trump card that Yi Qingya handed to him. Qinyang's body swayed even more violently. With his last bit of strength, he struggled to raise a trembling hand and reach it toward his chest. There, against the skin, lay a warm, smooth jade pendant. Even through the fabric already soaked with cold sweat, he could still feel that familiar warmth, carrying her body heat. This is the only keepsake her mother left her. It was her last thought about her mother in this world. But she placed this last hope in herself. He remembered what she said with tears in her eyes. "Shenyang, if it really comes down to no other choice, don't hesitate. Crush it." This action was tantamount to personally crushing the last bit of hope she had for her mother. Shenyang's fingers stopped an inch from the fabric covering his chest. He was struggling internally. Once he uses it, it means he admits his incompetence. He needed to survive on a woman's belongings. But if he doesn't use it, he will die. He's dead. What will happen to Qingya and their unborn child? Would Yi Hong and Yi Tianyu, those wolves and tigers, let them and their child go? The answer is absolutely not. After his death, they will face a situation 100 times more cruel than what they are facing now. I am sorry, Qingya. Chun Yang silently recited a sentence in his mind, clenched his teeth even tighter, and a rusty, bloody taste filled his mouth. For her, for the child, he would gladly give up all his dignity, let alone a memento. He can't die. He must live. He gritted his teeth, and his fingers, which had been frozen in place, exerted force again, resolutely grabbing at the jade pendant on his chest. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the jade pendant, a cold, emotionless, yet subtly elation-filled electronic synthesized voice suddenly exploded in his mind. Warning! Warning! High concentration of alien energy intrusion detected. The host is currently experiencing a sustained, high-intensity repulsive attack from the E-Wood source force field. Vital signs are rapidly declining. Complete collapse is expected in 3 hours and 17 minutes. Shenyang's movements suddenly froze. System? This damn system, which has been silent since my rebirth except for issuing one task, always failing at crucial moments, and usually playing dead, has finally reacted. Before he could think it through, the system's voice sounded again. This time, his icy tone became noticeably more urgent, even revealing a hint of excitement, like a glutton who hadn't eaten for 800 years suddenly discovering a Manchu Han imperial feast. This energy has been detected as high-purity life force, perfectly compatible with the system's conversion module, and can be perfectly absorbed by the system's conversion module. Conversion module started automatically. Parsing energy structure. Energy structure parsing complete. Ding. Energy conversion process officially begins. The next second, before Chun Heong could react, he felt the wood elemental energy that was raging wildly in his body, causing him excruciating pain like millions of steel needles, being suddenly pulled back by an invisible, enormous vortex. They found an outlet. A bottomless black hole, capable of swallowing everything, appeared out of thin air deep within his dantian. The previously unruly and violent energy that tried to tear him to pieces is now like mice seeing a cat, terrified and helplessly pulled by the irresistible force, rushing madly towards his dantian. The feeling was like a flood bursting its banks, finding an endless abyss that could swallow the entire world. In just a moment, the excruciating pain that pierced to the bone and soul was replaced by an unprecedented and indescribable comfort. Immediately afterwards, a system notification that made Chun Yang's heart skip a beat rang out clearly in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully converted with spiritual energy into daddy points. Conversion rate, 10 points/second. Chun Yang froze on the spot. His mind went blank for a moment. What is that? Transform into a stay-at-home dad? What's going on? Other people's systems convert points into cultivation level, true essence, and spiritual power, but in mine, it turns into points for raising a child. Almost instinctively, he abruptly brought up the system interface he hadn't seen in a long time. In the upper right corner of the interface, the number representing the dad's points was soaring at an unbelievable, almost insane speed. 1,240, 1,250, 1,260, 1,270. The numbers were jumping so fast that they left after images. It didn't feel like the numbers were increasing, but rather like a supercomputer was performing millisecond-level calculations. 1 second, 10 o'clock. 1 minute equals 600 points. 36,000 points in 1 hour. One day, Chun Yang's heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by an invisible hand, then violently thrown into an ice hole, and then fished out and thrown into a volcano. He did a rough calculation. If it keeps changing 24 hours a day, that would be 864,000 points. This was a number he found difficult to even calculate, a terrifying number that could drive any martial artist in the outside world mad, even to the point of waging war to seize it. That old bastard Yi Hong meticulously planned and spared no expense in setting up this deadly trap. Now, it has actually become his personal charging station. It's the kind of top-tier VIP version that you can't unplug once you plug it in, with 24-hour super-fast charging, and no one else can disconnect the power, even if they want to. The moment this thought crossed Chun Yang's mind, he felt dizzy and his legs went weak. Happiness came too suddenly and too intensely, making it almost unbearable for someone who had experienced life and death. He stood there blankly, feeling the torrent of energy within his body, which had once caused him unbearable pain but was now as docile as a lamb, flowing continuously into his dantian and transforming into lines of rapidly scrolling numbers. He glanced at Yi Ming, Yi Feng, and the others who were still standing not far away, arms crossed, looking at him with a mocking expression, as if they were looking at idiots or spendthrifts. Thank you. Thank you so much. I, Chun Yang, would be too kind to refuse such a generous gift. Chapter 29. Power Surges. Phantom Step reaches perfection. That old bastard Yi Hong meticulously planned and spared no expense in setting up this deadly trap. Now, it has actually become his personal charging station. It's the kind of top-tier VIP version that you can't unplug once you plug it in, with 24-hour super-fast charging, so that others can't disconnect the power even if they want to. The moment this thought crossed Chun Yang's mind, he felt dizzy and his legs went weak. Happiness came too suddenly and too intensely, making it almost unbearable for someone who had experienced life and death. He stood there blankly, feeling the torrent of energy within his body, which had once caused him unbearable pain but was now as docile as a kitten, flowing continuously into his dantian and transforming into lines of rapidly scrolling numbers. He glanced at Yi Ming, Yi Feng, and the others who were still standing not far away, arms crossed, looking at him with a mocking expression, as if they were looking at idiots or spendthrifts. Thank you. Thank you so much. I, Chun Yang, would be too kind to refuse such a generous gift. Chun Yang naturally noticed the gradual departure of the Yi family members, but he simply doesn't have time to pay attention to it right now. Why bother with them? They're just a bunch of walking power banks. As long as they stay in this cave, they're essentially renewing their own power. His entire focus was now on that frantically pulsating string of numbers that represented hope and the future. 1880, 1980, 2080. It's only been a few minutes. He had worked so hard, taking care of the kids and cooking, and the little bit of savings he had painstakingly accumulated had more than doubled. This is faster than robbing someone. No, even robbing someone wouldn't be this fast. The departure of Yi Ming and his group was exactly what he wanted. He suppressed his overwhelming joy and glanced around. This forest clearing is too open. If some ignorant monster is attracted by the rich spiritual energy and interrupts its recharging rhythm, it would be a huge loss. We need to find a more secluded and safer place. A perfect feng shui spot where he can comfortably fleece the Yi family. He started walking and headed towards a secluded corner where the vegetation was more lush. The movement of the body did not seem to affect the efficiency of the system's transformation. The suction force originating from the depths of his dantian still firmly locked onto him. The surrounding wood elemental energy, like sharks smelling blood, surged towards him even more frantically, clinging to his skin and penetrating his clothes. The feeling was wonderful, like walking in warm water, with your whole body enveloped in a warm, comforting energy. He soon discovered an inconspicuous depression beneath a stone wall. The space wasn't large, just enough for him to sit cross-legged. The outside is hidden by clumps of waist-high shrubs and hanging vines, forming a natural barrier. Unless you get up close and look carefully, you will never find that there's a small space hidden here. This is it. Without the slightest hesitation, Qinyang pushed aside the vines and sat down directly inside. He leaned comfortably against the cool stone wall, closed his eyes, and completely relaxed. He stopped trying to suppress anything and even began to actively circulate the internal energy techniques within his body. Since this stuff is a great tonic, the more the better. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the invisible vortex deep within his dantian suddenly increased its suction power several times over. Boom! Centered on him, the surrounding wood elemental energy instantly surged. A pale blue cyclone, visible to the naked eye, formed out of thin air and began to spin wildly. The rich life energy, like rivers flowing into the sea, or like subjects finding their king, rushed into Chun Yang's body. If the previous comfort was just a drizzle, then, now I've had a wonderful soak in a top-notch hot spring. Every pore seemed to be completely opened at this moment, groaning joyfully and greedily absorbing this extremely pure energy. Every cell, nourished by this energy, becomes full and vibrant. The cracked foundation of the divine demon body seemed to have been slightly repaired under the cleansing force of this pure life force. Warning: energy flow rate too high. Conversion module load increased. Improve conversion rate. Current conversion rate, 15 points/second. The system notification sounded again, this time with a hint of excited tremor. Qinyang's heart pounded wildly again. 1 second, 15 o'clock. This number made his breathing quicken. He immediately adjusted the speed of his cultivation technique, carefully controlling the flow of energy like a highly precise valve engineer searching for the most efficient critical point. It can't be too fast, or the system will overload. We can't be too slow, or we'll waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He quickly found a perfect balance. At this equilibrium point, the system no longer issues harsh warnings, and the conversion efficiency stabilizes at a staggering 20 points per second. 1 second, 20 o'clock. 1 minute equals 1,200 points. 10 minutes, 12,000 points. 72,000 points in 1 hour. Qinyang's breathing almost stopped at that moment. He felt like he wasn't practicing cultivation, but rather riding a rocket. It's the kind of skyrocketing price that's tied to the alliance and soaring straight into the clouds. Over the past month, he and Yiqinya have been taking care of their 2 newborn babies, working from dawn till dusk, changing diapers, feeding them formula, singing lullabies, trying every possible method and racking their brains, but they have only managed to accumulate a little over 1,000 points. A little over $1,000. What can you do with that? In the system store, I can't even afford anything decent. But now, in just 1 hour, he can acquire a huge fortune that he never dared to dream of before. He forced himself to calm down, take a deep breath, and then another deep breath. Now is not the time to get excited. This cave is fraught with danger, and the Yi family members are no pushovers either. Who knows what other trouble they might cause? The most urgent task is to transform these ethereal points into real combat power. Only the power you hold in your own hands is truly real. Only with strength can you protect everything you want to protect. Yiqinya's aloof and stunningly beautiful face involuntarily appeared in his mind. I remembered her stubborn yet slightly vulnerable eyes. I remembered the faint, comforting fragrance that emanated from her. And those 2 little ones, so delicate and beautiful, their smiles could melt anyone's heart. He must become stronger. He was strong enough to mercilessly crush all those who coveted his wife and harmed his children into dust. Chen Yang's mind instantly drifted into the system shop. The dazzling array of products overwhelmed him. Cultivation techniques, martial arts skills, elixirs, weapons. It has everything. He calmly analyzed his current situation. In terms of attack methods, the Thunder Fist combined with the unpredictable Silver Needles is sufficient for those below the Grandmaster level. In terms of defense, with the God and Demon body that is slowly being repaired, there are no major weaknesses for the time being. What we lack most right now is a powerful movement technique. In this complex and unpredictable cave environment with its ever-changing terrain, a good movement technique is not only a powerful weapon for fighting enemies, but also the foundation for survival. If you can't beat them, at least you can outrun them. His mind quickly scanned them all interface. Following the wind steps, a high-grade yellow-level movement technique, priced at 300 DAD points. Too low class, I don't even want it. Treading through snow without a trace. Mid-grade earth-level movement technique, priced at 250,000 DAD points. Too expensive, I can't afford it. That glaring six-figure sum made him feel that his sudden wealth was still far too little. A Shin-level movement technique, reasonably priced, just right. Soon, a low-grade, Shin-level movement technique called Phantom Step came into his view. Phantom Step, a low-grade, Shin-level movement technique. Upon mastery, one's body becomes like a phantom, elusive and unpredictable, shifting and leaping within a small space, like a deer's horns, leaving no trace. Price, 1,200 DAD points. This is it. Chen Yang looked at the points on his screen, which had already broken through the 20,000 mark and were still rising rapidly, and did not hesitate at all. This is nothing, just a drop in the ocean. Ding! 1,200 DAD points have been used to successfully purchase the low-grade, Shin-level movement technique, Phantom Step. Should I study? Study. I've learned a Phantom Step. The next second, a massive flow of information, like a floodgate opened, rushed into his mind. That was about the cultivation method of Phantom Step, the energy circulation route, and various power exertion techniques. Densely packed and incredibly complex. However, this information is only the most basic theory. To truly master it, you need a lot of time to practice and understand it. For an ordinary martial artist, it will be impossible to even begin to master a Shin-level movement technique without months of hard work. It's absolutely impossible to achieve even a small degree of success without 1 or 2 years of honing one's skills. As for achieving great success, that requires both talent and opportunity, and many people cannot reach that level in their entire lives. But is Chen Yang an ordinary martial artist? Looking at his rapidly growing DAD points balance, an unprecedented sense of pride welled up inside him. Time? Practice? These are the last things he needs. With money, you really can do whatever you want. System, increase my proficiency in Phantom Step. He gave the order in his mind with a vicious tone, tinged with a vengeful pleasure. I used to be very frugal, trying to make the most of every single detail. Now, he's going to experience the joy of reckless extravagance. Please select Increase Credit Limit. Chen Yang glanced at his balance of over 20,000 points. A crazy idea began to grow and spread in his mind. He wants to fill it all up in one go. Smash it all. Smash it all up there. Currently improving my proficiency with Phantom Step. The moment the system notification sounded, Chen Yang felt as if a bomb had been detonated in his brain. Boom! Countless insights, images, and experiences about movement techniques flooded his every nerve like a burst dam. That is no longer rigid, theoretical knowledge. Instead, they're vivid, lively scenes as if experienced firsthand. He saw a top expert standing on the edge of a cliff, stepping on a protrusion the size of fingernail as if walking on flat ground. He felt that on the battlefield amidst a hail of arrows, his body became a blur, narrowly avoiding a deadly barrage of bullets. He experienced that in the dense jungle, his figure was like a ghost, without touching a single branch or leaf. Wind resistance, airflow, shift of center of gravity, transmission of force. Everything was transformed into the deepest instincts, violently and forcibly imprinted into the depths of his soul. 1,000 points consumed. Phantom Step upgraded to beginner level. His body began to tremble slightly, uncontrollably. The muscles, fascia, and bones of both legs resonate at a wonderful frequency, automatically adjusting to the most suitable state for exerting force. 3,000 points consumed. Phantom Step upgraded to Minor Mastery. He felt as if an invisible shackle had been removed from his body. It becomes light and agile. The heavy physical body seemed to have lost its weight and could be lifted by the wind with just a thought. 8,000 points consumed. Phantom Step upgraded to Mastery. The insights that flooded my mind began to come together and become clear. He no longer adhered to fixed moves and footwork. Every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, and every stone seems to be a fulcrum for him to leverage. His body no longer moves against the wind, but has become part of the wind. But this is not the end. Points are still burning. 15,000 points consumed. Phantom Step proficiency is increasing. Ding. Congratulations, host. Phantom Step has reached its perfect state. Perfect. This is a state of perfection that has never been achieved before and may never be surpassed in the future. In that instant, all the feelings and all the images vanished. Instead, there is a tranquility that returns to simplicity. It was as if he had been practicing this movement technique for thousands of years. It is no longer a martial art that requires thought to perform. It's part of his body, like breathing and heartbeat and instinct. Xinyang slowly opened his eyes. The world, in his perception, had become completely different. He can clearly see the movement of every wisp of air around him. You can feel the subtle undulations and varying degrees of softness and hardness of every inch of the ground beneath your feet. He could even hear the faint sound of a leaf falling in the distance, rubbing against the air. He gently stood up from the dent. Without using any techniques, he simply leaned forward and casually took a step forward. Whoosh! His figure left a faint, almost fading afterimage in the spot. His true form had already silently appeared 10 meters away. The whole process was incredibly fast. When it landed, it didn't even stir up a speck of dust, and the fallen leaf beneath its feet remained completely still. Is this the perfect level Xian grade movement technique? Xinyang looked down at his hands, then at the spot where he had been sitting cross-legged. A storm raged within me. This is no longer within the scope of martial arts. This is almost a Tao. He took another step. This time, he channeled a wisp of internal energy into his feet. Swish, swish, swish. His figure transformed into a series of fleeting phantoms in the forest. Sometimes in the east, sometimes in the west. One second they were using the treetop of an ancient tree for support, and the next second they were gliding more than 10 meters along the moss-covered ground. Those rugged mountain paths that ordinary people would find impossible to traverse, those thickets of thorns and brambles, were as easy as walking on flat ground under his feet. He even had a feeling. If he wanted, he could cross a rushing river by stepping on a fallen leaf. If he so desired, he could use a gentle breeze blowing across the hillside to climb to the top of a sheer cliff. He was captivated by the feeling of having perfect control over his body and the rhythm. The dad points within his body were still accumulating at a crazy rate of 20 points per second. He has transformed from a charging station that can only passively receive gifts into a predator that can actively demand them. This grotto was no longer a dangerous place fraught with peril for him. It's a huge backyard garden full of treasures. Chapter 30, A Humanoid Harvester. The secret realm has become my private herb garden. Xinyang stopped and looked through the layers of shadows to the deeper interior of the cave. There, the wood spirit energy was even more concentrated, almost condensing into a pale blue mist visible to the naked eye, flowing slowly through the forest. Abundant spiritual energy implies a more treacherous environment, inhabited by even more powerful demonic beasts. But at the same time, it also grows precious medicinal herbs that are older, more potent, and extremely rare and hard to find outside. What Yi Ming and his ilk avoided like the plague was, for him, the best place to go. A playful smile curved his lips, and he no longer hesitated. With a slight sway, the figure completely blended into the dense shadows of the trees, leaving no trace. Below a steep cliff, a young man dressed in Yi family attire was climbing upwards in a disheveled manner, using both his hands and feet. Damn it, this godforsaken place. Yi Feng cursed under his breath as he climbed. It takes a tremendous amount of effort for him to move even an inch upwards. The mountain wall is shrouded in mist all year round, making it wet and slippery. Its surface is covered with a thick layer of moss, and with the slightest pressure of your fingers, you can easily pry off a large chunk, causing you to lose your balance. Below them was a ravine tens of meters deep. A fall there would surely result in certain death. He clung tightly to a crevice in a rock, his whole body pressed against the mountainside like a gecko, panting heavily from exhaustion. Sweat mixed with mud dripped from his forehead and into his eyes, stinging and aching. He carefully raised his head and looked up. On the cliff face, more than 10 meters away from him, a lingji mushroom, its entire body emerald green and shaped like a cloud, looked like a piece of fine jade carved in the hazy green light. It was growing there quietly, emitting a faint glow that was intoxicating. 100-year-old jade mushroom. We've struck it rich. We've really struck it rich this time. Yifeng's eyes were instantly filled with greed. He was so excited that his breathing became rapid and saliva almost dripped from the corner of his mouth. This is the main ingredient for refining the Azure Spirit Pill. The Jade Spirit Pill can help martial artists with internal energy refine their strength and stabilize their foundation. It has a remarkable effect on breaking through the bottleneck of the later stage of internal energy. If we could get our hands on this and bring it back to our family, we could at least exchange it for a pill that would allow him to break through to the late stage of inner strength. Once he reaches the late stage of internal strength, his status within the family will rise accordingly. Thinking of this, his heart burned with passion. He gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last bit of strength from his body. His knuckles turned white and veins bulged from the excessive force. Just a little higher, and we'll get there. But just then, he suddenly felt the light above his head dim. It looked like a cloud was drifting by, but he immediately dismissed the idea, thinking, where would the sun and clouds come from in this godforsaken place? He looked up in confusion. A figure appeared above him without warning. Yifeng's pupils suddenly contracted. The figure's toes merely touched the smooth, mirror-like cliff face, and its body, as weightless as a feather, defied gravity and rose several meters higher. Then it floated lightly down next to the jade mushroom. The whole process was quiet, smooth, and elegant, so much so that it didn't feel like climbing a cliff, but rather like taking a leisurely stroll in one's own backyard. Yifeng was completely stunned, clinging tightly to the rock wall, not daring to move an inch. He rubbed his eyes hard, thinking he was just too tired and overexerting himself, causing him to hallucinate. The figure had its back to him. Its silhouette looked somewhat familiar. The man bent down and skillfully and carefully dug out the jade mushroom along with the soil around its roots. After examining it closely, he placed it in his pocket with satisfaction. After doing all this, the man turned around. Then, he gently leaped into the ravine dozens of meters below. Yifeng's heart was pounding in his throat. Are you looking for death? However, the anticipated fall did not occur. The person's body traced an arc in the air that was incomprehensible to ordinary people, as if being lifted by an invisible hand, and landed silently and lightly on the ground 100 meters away. Only after the figure flickered a few times and completely disappeared at the edge of the jungle did Yifeng come back to his senses as if he had been startled awake from a dream. He stared blankly at the empty cliff face above, then looked down at his hands, which were blistered and bleeding from climbing, with dirt under his fingernails. His face instantly turned a deep purplish red. Frustration, anger, resentment, and a hint of fear welled up in my heart. That person is Chen Yang. It's definitely him. Who else could it be but him? But how is that possible? Shouldn't he have been tortured half to death by the Yi-Wood killing formation? How could he become so strong? What kind of movement technique is that? Yifeng's mind was in complete chaos. The treasure he painstakingly discovered, risking his life, was stolen right before his eyes, before he could even touch it. And the other party was that good-for-nothing he looked down on the most. The huge psychological gap caused him to lose control of his emotions. I'm fogging Mel. A furious roar, filled with grief and despair, echoed through the silent valley, startling a flock of forest birds. On a towering tree hundreds of meters away from the cliff, Chen Yang leaned against the thick tree trunk, playing with the jade mushroom in his hand that was still covered with fresh soil and was in a very good mood. Ding! Detected a 100-year-old jade mushroom, redeemable for 800 ADI points. Redeem now. A system notification sounded in my mind. No change. Shenyang directly Choseno. Just kidding, a medicinal herb of this age would fetch at least 10 times the price at an auction. The system's recycling price is outrageous. He carefully wrapped the jade mushroom in cloth, put it in his bosom, and then turned his gaze to another place with unusual spiritual energy. It was a swamp that emitted a faint, fishy stench. The swamp was vast, with black, muddy water bubbling and gurgling on its surface. Unidentified insects crawled on the water's surface, and a pungent miasma filled the air, enough to make one feel dizzy and lightheaded. In the heart of the swamp, several oddly shaped grasses, only an inch tall, with a few cherry-sized blood-red fruits at their tips, swayed gently in the wind. A 300-year-old blood-clotting herb. Chen Yang's heart raced again. His eyes lit up. This is the main ingredient for refining the holy healing medicine blood coagulation pill. One blood coagulation pill is enough to restore the mobility of a seriously injured and dying martial artist in a short time, and its value is several times higher than that jade mushroom from before. This swamp was teeming with poisonous insects and miasma, and who knew what might be lurking beneath the mud? For the pampered young members of the Yi family, it was an absolute no-go zone, and they dared not approach it at all. But for Qinyang now, it poses no threat whatsoever. His figure flickered, and he drifted down from the tree trunk like a weightless feather. My toes lightly touched a withered branch floating above the swamp. The withered branch sank only slightly, without even a ripple spreading out. His body had already used the momentum to propel him forward, covering a distance of more than 10 meters. Immediately afterwards, he landed on a piece of duckweed no bigger than the palm of his hand. Every step was precise to the extreme, with an exquisite grasp of timing and force. His body did not sink at all. His posture was graceful and elegant, as if he were dancing on the water, and he had already crossed dozens of meters to reach the center of the swamp. He reached out and scooped it up with lightning speed. He uprooted those few blood-clotting herbs in an instant and put them into his pocket. He could even smell a rich, strangely sweet medicinal fragrance emanating from the blood-red fruit. The entire process was smooth and incredibly fast, taking no more than 3 breaths. After doing all this, he used his toes to push off again, his figure gracefully retreating without making a sound, landing steadily on the solid ground at the edge of the swamp, without even a drop of mud or water getting on the soles of his shoes. This perilous cave has now been completely transformed into his human-shaped medicinal herb harvesting machine. Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave, in the area near the outer perimeter, Yi Mingzheng stared at the iron skin grass that his men had just dug out from a crack in the rock, his face dark with anger. It was only about 30 years old. This stuff is too young and too hard. It's not even qualified for alchemy. At best, it can be used to make medicine, but the effect is only SOSO. Useless. You're all a bunch of useless trash. He kicked the ironwood plant away and started cursing at the Yi family members following behind him. After being in here for so long, all you found was this piece of junk? I told you to go to places with abundant spiritual energy. Can't you understand human language? What good are you all? A bunch of good-for-nothings. The Yi family members who were being scolded by him all lowered their heads, their faces full of resentment, but dared not speak out. Can we blame them? This godforsaken place felt like it was filled with countless needles pricking them in the air. Every step they took was incredibly difficult. Their internal energy flowed sluggishly, and their strength was suppressed by at least 30%. Finding even one medicinal herb is already considered quite lucky. What else do you want? Just as Yi Ming was about to lash out again and unleash his anger on them, he suddenly sensed something. His body paused, and he abruptly looked up, gazing in a certain direction of the cave. The sky there seemed brighter than elsewhere. The wood elemental energy flowing in the air seemed to be summoned by something, exhibiting an abnormal and violent fluctuation, and was frantically converging in that direction. It's as if some priceless treasure is about to be born. A greedy glint flashed in Yi Ming's eyes. Let's go. Let's go take a look over there. With a wave of his hand, he forgot all about cursing and rushed in that direction first. Qinyang also carefully stored away the blood-clotting grass. He had only been inside for less than 2 hours, but his harvest had already far exceeded his expectations. He glanced at the system interface. The number of dad points he had accumulated had reached a level that made even him feel a chill. A little over 93,000. Moreover, this number continues to grow at a rate of 20 points per second. He was preparing to delve deeper and find his next target. Suddenly, a wood spirit aura 100 times more concentrated than anywhere else before, shot into the sky from a deep valley not far ahead. That aura was pure and vast, carrying an incomparably powerful life force, and even formed a pale, blue pillar of light above the valley. There is a priceless treasure. Qinyang was shocked. Without any hesitation, he immediately unleashed the full potential of the Phantom Step. His speed exploded, stretching almost into an invisible straight line through the forest, his figure flashing continuously among the trees as he sped towards the valley. A moment later, he arrived at the entrance to the valley. Even before entering, a refreshing fragrance wafts over you. The valley was filled with a bluish glow, and the mist formed from spiritual energy rose and swirled, resembling a fairyland. Deep in the valley, a small tree, no more than half a meter tall, with its trunk and branches carved like white jade and each leaf shimmering with iridescent light, stands quietly. At the top of the sapling, there was a strange fruit the size of a longan, crystal clear, with a peel that seemed to contain a dazzling starry sky. Just one glance from afar made Qinyang feel his blood boiling uncontrollably. He doesn't even need a system verification to be 100% certain. This is absolutely a peerless spiritual object that transcends ordinary items. It is a true treasure of heaven and earth. He forcibly suppressed his inner joy and excitement, slowed his breathing, and walked step by step toward the sapling. The closer you get, the stronger the fragrance becomes. Every pore on his body opened up, greedily absorbing this pure life essence. And even the speed at which the system converted into baby care points increased once again. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. He finally reached the sapling and could even see the shimmering light flowing inside the fruit. He slowly reached out and grasped the shimmering fruit. He could already sense the astonishing energy fluctuations emanating from the surface of the fruit. However, just before his fingertips were about to touch the fruit, a sudden change has occurred. A terrifying bolt of lightning, as black as ink and as thin as a hair, yet carrying the aura of destruction, suddenly shot out from beneath an ordinary rock next to the fruit without warning, striking straight at his wrist with a speed beyond the limits of visual perception. Chapter 31 Monster Trap? My experience pack has arrived. That jet-black lightning bolt carried a violent aura of destruction, and its speed was extreme. A faint smell of burning lingered in the air. Qinyang's pupils contracted slightly, but he did not back down. His body reacted instinctively, faster than his thoughts. His wrist flipped slightly at an incredible angle. The hand that was originally reaching for the fruit suddenly brought its 5 fingers together, transforming into a hand blade that slashed downwards. The movements were clean and efficient. There wasn't a single unnecessary movement. Laugh! A soft cutting sound rang out. The jet-black lightning bolt froze in midair before breaking in two and falling to the ground. Only then did Qinyang see its true nature. It was a strange snake, only as long as a forearm, entirely black, with a tiny fleshy horn on its head. The snake's carcass lay on the ground, still writhing. The foul-smelling black blood flowed out, corroding the ground and creating small pits from which white smoke rose. Highly poisonous. Qinyang felt a chill run down his spine. This thing is not only fast, but also highly poisonous. If you get bitten by it, even if you have a constitution far superior to that of an ordinary person, you will probably be in big trouble. He ignored the snake carcass. His gaze returned to the fruit. This time, nothing came to stop them. His fingertips finally touched the crystal-clear fruit, which seemed to contain a starry sky. It feels smooth and warm to the touch. A surge of pure and powerful life energy flowed into his body through his fingertips. Qinyang felt as if every cell in his body was cheering with joy. Ding! A heavenly ranked spiritual item, 7 aperture exquisite fruit, has been detected. Effects: cleanses the physical body, refines the marrow and essence, significantly improves aptitude, and opens the spiritual sea of consciousness. Should I exchange for milk points immediately? Estimated exchange value: 80,000 points. 80,000 points. Qinyang's heart skipped a beat. This single fruit is worth 80,000 points. This is faster than robbing someone. However, he did not choose to redeem it. Such rare and precious items that can directly enhance one's aptitude are extremely rare and hard to come by. Using milk betting points as a measure is too unfair. He carefully picked the 7 aperture exquisite fruit, put it in a jade box, and carefully placed it in his bosom. Having done all this, he showed no hesitation and turned to leave the valley. The treasure is in our hands. We should not linger here any longer. Who knows if there will be other guardian beasts, or if they will be discovered by others. Meanwhile, in another part of the grotto, Yi Ming was carefully hiding behind a pile of rocks, even breathing as softly as possible. About 100 meters ahead of him was a huge cave. The cave entrance exuded a strong, chilling, and violent aura. Huff, huff. Heavy, powerful snoring came from deep within the cave. Each breath caused a slight distortion in the air at the cave entrance. Yi Ming stared intently at the cave through the crack in the rock. His face was a mixture of fear and excitement. He just stumbled upon this place, the lair of an iron-backed demon bear. Moreover, judging from the intensity of its aura, this iron-backed demon bear's strength has definitely reached the peak of the transformation realm, just one step away from reaching a higher level. This is absolutely the most terrifying being at the top of the food chain in this cave. At first, Yi Ming was so frightened that he turned around and tried to run away. But he hadn't run far when a wicked thought took root in his mind. He himself was no match for this demonic bear. Is there anyone who can do it? That bastard Qin Yang, isn't he quite capable? Isn't it because of his unpredictable movements and immense strength? A hint of resentment flashed in Yi Ming's eyes. He wants to use someone else to do his dirty work. No, it's using a bear to kill someone. He wanted to tear Qin Yang to pieces alive by this raging iron-backed demon bear. Just thinking about Qin Yang's tragic death made Yi Ming feel refreshed, and the frustration he had been feeling for days dissipated. He carefully took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom. Opened the bottle. A pungent, foul odor, a mixture of the blood of dozens of wild animals, wafted out. Beast blood lure. This is a secret powder made by the Yi family, which has a fatal attraction to demonic beasts, easily arousing the savagery and madness deep within them. Suppressing his excitement, he quietly sprinkled the powder from the porcelain bottle in another direction, following the wind. While sprinkling, they carefully backed away. He dared not get too close, for fear of waking that terrifying behemoth. Having done all this, he dared not linger for a moment and immediately used his movement technique to flee swiftly into the distance. He wanted to find a safe place to wait and see what happened. Qin Yang, this time let's see how you die. In a dense forest, Qin Yang has just acquired a century-old agave plant. Ding! Redemption successful. You have received 800 milk points. Feeling great. This cave was practically his private treasure trove. Along the way, various medicinal herbs were never lacking. Although it is not as earth-shattering as the 7-aperture exquisite fruit, it has the advantage of being plentiful. Little by little, his total betting points have exceeded 100,000. It reached a number that even startled him. He was preparing to delve deeper and check out the next gathering point of spiritual energy. Suddenly, his heart suddenly clenched without warning. A powerful, deep-seated, throbbing sensation spread throughout my body. Every hair on his body stood on end at that moment. Bloodlust warning. It's deadly. Qin Yang's movements froze instantly. He tensed up, scanning his surroundings warily. Since his bloodline power awakened, this passive ability has saved him many times. He absolutely trusted his intuition. All around was quiet, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. There appears to be nothing unusual. But Qin Yang dared not relax in the slightest. The perfected phantom step enhanced his perception of his surroundings to an unbelievable level. His ears twitched slightly, catching any unusual movement in the air. His nose was also gently sniffing. Soon, he smelled a scent. There was a smell that didn't belong in this mountain forest. It was a foul stench, a mixture of various types of blood, with a synthetic pungent odor. The aroma is being carried by the wind from afar. At the same time, a violent, furious, and chaotic aura, along with that smell, rapidly approached from afar. The sheer power of that aura made Qin Yang feel a pang of fear. Boom! Boom! In the distance, the loud crash of falling trees could be heard. The earth began to tremble slightly. It's here. Without a second thought, Qin Yang lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his figure floated towards the canopy of a tree tens of meters tall. He suppressed his aura, pressed his body against the thick tree trunk, and peered through the gaps in the branches and leaves toward the direction from which the sound came. In the distance, a massive black shadow could be seen charging straight towards the tree line with overwhelming force. Towering trees that require several people to encircle appear as fragile as straws before it. It was easily broken and sent flying. Smoke and dust filled the air, and sawdust flew everywhere. Roar! A deafening roar echoed through the mountains and forests. The sound waves transformed into a tangible impact, causing the surrounding bushes to bend backward. The dark figure finally broke out of the dense forest and appeared in Chun Yang's field of vision. That was a giant bear, over 3 meters tall and as strong as a mountain. Its entire body was covered with a layer of dark, black hair, as if it were cast from steel. His eyes were bloodshot, burning with a frenzied rage. Sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, constantly dripping foul-smelling saliva. Ironback demon bear. Moreover, it was an ironback demon bear that had completely gone into a berserk state. Chun Yang's gaze fell on the demon bear. He understood immediately. This demonic bear was clearly provoked by something. The stench he smelled was the culprit. This is a trap. Someone is deliberately luring this demonic bear to deal with me. Who could it be? The answer is self-evident. Yiming. Besides him, Chun Yang couldn't think of anyone else who had the motive and the ability to set up such a trap in this cave. Ah, that's interesting. Instead of being nervous, Chun Yang curled up a cold smile. Using someone else to do the dirty work? That's a good idea. Unfortunately, you've come to the wrong person. They even chose the wrong knife. To others, this ironback demon bear, at the peak of the transformation realm, is a deadly grim reaper. But in Chun Yang's eyes, this is a mobile, walking experience pack. It's a supersized portion. Roar! The ironback demon bear stopped after crashing down the last grove of trees. Its crimson, beastly eyes were fixed on the tree where Chun Yang was hiding. It smelled it, the human scent that it loathed. And what drove it even crazier was the lingering scent of the beast blood lure. That's him. It was this insignificant human being who provoked him. Boom! The ironback demon bear roared and slammed its powerful hind legs into the ground. Its massive body, carrying immense force, slammed into the tree where Chun Yang was. Chun Yang could even feel the fierce wind rushing towards him. But he didn't move. It still stands quietly on the treetop, until the moment before the demon bear's enormous head was about to crash into the tree trunk. His figure swayed slightly. My toes touched the branch. She felt as weightless as a willow catkin, drifting towards another tree. Boom! A loud bang. The towering tree that Chun Yang had been standing on was snapped in half by the ironback demon bear. The enormous tree canopy, with its countless branches and leaves, collapsed with a crash, kicking up clouds of dust. The power of that single strike was terrifying. The ironback demon bear, enraged by its missed attack, became even more furious. It turned its massive body and locked onto Chun Yang once again. Chun Yang stood on another tree and beckoned to it with his finger. This provocative action completely ignited the ironback demon bear's fury. It roared and charged again. Chun Yang used the same trick again, easily dodging the attack. Boom! Another big tree has fallen. What followed was a bizarre chase through the mountains and forests. The ironback demon bear was below, wreaking havoc. One after another, the trees collapsed under its impact. The entire woodland was left in a mess, a scene of devastation. Chun Yang, on the other hand, stood above like an elegant dancer. He nimbly maneuvered among the towering trees that were about to collapse. Every step was precise to the extreme. Every dodge was perfectly timed. No matter how crazy or furious the demon bear was, it couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. This big guy is really strong. Unfortunately, he's not very bright. While dodging, Chun Yang still had the leisure to mentally complain. He did not choose to retaliate immediately. He needed to wear down the demon bear's stamina first. When a monster goes berserk, its strength and defense are greatly amplified, but its stamina is its weakness. Moreover, he also needs a suitable battlefield. This dense forest, while restricting the demon bear's movements, also limited its effectiveness. As he maneuvered, he used his fists to leave small, painless wounds on the demon bear's body. This further fueled the demon bear's anger. Let it lock onto itself tightly, refusing to give up. Chun Yang's figure began to move slowly towards the depths of the mountains and forests in a specific direction. That area is even more complex with jagged rocks. This is the grave of that iron-backed demon bear. It also belongs to Yiming. Chapter 32, Using a Bear to Kill. You'll reap what you sow. The demonic bear falls. Boom! Another giant tree was snapped in half by the impact, with chips mixed with soil shot into the sky. The roar of the ironback demon bear, like rolling thunder, echoed repeatedly through the mountains and forests, filled with impotent rage. Not far ahead of it, a blue shadow always manages to dodge a fatal collision by the narrowest of margins at the most dangerous moments. Chunyang moved through the woods, seemingly disheveled, but actually with ease. He didn't turn around. His mastery of the phantom step at its highest level gave him complete knowledge of everything behind him. Every breath, every step, and every muscle contraction of that huge creature was clearly reflected in his perception. Like a master animal trainer, he used the slightest movements to guide this out-of-control beast in the direction he had predetermined. His speed was neither fast nor slow. This would make the demon bear feel that with a little more effort, it could catch up, and yet it always falls just a little short. This feeling of being toyed with caused the already ferocious ironback demon bear to completely lose its mind. Its eyes were bloodshot, and only one thought remained in its mind: tear that human in front of me to shreds. A cold smile always lingered on Chunyang's lips. He could sense that Yi Ming's presence was not far away. That smug fellow is hiding somewhere, waiting to see a good show. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong audience and the wrong actors. Ahead, the trees gradually thinned out. The terrain began to become rugged. Piles of oddly shaped boulders, like silent giants, are scattered across the hillside. This is the burial place he chose for the ironback demon bear. It was also the trial court that he prepared for Yi Ming. Chunyang's figure suddenly accelerated. He no longer holds back his strength. He transformed into a blurry afterimage, flashing a few times among the jagged rocks, and quickly distanced himself from the demonic bear. Roar! When the ironback demon bear saw its prey suddenly accelerate away, it let out an angry roar, and its massive body unleashed even greater power as it gave chase. Chunyang landed lightly on top of a giant rock that was as tall as a 3-story building. He didn't move again. Instead, he took a deep breath and gradually gathered all his energy. My heart rate has slowed down. Blood flow rate decreases. Even the body temperature was slowly decreasing. My whole being seemed to merge with the cold rocks beneath my feet. A perfect level of movement technique is not just about speed, but also about the perfect control over one's own aura. He can turn into a stone, a tree, or a gust of wind whenever he wants. To completely disappear from this world. The ironback demon bear chased the pile of rocks and stopped. A hint of confusion flashed in its crimson, beastly eyes. The human presence suddenly vanished upon reaching this point. Vanished without a trace. It irritably smashed a rock about half a person's height next to it with its huge bare paw. Pebbles flew everywhere, but it still couldn't find that wretched prey. Its animal instincts told it that this place was dangerous. But the medicinal power of the beast blood guide continued to burn within its body, stimulating its nerves and making it unwilling to leave. It paced anxiously in place, its massive head sniffing around, trying to find the vanished scent. Chunyang stood atop the boulder, looking down at everything. His eyes were calm and undisturbed. Now, all we need to do is wait. Waiting for another prey to walk into this carefully laid trap. The waiting time always seems a bit long. Chunyang's thoughts drifted away involuntarily. He thought of Yi Qingya. I thought of that aloof woman, yet she always managed to make my ears turn red with pleasure. Her body was soft, and she had a faint, comforting, milky scent. He could completely encircle her slender waist with one hand. The feel of it is both supple and incredibly elastic. He loved to hug her from behind, feeling those breathtaking curves pressed tightly against my chest. My chin could rest gently on her delicate shoulder, and the scent of her shampoo lingered in my nostrils, mixed with her unique body fragrance. It was a scent that could instantly calm him down. And those two little ones who are crying for milk. They are pink and tender, like two glutinous rice balls. Her little hands and feet kicked around haphazardly, and when she smiled, her eyes curved into crescent moons. He must become stronger than anyone else. Only in this way can he firmly protect everything he cares about under his own wings. Yi Ming is like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. Today, he was able to attract an iron-backed demon bear. Tomorrow, he will be able to come up with an even more insidious and vicious plan. Chunyang's approach to such threats has always been simple. That is, to crush him completely before he can cause any real harm. May he never be able to rise again. Just then, a faint, almost imperceptible humming sound drifted over on the wind. Qinyang's gazi instantly sharpened. They've arrived. Yiming was in an extremely good mood. He walked briskly along the mountain path, humming an unknown tune. He could almost picture Chun Yang's fate. They were discovered by the ironback demon bear, a peak-level expert in internal energy cultivation. Then, in terror and despair, they were torn alive into a pile of rotten flesh. Not even a complete corpse could be left behind. Just thinking about that scene made Yiming feel incredibly comfortable, with every one of his 36,000 pores radiating warmth. That good-for-nothing who humiliated him. That bastard who stole his thunder. I'm finally going to die. Moreover, he died because of a scheme he had meticulously planned. Trying to fight me? You're still too green. Yiming muttered to himself smugly. Once Qinyang dies, those two little bastards and that bitch Yi Qingya will all become rootless duckweed. At that point, wouldn't we be able to control everything ourselves? Yi Qingqing's face, her figure. The more Yiming thought about it, the more excited he became. He quickened his pace and headed towards the direction where he had previously sprinkled the beast blood lure. He wanted to go and confirm it with his own eyes. Witness firsthand Chun Yang's desperate death. Soon, he entered an area with jagged rocks. The terrain here is very complex. There are steep stone walls on both sides, leaving only a narrow passage in the middle. Huh, that stupid bear has made a mess of this place. Looking at the fallen trees and broken rocks around him, Yiming was not wary at all. On the contrary, he became even more excited. This means that a major battle has just taken place here. He couldn't wait to walk into the narrow valley. However, after walking for a long time, he did not see the bloody scene he had imagined. There was nothing on the ground except for rubble and broken wood. There was no blood. There was no trace of Chun Yang's body. What happened? A sense of foreboding suddenly arose in Yiming's heart. He stopped and looked around warily. It's so quiet here. It was eerily quiet. Right at this moment. Whoosh! A barely audible whooshing sound came from the stone wall above his head. A small pebble, with precise force, flew past his scalp and struck the stone wall on the other side of the valley. Smack! The crisp sound was particularly jarring in the silent valley. Almost at the same time. Roar! A roar, suppressed to the extreme and filled with boundless rage, suddenly exploded behind him. A foul-smelling gust of wind, carrying a chillingly violent aura, instantly enveloped his entire body. Yiming's blood seemed to freeze at that moment. He stiffly turned his head, little by little. A massive black bear, as large as a small mountain, stood less than 10 meters behind him. Those blood-red eyes were staring intently at him. What burns inside is a mad rage capable of incinerating everything. Ironback Demon Bear. How did it get here? Where's Chun Yang? Yiming's mind went completely blank for a moment. He couldn't understand it, but he no longer had time to think about it. Unable to find its original target, the Ironback Demon Bear unleashed all its anger on this suddenly appearing new target. Boom! A massive earthquake struck. The Ironback Demon Bear roared, its massive body transforming into a black lightning bolt as it slammed into Yiming. No! Yiming let out a scream that was so terrified it was almost a distorted voice. Driven by his survival instinct, he didn't hesitate and pushed his internal energy to its limit, thrusting both palms forward with force. This is one of the Yi family's signature techniques, the layered wave palm. The palm strikes were layered upon layered, incredibly powerful and fierce. However, his meager cultivation was as fragile as a joke in front of the demonic bear at the peak of the transformation realm. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Yiming felt as if he had been hit by a speeding train. In an instant, the bones in his arms let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain. Click! The crisp sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. He was sent flying backwards like a tattered sack, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. His body slammed heavily against the hard stone wall and then rolled to the ground. Puff! He spat out another mouthful of blood, which even contained fragments of internal organs. He felt as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart. His right leg, in particular, was racked with excruciating pain, clearly indicating that it was broken. Fear! Boundless fear overwhelmed his reason. He struggled to get up and run away. But my body simply wouldn't cooperate. He could only watch helplessly as the enormous demonic bear approached him step by step. A huge shadow completely enveloped him. He could smell the strong, pungent stench of blood emanating from the demon bear's mouth. You can see the corrosive saliva dripping from its mouth. It's over. This time, it's really over. He's going to die. He died in the mouth of the demonic bear he had attracted. How ironic. The iron-backed demon bear walked up to him and looked down at him from its height. It slowly raised its bare paw, which was larger than a millstone. 5 sharp claw blades, like daggers, popped out from the edge of his palm. In the dim light, it gleamed with a chilling light. Yiming closed his eyes, his face filled with despair and resentment. However, just as that giant hand was about to fall, a figure appeared beside the iron-backed demon bear without warning, as if by ghostly apparition. It's Chunyang. He shot out from a shadow of the boulder at incredible speed, leaving a faint afterimage in the air. Using the terrifying momentum of his forward thrust, his body sank slightly, his right arm pulled back, and his bones crackled and popped. All the power and all the true energy surged wildly toward his right fist at this moment. A faint, visible white aura even shone on his fist. D. A cold word escaped his lips. His figure passed by the massive body of the iron-backed demon bear. His fist, imbued with all his strength, struck the demon bear squarely in the relatively weak neck. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. 1 second later, snap! A deafening roar, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, suddenly exploded. That was the sound of a neck bone being shattered by a terrifying force. The iron-backed demon bear's enormous head was deeply sunken at an eerie angle. The raging fury in its crimson eyes vanished instantly, replaced by bewilderment and a sense of relief. Its massive body fell forward stiffly and rigidly. Boom! The ground trembled violently. Smoke and dust filled the air. The entire valley returned to a deathly silence. Chunyang slowly withdrew his fist, without even glancing back at the corpse of the demonic bear. He walked step by step to Yiming, who was on the verge of death. She looked down at him coldly. There was no longer any despair in Yiming's eyes. All that remained was endless, bone-deep fear. He looked at Chunyang as if he were looking at a demon god who had crawled out of hell. One punch, just one punch, he blasted a peak-level iron-backed demon bear to death. How is this possible? What kind of monster is he exactly? Yiming opened his mouth, making hoarse sounds in his throat, but he couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Chunyang squatted down and looked at him expressionlessly. Using someone else to do the dirty work? His voice was soft and flat, but to Yiming, it was more chilling than the coldest ice in the netherworld. No, it wasn't me, Yiming tried to explain incoherently. Chunyang was too lazy to listen to his nonsense anymore. He extended a finger and, with lightning speed, touched Yiming's lower abdomen, specifically the dantian area. Puff! A soft sound. Yiming's body trembled violently, and his eyes widened suddenly. He could clearly feel that his dantian, which he had painstakingly cultivated for more than 20 years, was like a punctured balloon. All the strength was rapidly dissipating. He's been crippled. Chunyang destroyed his cultivation. For a martial artist, especially a genius from a martial arts family, this is more cruel than killing him. Yiming let out a roar that sounded inhuman, his eyes filled with resentment and madness. Chunyang stood up, not even bothering to look at him again. With practiced ease, he pulled a cloth bag full of spiritual herbs from Yiming's arms, weighed it in his hand, and then put it into his own pocket with satisfaction. After doing all this, he turned and left. Kill him? I got my hands dirty. The best punishment for him is to let him live like a cripple, barely clinging to life. Chunyang walked to the huge corpse of the iron-backed demon bear. This big guy may not be very bright, but his skin, flesh, and bones are all treasures. Just as he was about to see what to do with the bear carcass, his gaze was drawn to a dark hole behind the demon bear's corpse. That was the lair of the iron-backed demon bear. A spiritual energy, several times more concentrated than that outside, was slowly emanating from the depths of the cave. Chunyang's heart stirred, and he stepped forward. The cave entrance was small, and the inside was pitch black, exuding a fishy, pungent smell that suggested it had been inhabited by wild animals for many years. He entered the cave and adjusted to the darkness for a moment. The cave is very deep. The further you go in, the purer the spiritual energy becomes. At the deepest part of the cave, Chunyang stopped. Before him stood a stone tablet about half a person's height. The stone tablet is made of an unknown material, and its entire surface is a simple, bluish-gray color, covered with the marks of time. A desolate, profound aura, seemingly emanating from the ancient wilderness, emanated from the stone tablet. Simply standing in front of it made Chun Yang feel a sense of insignificance and awe emanating from the depths of his soul. Chapter 33, Ancient Steel Formula. Today, I enter the master level. Deep inside the cave, the air still carried the stench of the ironback demon bear and a faint scent of blood. But at this moment, Chun Yang's entire mind was completely drawn to the half-person high stone tablet in front of him. The stone tablet has an ancient bluish-gray color. Its surface is pitted and uneven, covered with traces of erosion from the years. A desolate and profound aura swept over me, as if it had stood here quietly for thousands of years, witnessing the vicissitudes of life. Chun Yang reached out and gently stroked the cold surface of the monument with his fingertips. It has a rough texture with the granular feel characteristic of stone. He could feel that it was covered with densely packed tiny characters. It wasn't any of the fonts he was familiar with, but rather a more ancient form of seal script. It has complex strokes and a unique structure. He tried hard to make out the characters, but could only recognize a few. This doesn't seem to be some kind of peerless martial arts technique. Judging from the layout, it looks more like a diary or some kind of notebook. Just as he was beginning to have doubts, the system notification sounded unexpectedly in his mind. Ding! Special knowledge inheritance detected. Qingmu Danjing, the classic of green wood elixir. This is a fragmentary record of ancient alchemical practices, containing a wealth of lost alchemical knowledge and formulas. Would you like to spend 10,000 healer points to unlock the alchemy skill tree? Alchemy. Chun Yang's heart skipped a beat. 10,000 likes from dads. This is almost 1/10 of all his previous gains. Normally, he might hesitate for a moment, but now he has no hesitation. Martial arts training requires wealth, companions, methods, and a suitable environment. None of these can be lacking. And wealth comes first. What's the most profitable thing in this world? Aside from top martial arts experts, there are also alchemists who can refine pills. A qualified alchemist is even more respected than a martial artist of the same level, because they possess the key to transforming rare and precious materials into cultivation resources. This is more than just a skill. This is a broad road leading to endless wealth and resources. Yes, activate immediately. Chun Yang silently recited this in his heart. Ding! 10,000 dad points have been deducted. The alchemy skill tree is now unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Alchemy, perfect. The system's voice had just finished speaking. An unimaginably massive torrent of information instantly flooded his mind. That wasn't a chaotic indoctrination. Rather, it is a well-organized form of inheritance. Images of countless medicinal herbs, from their growing environment to their medicinal properties and processing methods, flashed clearly through his mind. The proportions, refining processes, and techniques for controlling the heat of hundreds of pill formulas were deeply imprinted on his soul, like a brand. There are even countless experiences in alchemy, the joy of success, and the frustration of failure. It was as if an ancient alchemist, who had lived for countless years, had imparted his life's work to him without reservation. He closed his eyes and quietly absorbed this vast amount of knowledge. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes again. The whole world seemed different to him. He could easily discern the source of the various plant scents wafting in the air. He could instantly name and describe the basic medicinal properties of an inconspicuous weed at his feet. His gaze returned to the ancient stone tablet. Those ancient seal scripts that seemed like gibberish before now became clear and easy to understand his eyes. This is indeed an alchemy notebook. It comes from an alchemist ancestor who shared the same surname, Yi, from hundreds of years ago. In the notes, the ancestor recorded in detail his life's experience in alchemy and his various insights into the Tao of alchemy. The text is filled with regret for the decline of alchemy and worry about the lack of successors. The more Chun Yang looked, the more amazed he became. This ancestor of the Yi family was simply unbelievable in his mastery of alchemy. Many of these viewpoints are beyond the comprehension of the mainstream alchemy community today, just as he was immersed in this ocean of knowledge. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Based on the inherited knowledge of the Qingmu Danjing, A lost ancient elixir formula has been successfully analyzed and supplemented. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a heavenly rank pill recipe, True Essence Pill. Condensing True Essence Pill. Qinyang was deeply shaken. Information about this pill instantly surfaced in his mind. Condensing True Pill, a low-grade heaven rank pill. Effect: it can cleanse the true qi within a martial artist's body, making it more refined and condensed, while also nourishing the spirit, stabilizing the soul, and greatly increasing the success rate of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Its medicinal effects far surpass all the breakthrough aid pills currently on the market. This is simply a divine medicine tailor-made for martial artists at the peak of the transformation realm. Qin Yang's breathing became somewhat rapid. His gaze quickly swept over the list of materials required for the prescription. Main ingredients: 1 300-year-old blood-coagulating grass, 1 earth vein-tempering flower, 1 drop of 100-year-old stone marrow milk. Excipients. The more he looked, the faster his heart beat. These things. He found the blood-clotting herb in the swamp. He had discovered the earth vein-tempering flower on a stone wall before. I took some of the century-old stone marrow milk from the nest of a ground dragon lizard when I hunted it before. Of the dozen or so medicinal herbs listed in the prescription, he actually managed to gather all of the most precious and hardest to find main ingredients. This hidden paradise seemed to be a medicinal garden that had been prepared for him long ago. Qin Yang suppressed his inner elation and took a deep breath. Everything is ready. Now, all that's left is to start the alchemy process. The problem is that he doesn't have a pill-making furnace, nor does he have an absolutely safe and undisturbed environment. Practicing alchemy here is far too risky. Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly remembered a function of the system, a newbie perk he received but had never used. System: open this simulated alchemy space. Ding! The simulated alchemy space has been opened. This space is a one-time benefit for new players, simulating a perfect alchemy environment. Note: when refining pills within this space, the host must provide real medicinal herbs. If the refining fails, the herbs will be lost. Enter. Enter. Qin Yang did not hesitate at all. He sat down cross-legged, and a thought occurred to him. The scenery before my eyes changed in a flash. The next second, he appeared in an antique stone chamber. In the center of the stone chamber, there is a bronze alchemy furnace about half the height of a person, with a simple and ancient design. On the shelf next to it, there was a full range of tools for processing medicinal herbs. This is his stage. Qin Yang wasted no time. He took out the collected medicinal herbs one by one from his bosom and arranged them neatly on the stone platform in front of him. Looking at these medicinal herbs, he couldn't help but think of Yi Qingya again. I recall the softness that unintentionally revealed beneath that woman's cool exterior. She seemed to really like wearing white shirts, always keeping the top button neatly fastened, revealing a beautifully curved, snow-white neck. But when she bends down to take care of the child, the fabric of her close-fitting clothes reveals breathtaking curves. Qin Yang remembered that once he hugged her from behind, trying to tuck her stray hairs behind her ears. His fingertips accidentally brushed against her earlobe. Those delicate earlobes instantly took on a beautiful pink hue. Her body stiffened for a moment, and her breathing became erratic. He was clearly extremely nervous, but he still tried to act tough, saying that he was getting in his way. He always found that insincere manner amusing. And the scent on her body. It's not a perfume scent, but a light fragrance that blends milky and fresh shampoo scents. It smells very reassuring. He must become stronger. Become strong enough. So powerful that he could crush any threat like Yi Ming. It was strong enough that she and her children could live in the sunshine forever without having to worry about anything anymore. Qin Yang snapped out of his thoughts, his gaze becoming focused and resolute. He reached out and picked up the first medicinal herb, the blood-clotting grass. Having mastered alchemy to a perfect level, he seemed to be born a master alchemist. Every movement is filled with an indescribable sense of rhythm. Remove leaves, take roots, grind. It flowed smoothly and was completed in one go. In a short while, all the auxiliary drugs were processed. He took a deep breath and placed his palm on the alchemy furnace. Buzz. The true energy within the body was slowly injected into the alchemy furnace through the palm. Inside the alchemy furnace, a cluster of pale blue flames suddenly ignited. True qi transforms into fire. This is a skill that only top alchemists can master. Under his control, The flames were sometimes as gentle as a spring breeze, and sometimes as fierce as the blazing sun. Laugh. The first auxiliary ingredient was thrown into the alchemical furnace. Under the scorching heat of the flames, it quickly turned into a pool of emerald green liquid. Then came the second ingredient, the third ingredient. Chen Yang's expression was more focused than ever before. His brain, like the most sophisticated computer, perfectly controls every detail. When all the auxiliary ingredients are combined into one, they transform into a colorful medicinal liquid. He added the main ingredients in a specific order. Boom! Inside the alchemy furnace, the light shone brightly. The violent medicinal effects collided within the confined space, seemingly about to explode at any moment. Chun Yang's expression remained unchanged. He simply increased the output of his true energy. At the same time, he rapidly clapped his other hand on the alchemy furnace. Each strike contained a peculiar vibrational force, calming the raging medicinal power within the furnace and guiding them to merge together. This is a unique technique recorded in the Qingmu Danjing, the hundredfold hand. Time passed, second by second. The light inside the alchemy furnace gradually softened from its violent intensity. A unique and refreshing fragrance of elixir began to waft out from the cracks in the alchemy furnace. It's done. A glint flashed in Chun Yang's eyes, and he slammed his hand on the alchemy furnace. Open. The furnace lid shot skyward. 3 dazzling rays of light shot out from the alchemy furnace, swirling and dancing in midair. He reached out and beckoned. 3 pills, each the size of a longan, crystal clear and with natural red patterns on their surface, landed steadily in a jade bottle in his palm. A perfectly high-quality condensing pill. The first attempt at alchemy was a great success. Chun Yang exited the simulation space, clutching the jade bottle tightly in his hand. Feeling the immense energy emanating from the elixir, he knew it was time. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured out a condensing true essence pill, tilted his head back, and swallowed it. The elixir melts instantly upon entering the mouth. It wasn't as scorching as I had imagined. Instead, a cool, pure, and vast torrent of energy instantly surged into his limbs and bones. This energy was like a pair of gentle hands, soothing every inch of his meridians. His already refined, true energy was further purified and compressed under the cleansing of this energy. His physical body, bones, and even his soul were undergoing a miraculous transformation. The once indestructible bottleneck of the peak of the transformation realm has now begun to show traces of cracks. Just a little bit more. Qinyang suddenly opened his eyes. System. Transfer all my baby care points into my cultivation realm. His total number of dad points has exceeded 10 million after this crazy harvest. This is a number that could drive anyone crazy. Ding. Injection begins. Boom. If the medicinal power of Ningjin Pill is a great river, so the energy generated from these more than 10 million dad's points is a surging ocean. That seemingly solid bottleneck couldn't withstand the onslaught of the vast ocean for even a second. In an instant, it was washed away completely. Click. It was as if some invisible shackles had been completely shattered within him. Chun Yang's body jolted violently. The internal energy within him underwent a qualitative leap from quantitative change. The day after tomorrow, return to your original state. The Ren and Du meridians are now fully open. The bridge between heaven and earth was reconnected with a thunderous roar. An aura far exceeding that of a martial artist at the transformation realm, terrifying beyond compare, erupted uncontrollably from his body. This aura burst forth from the small cave. They reached the summit, soaring straight into the sky. The entire hidden cave realm was thrown into chaos. Above the sky, the originally calm spiritual energy was like a lake's surface that had been hit by a boulder, stirring up towering waves. A massive vortex of spiritual energy slowly formed above the mountain where Chunyang was located. At the same time, outside the entrance to the secret cave, the 3 elders of the Yi family, who were sitting cross-legged and resting with their eyes closed, seemed to sense something and suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. The faces of all 3 were filled with undisguised horror. They all turned their heads, their eyes fixed on the constantly twisting, shimmering portal. This is... The elder's voice trembled slightly. The might of a grandmaster. The third elder's face was solemn as he spoke, each word deliberate and serious. Someone inside the cave has broken through to the Grandmaster realm. The second elder's face was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? Those who went in were all juniors of the family. Even Yi Ming, the highest ranking among them, was only at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Who could possibly have that ability? The three elderly people looked at each other, and each saw the same shock and confusion in the other's eyes. Who exactly is it? Such a terrifying celestial phenomenon has occurred within this soon-to-be closed grotto. Chapter 34, ostensibly a guide, is actually a killing move. The old master's show of force. Outside the entrance to the hidden cave, the space rippled violently like water. The three elders of the Yi family sat cross-legged, their expressions solemn, their eyes fixed on the distorted light screen. The earth-shattering aura of a grandmaster from last night, though it lasted only a brief moment, struck them like a heavy hammer. Within the grotto heaven, someone has broken through. This should have been a joyous occasion. But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out who among the younger generation who had gone and had the ability or the background to do so. The 1-month period has passed. The fluctuations of the light curtain became increasingly violent. Finally, a disheveled figure was thrown out of the light screen and crashed heavily to the ground. He was the first disciple to emerge. He was covered in mud. His clothes were tattered, and his face showed both the relief of surviving a disaster and the frustration of having gained nothing. Then the second, the third. One after another, figures were teleported out of the secret realm. Most of them were similar to the first disciple, looking listless and bearing injuries. The few who had made some gains looked tired, carefully protecting the cloth bags in their arms and watching the people around them warily. The three elders' gazes, like those of hawks, swept over each disciple who emerged. They are searching for the person who caused the extraordinary celestial phenomenon. But they were disappointed. Among those who emerged, the highest level of cultivation was only at the threshold of the transformation realm, with unstable aura and weak foundation. It's impossible that he's the owner of that terrifying aura. Could it be that I sensed something wrong? The second elder frowned, somewhat doubting himself. Impossible. The grand elder slowly shook his head, his tone resolute. That aura was pure, refined, and domineering. It was the genuine power of a grandmaster. There's no mistake. Just as they were talking, several more people were teleported out. This time, the people who came out carried a stretcher. On the stretcher lay a young man whose face was ashen and who was barely breathing. It was Yi Ming, young Master Yi Ming. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. The three elders' expressions changed, and in a flash, they appeared next to the stretcher. The elder reached out and placed his hand on Yi Ming's wrist, a wisp of true energy probing in. The next second, his face turned extremely ugly. His meridians were all severed, and his dantian was destroyed. He was crippled. Hiss! A collective gasp of astonishment filled the air. Yi Ming, the most outstanding prodigy of the Yi family in this generation. The biological son of Yi Hong, the head of the family. His cultivation was actually destroyed in the secret realm. This is absolutely outrageous. The second elder and third elder's faces were so gloomy they looked like they were about to drip water. Who did this? The second elder's voice was filled with suppressed rage. The disciples carrying Yi Ming trembled with fear and knelt on the ground with a thud. Elder, when we found young Master Yi Ming, he was already like this. We don't know who did it. Their voices were trembling with tears. They were truly terrified. The elder's gaze fell on Yi Ming's empty, lifeless eyes. He knew he wouldn't get any more information out of him. Not only was Yi Ming's cultivation destroyed, but his entire spirit and energy were also completely shattered. He has become a living dead. Who exactly is it? To be able to injure Yi Ming, who is at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, to this extent, and to use such ruthless methods to destroy his dantian. This person's strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, their ruthlessness and ruthless methods are chilling. Just then, the spatial light curtain, which was about to subside, rippled again. The last figure walked out from inside at a leisurely pace. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. He was a young man dressed in a blue robe. He stood tall and straight, with a calm expression. Unlike the disheveled disciples before him, he was spotless, without a single wrinkle. It was as if he wasn't going to risk his life in a perilous secret realm, but rather taking a stroll in his own backyard. It was Chunyang, He stepped out of the light curtain and stopped. His gaze swept around and finally landed on Yi Ming, who was being carried on a stretcher like a dead dog. His eyes remained completely still. It's like looking at a roadside stone. The pupils of the three elders contracted slightly at that moment. They can't see through it. I can't see through this young man at all. In their perception, Chun Heong was standing there, yet it was as if he didn't exist or even be there. He was like a bottomless ancient well. All the investigations came to nothing, failing to make the slightest ripple. They had only experienced this feeling when facing those old monsters who had been famous for a long time and whose cultivation was unfathomable. Was it him? The person who broke through to the Grandmaster level? Was it him? This thought grew uncontrollably and wildly in the minds of the three elders. But how could that be? How old is he? Early 20s? A Grandmaster of this age? This isn't just genius. This is monster. This is prodigy. Chun Yang ignored the shocked, bewildered, or fearful gazes around him. He lifted his feet and walked towards his residence. He didn't look at Yi Ming even once from beginning to end. I returned to my own secluded little courtyard. Chun Yang pushed open the courtyard gate. At a glance, I spotted the figure standing in the center of the courtyard. Ye Hong. He was dressed in a smart Zhongshan suit, with his hands behind his back, looking at Chun Yang expressionlessly. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. You're back. Yi Hong spoke, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. Chun Yang gave a nonchalant reply and walked straight past him as if he were nothing more than a wisp of air. Yi Hong's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. He slowly turned around and looked at Chun Yang's back. I heard you had a very fruitful time in the secret realm. His tone carried a hint of suppressed coldness. Good. Chun Yang went into the house and poured himself a glass of water. He could sense that Yi Hong's aura was much stronger than before. It seems he has gained quite a bit of benefit in the past few days. Pity. Even now, there's still no match for Chun Yang. Yi Hong also entered the room, his eyes fixed on Chun Yang. He wanted to see even the slightest hint of guilt or panic on Chun Yang's face. But he was disappointed. Chun Yang's expression was as calm as a stagnant pool. Those deep eyes made his heart flutter. Yi Hong's unease grew stronger. His son Yi Ming was crippled. He learned of the news immediately. His first suspect was Chun Yang, but he had no evidence. Moreover, he couldn't understand how Chun Yang could have so thoroughly crippled his son, who was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, in the secret realm. Chen Yang. Yi Hong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger and killing intent in his heart. He forced a stiff smile. Congratulations on your great improvement in strength. In order to help you achieve better results in the upcoming family competition and bring glory to our Yi family, I've specially invited an elder to guide you for a few days. Yi Hong emphasized the word point out, his smile filled with an indescribable amusement and malice. Chun Yang drank water without pausing for a moment. In his heart, there was only a cold laugh. Guidance? It's probably a test, a show of force, or even an attempt to cripple him. Only someone like Yi Hong would enjoy playing such childish tricks. He was too lazy to expose it. Because he suddenly wanted to see just how capable this teacher Yi Hong had prepared for him really was. Even after becoming a Grandmaster, he had never actually made a move. Perfect, I'll use him in practice. Thinking of this, Chun Yang's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Yi Qingya. He remembered that woman. That woman, so aloof as a fairy under the moon, yet always easily made blush and her heart race by him. He liked seeing her in a white shirt. The top button is always fastened meticulously, making her swan-like neck appear even whiter and longer. But when she bends down to hug the child, the fabric against her skin outlines a full, curvaceous figure that makes one's heart race. Her waist was very thin and supple. Chun Yang remembered that he could hold it completely with one hand. The feel upon handling it is amazing, incredibly supple and elastic. He loved to hug her from behind and rest his chin on her shoulder. The scent lingering around my nose was the crisp fragrance of shampoo in her hair, mixed with her unique, faint milky scent. It was a scent that could instantly put his mind at ease, only by becoming stronger, powerful enough to crush any threat. Only then could he firmly protect this woman and those two adorable little ones under his wings. Yi Hong is like a fly hiding in a gutter, buzzing incessantly. He's annoying, but you can swat him with one slap. What we really need to be wary of is the even more powerful force behind him. Chun Yang snapped out of his thoughts and drank the rest of the water in his glass in one gulp. He He put down his water glass, looked at Yi Hong, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Okowo. Then thank you for your kindness, patriarch. Seeing Chun Yang agree so easily, a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Hong's eyes. Immediately, that hint of surprise turned into a deep, sinister grin. What a fool. Do you think this is a good thing? Just wait. You'll find out how to write the word death. Elder Yi Song, come out. Yi Hong respectfully called out to the empty corner of the room. As he finished speaking, a gaunt figure, like a ghost, slowly emerged from the shadows in the corner. It was an old man who looks like he has 1 foot already in his coffin. He was hunched over, with a withered face and skin like the bark of an old tree, covered with deep wrinkles and dark age spots. His eyes were murky and cloudy, like 2 pools of stagnant water that hadn't moved for 1,000 years, showing no trace of life. He was wearing a faded gray long gown, and his whole being exuded a musty, stale smell as if he had crawled out of an ancient tomb. He was the elder Yi Hong had mentioned, Yi Song, a true master who has been famous for 30 years. Yi Song stepped out of the shadows, his cloudy eyes landing on Chun Yang. His eyes were devoid of any emotion. It's like looking at a lifeless, inanimate object. You are Chun Yang? His voice was hoarse and dry, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, making it extremely uncomfortable to listen to. It's me. Chun Yang looked at him, his expression remaining calm. The patriarch said you would guide me. Guide? Yi Song's lips curled into an ugly, mocking expression. You are not worthy. I'm just here to test your foundation and see if you're qualified to participate in my Yi family's grand competition. As he spoke, he extended a withered, wiry finger and pointed to himself. Now punch me. Use all your strength. Hold nothing back. His tone was full of unquestionable arrogance and contempt. This is not a test at all. This is a blatant insult. Why would a junior like myself, a seasoned master with a long-established reputation, have to go all out against me? If this gets out, people will only think that this junior is arrogant and ignorant of his own limitations. Yi Song, on the other hand, will gain a reputation for being magnanimous and mentoring younger generations. More importantly, he wanted to use this punch to find out Chun Yang's true strength. Then, he used his master-level strength to return that power with interest. He wanted to cripple Chun Yang in one move, right in front of Yi Hong, completely destroy his confidence and crush his martial spirit. Yi Hong, standing to the side, already wore a smug, cruel smile. He could almost see Chun Yang's miserable state as he was sent flying backward, his bones shattered, coughing up blood, under Elder Yi Song's thunderous strike. Trying to fight me? This is what happens to you. However, Chun Yang's reaction once again surprised them. He was not angry. There was no resentment. They didn't even hesitate for a second. He simply looked at Yi Song quietly and then nodded gently. Good. Chapter 35, One Punch Shocks a Grandmaster. Just what kind of monster is this kid? As Chun Yang finished saying good, the air in the room seemed to be sucked out. The sinister smile on Yi Hong's face froze on his lips. He had imagined countless possibilities. Chun Yang was furious. Chun Yang was unwilling. Chun Yang was terrified. And Chun Yang begged for mercy and humiliation. But what he didn't expect was that Chun Yang would agree so readily and so calmly. It was so calm was almost eerie. A ripple appeared in Yi Song's murky, lifeless eyes. He has been famous for decades, and countless powerful figures have died at his hands. What kind of geniuses haven't I seen? What kind of tough guys haven't I met? But the young man in front of me was too calm. Faced with the provocation of a grandmaster, he showed neither the youthful passion nor the awe of a powerful figure. He acted as if he were agreeing to something trivial. For example, eating and drinking. Yi Song felt a strange sense of unease. He hated this feeling of being out of control. Chun Yang did not say another word. He slowly raised his right arm. The 5 fingers, one by one, slowly closed up. He clenched his fist. It's a very simple action. But as he clenched his fist, the atmosphere in the entire room instantly changed. If the previous room was a still pool of water, now it seems that a volcano is slowly awakening beneath this pool of water. The air became viscous. The light seemed to have dimmed a bit. An invisible, heavy pressure, as heavy as a mountain, began to spread outwards. Yi Hong, who was closest to the victim, was the first to be affected. He felt as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, making it difficult to even breathe. His legs trembled slightly, uncontrollably. He stared at Chun Yang in horror. What kind of aura is this? At this moment, Chun Yang is still the same Chun Yang, but the feeling he got was completely different. If Chun Yang was a bottomless well whose depths were unfathomable, now at the mouth of this deep well, an ancient ferocious beast that had been sleeping deep in the abyss has slowly opened its eyes. That cold, destructive will send shivers down his spine. Yisong's expression finally changed. His wrinkled old face twitched slightly. His originally hunched body straightened up a bit without him even realizing it. The disdain and arrogance that had once filled his cloudy eyes had vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. He knew he had misjudged the situation. This young man is not someone you can easily manipulate. He is a dragon crossing the river in sheep's clothing. The space here is too small. We can't work out properly. Yisong's hoarse voice broke the suffocating silence. Go to the training ground. After saying that, he didn't even glance at Yi Hong and turned to walk out the door. His steps were slow, each one seemingly treading on Yi Hong's heartbeat. Yi Hong's forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. He suppressed the urge to go weak in the knees, glared fiercely at Chun Yang, and followed him out. His heart was filled with surprise and confusion. How did this piece of trash become so strong? No, impossible. It must be an illusion. He must have used some secret method to create a mystery. Once they arrive at the training ground, all his pretense will be shattered in the face of Elder Yi Song's absolute strength. Chun Yang remained expressionless, loosened his fist, and followed behind the two at a leisurely pace. The Yi family's martial arts training ground covers an extremely large area. The ground is paved with hard bluestone slabs, covered with crisscrossing old scratches, telling the story of countless fierce battles that have taken place here. At this moment, the training ground was completely empty. Yi Song stood in the center of the training ground, his hands behind his back. His thin figure cast a long shadow in the afterglow of the setting sun. His aura was also completely different from when he was in the room. An aura of Grandmaster-level majesty emanated like a tide, enveloping the entire arena. Bring it on. Yi Song looked at Chun Yang walking slowly towards him, his voice still hoarse. Attack me with your strongest move. Let me see what skills you've learned in this grotto. He said it aloud, but in his heart he was already extremely cautious. He made his decision. I'll take this kid's punch head on first and find out his strength. Then, with swift and decisive action, kill them in one strike. We must not give him any chance to turn the tables. Standing on the sidelines, Yi Hong felt at ease once again as he watched Yi Song regain his strong demeanor. Right? This is the demeanor a veteran master should have. Chun Yang is just bluffing. He looked at Chun Yang, a cruel yet expectant smile returning to his face. He couldn't wait to see Chun Yang beaten into a pulp. Chun Yang stopped about 10 steps away from Yi Song. He didn't put on any airs. He did not circulate his true energy or gather momentum. He just stood there completely ordinary. Then, with a simple gesture, he threw out his right fist. A straight punch that couldn't be more basic. There are no fancy moves. There was no terrifying gas explosion. It didn't even generate much whine from the punch. It's like an ordinary person who has never practiced martial arts, casually swinging their fist. Yi Hong, who was on the sidelines, almost burst out laughing when he saw this scene. That's it. Is this the result of all your suspense and mystery? Even a martial artist at the transformation realm could easily withstand that punch. A hint of doubt and disappointment flashed in Yi Song's eyes. Could it be that the imposing aura I felt in the room just now was really just an illusion? Although he was puzzled, he did not relax his movements in the slightest. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. This was his motto after years of navigating the world of martial arts. He stretched out his withered right hand, ready to casually flick it away from the soft, weak punch. However, just as Chun Yang's fist was 3 feet away from him, Yi Song's expression changed. He noticed that as the fist approached, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn away by an invisible force. This created a small vacuum zone. The lack of punching force is not due to insufficient power. Rather, it's because all the power was perfectly contained within that fist. Not a single leak occurred. This requires an incredibly high level of control over one's own power to achieve. Alarm bells rang loudly in Yi Song's mind. He dared not be arrogant in the slightest again. The hand that was originally about to swing casually instantly changed from a palm to a claw, with veins bulging on the 5 fingers, and a pure and condensed master's true energy covered the entire palm. He was going to use his strongest defense to meet that punch. But the next second, his expression turned even more unpleasant, because he discovered that he couldn't accurately predict where the punch would land. The fist was right in front of him, but in his perception, this punch seemed to come from any angle, from any direction. It was as if all his options for dodging and blocking had been blocked. There's no way to retreat. There's no way to avoid it. We have no choice but to take it head on. For the first time, cold sweat broke out on Yi Song's forehead. He didn't have time to think much, so he mobilized all his protective true energy to create a thick layer of defense in front of him. This is a protective aura unique to Grandmaster-level experts. Even if a speeding truck crashes into it, it won't budge an inch. And at that very moment, Chen Yang's seemingly ordinary fist finally arrived. It landed squarely and precisely on Yi Song's arms, which were crossed in front of his chest. Bang! A dull, resounding thud echoed across the training ground. The sound wasn't loud. It felt like a heavy hammer blow to everyone's heart. Yi Hong, standing on the sidelines, saw elder Yi Song's body suddenly tremble. The bluestone slab beneath his feet cracked instantly, spreading outwards for several meters, centered on his feet. Yi Song's body did not retreat. Not a single step. He stood there stiffly, straight and motionless. His old face turned a deep liver color. Then, it turned from liver color to deathly pale. Puff! A mouthful of blood spilled uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Chun Yang, his cloudy eyes filled with shock and disbelief. My arm is numb. No, it's not numb. Sensation in my entire right arm has temporarily disappeared. A powerful, concentrated fist force, brimming with destructive energy, pierced through his protective aura and the defenses of his arms, directly striking his body. It surged and crashed through his meridians. He had to mobilize all his master-level internal energy to barely suppress the violent force of the punch. But he knew that his internal organs had been damaged by the shock. One punch, just one punch. He, a veteran master who had been famous for 30 years, was actually punched so hard by a young man in his early 20s that he vomited blood. How is this possible? A tremendous storm raged in Yi Song's heart. The power and the refinement of true energy contained in this punch far exceeded any peak transformation realm expert he had ever seen. Even more terrifying than some newly established grandmasters. This kid is definitely strange. Chun Yang slowly withdrew his fist, looking at Yi Song, whose expression was constantly changing, his face expressionless. His punch, just now, didn't even use the full power of a peak-level expert. He just wanted to see what level the so-called grandmasters of this world were really at. In retrospect, it's nothing special. I don't even have the right to scratch his itch. He was a little disappointed. My thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to Yi Qingya. He suddenly remembered that once, when he was feeding his child in the middle of the night, he went to the kitchen to heat up the milk. When I returned, I saw Yi Qingya leaning against the headboard, already asleep. When she was asleep, she shed her aloof facade. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyelids. Her delicate nose twitched slightly, and her breathing was steady and long. She must have been having a dream, because the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned, with a sweet curve. At that moment, she no longer looked like the aloof and icy CEO, but a little woman who needed to be loved and cared for. At that moment, Chen Yang's heart softened completely. He walked over and gently pulled her into his arms, letting her rest her head on his shoulder to sleep. Her body was soft, and she carried a familiar, comforting milky scent. At that moment, he made up his mind. He wanted this woman to be able to sleep so peacefully and smile so sweetly every day from now on. Anyone who tries to disrupt this peace must die. Yi Song finally caught his breath. He looked at Chen Yang, his voice hoarse, with a tremor he himself was unaware of. What kind of boxing style is that? Basic boxing techniques. Chen Yang answered calmly. Basic boxing techniques. Yi Song almost spat out another mouthful of blood. You call this basic boxing? What kind of basic boxing technique could inflict internal injuries on a grandmaster with a single punch? This is humiliating. A blatant humiliation. A flash of crazed killing intent appeared in Yi Song's eyes. He couldn't wait any longer. This kid is too weird. We must cripple him here today. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Good. What a fine basic boxing technique. Yi Song was so angry that he laughed instead. Since your foundation is so solid, then this old man will give you some pointers on your movement techniques. Before he could finish speaking, His body moved. The person vanished from the spot in an instant, like a wisp of weightless smoke. The next second, he had already appeared on Chunyang's left. Withered fingers pressed together like knives, piercing the air with a sharp whistling sound, aimed straight at Chunyang's soft ribs. The speed and the angle were so tricky that it was simply unbelievable. This is a master's guidance to a younger generation. It's also a kind of play, even more so, a deadly killing move. However, faced with this swift and ghostly attack, Chunyang's body only turned slightly to one side. With a mere fraction of a second's distance, he effortlessly dodged a fingerknife strike that was powerful enough to pierce a steel plate. The attack missed its target. Yi Song was startled, but he continued his offensive. His figure once again transformed into a blurry shadow, surrounding Chunyang and unleashing a storm of attacks. Point to the wind, palm strike, elbow strike, knee strike. Every move he made was aimed at Chunyang's most vulnerable joints and vital points. His figure left a trail of afterimages on the training ground, so fast that it was dazzling. Throughout the entire training ground, only the sharp sound of air being torn apart and Yi Song's ghostly figure flashing continuously could be heard. However, Chunyang, who was at the center of the attack, was like a small boat in the eye of storm. No matter how strong the wind and waves, he remained unmoved. His footsteps, the range of his movements, never exceeded 3 feet. Each time, just as Yi Song's attack was about to reach her, she would nimbly dodge it with the smallest and most effortless movement. Chapter 36. The truth is out. No more pretense. A 20-year-old grandmaster, his single thought commands the entire audience. Time seemed to stretch out on the training ground. To the onlookers, elder Yi Song's figure moved with ghostly speed, leaving behind afterimages. Each move he made stirred up a sharp gust of wind, tearing through the air. But in Chunyang's perception, all of this was ridiculously slow. Every finger strike, every elbow strike was full of openings. In his eyes, those so-called tricky angles were like a child's scribbles, childish and clumsy. His body didn't even need to think. It had already made the most perfect response. He slightly lowered his left shoulder, avoiding the finger strike aimed directly at his temple. He stepped back half a step with his right foot, dodging the sweeping lower leg kick. With a slight sway of his body, the palm strike, powerful enough to shatter stone tablets, grazed past his clothes without touching a single inch of fabric. With ease and skill. It was even a little boring. Is this the veteran master who has been famous for 30 years? Is this the trump card Yi Hong brought in to suppress him? Too weak. At first, the Yi family disciples on the sidelines were all captivated, occasionally letting out gasps of amazement. Is this the power of a grandmaster? It's too fast. Elder Yi Song's movement technique is simply unpredictable. That Chunyang was completely suppressed and could only dodge in a sorry state. However, time passed by minute by minute. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The situation on the field remained unchanged. Yi Song continued his relentless, storm-like attack. Chunyang continued to dodge leisurely within that 3-foot square area. The astonishment on everyone's faces gradually turned into confusion. What's going on? Why can't the elder land a single hit? Yeah, Chunyang didn't seem to move much. How did he dodge them all? Look, his breathing isn't even slightly disordered. This is too easy. Discussions began to rise and fall. These words were like invisible steel needles, piercing deeply into Yi Song's heart. His attacks became faster and more ferocious. However, no matter how he changed his tactics or increased his speed, the distance between him and Chunyang remained just a hair's breadth. That distance, seemingly within reach, yet worlds away. This is the ultimate humiliation. He felt less like a master instructing younger generations and more like a clown performing on stage, but receiving no applause whatsoever. And that young man was the most indifferent audience member. Huff, huff. Yi Song abruptly stopped, landing several meters away from Chunyang, his chest heaving violently and sweat beading on his forehead. His old face was flushed red, whether from exhaustion or anger. It was hard to tell. Kid, is all you can do is hide, he shouted angrily, trying to regain some ground with his imposing manner. Chunyang finally stopped his tiny steps. He raised his head, looked at the furious Yi Song, and calmly uttered 2 words. Are you tired? Puff. Yi Song felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Humiliation. This is an undisguised humiliation. Yi Hong, who was standing on the sidelines, had also stood up. The expensive teacup in his hand was creaking under its own weight. Things took an unexpected turn. How could this good-for-nothing have lasted so long under Elder Yi Song's command? Still handling it with ease? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have used some kind of evil secret method. Good, good, good. Yi Song was so angry that he laughed and said good 3 times. At that moment, his aura changed dramatically. Since you're so good at dodging, then I'll make sure you have nowhere to hide. Kid, the game's over. He roared, no longer holding back. Boom! A heavy, majestic, and irresistible aura of a grandmaster erupted from him. The air in the entire training ground seemed to freeze. The sand and stones on the ground swirled and rose without any wind. Those Yi family disciples who were nearby felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't stand steadily and stumbled backward. Those with weaker skills even fell to the ground with a thud, their faces full of horror. This is the true majesty of a master. The power of a grandmaster is like a prison or a vast ocean. Under this oppressive force, any martial artist at the transformation realm would find it impossible to move an inch, let alone twitch a finger. Yi Hong's face finally revealed a ferocious smile again. Yes, that's it. Crush him with overwhelming power. Let him know what true power and authority are. However, the smile on his face froze completely the next second, because Chen Yang, who was at the very center of the oppressive aura, moved. Unlike the others, he wasn't pinned down and unable to move. He simply raised his hand and lightly brushed away non-existent dust from his shoulder. It was as if Yi Song's aura as a grandmaster, powerful enough to crush mountains, was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. A cold smile slowly bloomed on his lips. The game should really end. Only, you're not the one who ends a game. The moment the words fell, Qinyang no longer suppressed his cultivation level. A terrifying aura, even more vast, domineering, and incomparably sharp than Yi Song's, suddenly erupted from his body. If Yi Song's aura is like a heavy mountain, then Chun Yang's aura is like a peerless divine sword capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth, showing off its sharp edge. Unstoppable. 2 invisible pressures collided violently in the center of the training ground. There was no earth-shattering noise. There was only one extremely muffled explosion. Boom! A visible shockwave emanated from the 2 of them and spread outwards in all directions. The entire bluestone floor of the training ground was cracked inch by inch. The onlookers on the sidelines felt as if they had been slammed into an invisible wall, and they were all sent flying backward, falling over, and screaming in surprise. Yi Song was the first to be hit. He felt that his proud master aura was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in the face of the other party's domineering aura. It was torn to shreds in an instant. An unparalleled force rebounded. He was struck dumb, staggering back 3 large steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the hard bluestone ground. Puff! This time, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered all over the ground in front of him. His withered, old face was now completely devoid of color, filled only with endless horror and bewilderment. Off the field, with a crack, the expensive teacup in Yi Hong's hand was finally crushed to pieces by his out-of-control strength. Fine porcelain shards pierced deep into his flesh, drawing blood. The scalding tea spilled all over the back of his hand, but he was completely unaware. He just stared intently at the tall figure in the arena, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The entire training ground was deathly silent. Everyone was so shocked by this incredible reversal that they were speechless. What did they see? That young man who was being beaten down by Elder Yi Song. That Chun Yang, whom they believed was using unorthodox methods to evade capture. Incredibly, he used his aura to forcefully shock a veteran grandmaster to the point of vomiting blood. What on earth is going on? In the dead silence, Yi Song's scream, filled with endless terror and trembling, suddenly rang out, tearing at everyone's eardrums. Grandmaster, how is this possible? You're also a grandmaster? Chapter 37. The Yi family is shocked. The useless son-in-law is actually a young grandmaster. Grandmaster? These 2 words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in the minds of everyone in the training ground. Yi Song's withered, bloodless face was contorted in extreme pain, making him appear somewhat ferocious. He stared intently at Chunyang, as if he had gone mad. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He roared sharply, completely unlike his former masterful demeanor. I have cultivated diligently for 60 years to barely reach this level. You are just a greenhorn, still wet behind the ears. What makes you think you are a grandmaster? This defies common sense. This overturned his 60 years of understanding of martial arts. He can't accept it. How could a mere youth, not even 20 years old, compare to a senior who has been immersed in the realm of a grandmaster for 30 years? This is an insult to him. It is a trampling on his 60 years of arduous cultivation. I don't believe it. Yi Song's roar carried a hint of frantic determination. You must have used some kind of sorcery or secret technique to bluff. Today, I'm going to expose your true colors. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly clasped his hands together in front of his chest, and an extremely cold aura surged out of his body. The temperature in the entire training ground suddenly dropped. Visible white frost even condensed in the air. A high-grade, Shen-level martial skill, the Frosty Palm. Yi Song shouted and transformed into a gray lightning bolt, rushing towards Chunyang once again. This time, his palm strikes were no longer erratic, but carried an unwavering determination. Wherever the palm wind passed, the pebbles on the ground were covered with a layer of white frost. Chilling and vicious. This palm technique is specifically designed to break through the body's protective true energy. The palm force is like a bone-deep ulcer. Once it enters the body, it will freeze the meridians and destroy the dantian, making it extremely vicious. This is his trump card, the killer move that made him famous. Seeing this scene, Yi Hong, who was standing on the sidelines, felt his heart, which had almost fallen into an abyss, suddenly jump up again. Ice-cold palm. Elder Yi Song was actually forced to use this move. He clenched his fists so tightly that he didn't even realize his nails were digging into his flesh. D. No matter what kind of monster you are, under this palm strike, you will all become a cold corpse. However, Chunyang's actions in the face of this fatal blow left everyone stunned once again. He didn't blink. Do not avoid. He didn't even activate his protective true energy to its fullest extent. He stood there quietly, letting that chilling hand press firmly against his chest. Bang! Another muffled thud. It hit. A Yi family disciple exclaimed in surprise. A sinister joy had just surfaced on Yi Song's distorted face. It's done. His own icy true energy had already invaded his body. Even if he were a grandmaster, being struck by my palm would inevitably cause his true energy to stagnate and his combat power to be greatly reduced. But the next second, the joy on his face froze into endless terror, because he felt that his chilling palm force, powerful enough to freeze steel, vanished the moment it struck the other's chest, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. No, it's not like a stone sinking into the sea. It was like hitting a live volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years and was now erupting. A scorching, domineering, and indescribably violent force surged back from his arm. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. Yi Song felt his entire right arm instantly lose all feeling as a tremendous force surged into his body, wreaking havoc on his already damaged meridians. Pua! He was thrown back 7 or 8 meters as if he had been hit by a speeding train. While in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with some fragments of internal organs. After advancing to the divine demon body level, the inherent true chi reflection attribute begins to display its divine power. The entire venue was deathly silent. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring blankly at the tall figure and the withered old man who had fallen in a sorry state in the distance, his fate unknown. How so? Elder Yi Song's trump card technique not only failed to harm the opponent in the slightest, but instead, it sent him flying with a single blow, breaking his bones and tendons. Chunyang looked down at his chest. There wasn't even a single handprint left on the clothes. He raised his head and looked at Yi Song, who was struggling to get up in the distance, his expression still calm. Too weak. Is this the master of this world? He couldn't even muster the desire to do it. In that brief interval, when Yi Song's old strength had dissipated and new strength had not yet emerged, Chunyang moved. He took a step forward. Boom! The bluestone ground beneath his feet could no longer withstand the force and collapsed with a crash, cracks spreading out like a spiderweb. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, he was already in front of Yi Song, who had fallen to the ground. He slowly raised his right fist. A seemingly slow punch, yet one that sealed off all escape routes, landed simply and directly on Yi Song's head. Yi Song was frozen in place and could only watch helplessly as the fist grew larger and larger in his field of vision. It's over. He could feel that the protective aura around his body was groaning under the invisible pressure from that fist. This punch was unavoidable. This punch was unstoppable. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly over his mind. However, just as that fist was about to shatter his protective aura and blow his head apart, there was no earth-shattering noise. There was only one extremely crisp crack sound, like glass breaking. Yi Song's protective inner energy, which he relied on for survival, was effortlessly pierced through by that fist. The fist finally stopped 3 inches from his forehead. The fierce wind from the punch made his gray hair dance wildly behind him, revealing his old face filled with fear and despair. Time stood still at this moment. Yi Song felt as if all his strength had been drained away. Cold sweat poured out of his forehead and back like a waterfall, instantly soaking his clothes. He knew that the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, that punch would have been enough to wipe him off the face of the earth. We lost. They were utterly humiliated. He lost all the pride and dignity he had accumulated over 60 years as a veteran master. He slumped to the ground, his hands hanging limply, as if all the bones in his body had been removed. Then, facing the figure standing before him, like a god or demon, he deeply lowered his head, which had been proud for 60 years. With all his might, he uttered 2 words. I lost. These 2 words were like 2 invisible hammer blows, striking the hearts of everyone on the sidelines. Especially Yi Hong. He was stunned into silence. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at Yi Song, who lay slumped on the ground like a defeated dog in the center of the training ground, and the young man standing with his hands behind his back, his breathing perfectly steady. The trump card I invited myself. The one he used to test and suppress Chen Yang was a veteran master who had been famous for 30 years. They were just crushed like that. From beginning to end, the opponent only threw 1 punch and 1 kick. No, strictly speaking, it was only 1 kick. That punch didn't even actually land. This is no longer a test. This is crushing. This is massacre. Yi Hong finally realized what a foolish and fatal mistake he had made. Chen Yang is no longer the useless son-in-law he could manipulate at will. He has grown into a terrifying existence that I can't control at all, and even enough to threaten the entire Yi family. He looked at Chen Tianyang. The young man's gaze happened to fall on them as well, calm and indifferent. But in Yi Hong's eyes, that gaze made him tremble from the depths of his soul. It was an emotion called fear and apprehension that appeared so clearly in his understanding of Chen Yang for the first time. The news of Yi Song's defeat did not even need to be deliberately spread. The earth-shattering collision of energy fields and the series of muffled thuds had already alarmed the entire Qingyun Manor. Countless members of the Yi family, including direct descendants, collateral descendants, retainers, and elders, rushed out of their residences, staring in horror toward the direction of the martial arts arena. When they learned that Chen Yang, whom the entire family regarded as a good-for-nothing, a gigolo, and the father of a bastard, was not only a grandmaster, but had also defeated the long-established grandmaster Elder Yi Song in just a few moves, they were shocked. Everyone fell silent. The entire Qingyun Manor fell into an eerie silence. A grandmaster who was not even 20 years old. The impact of this news was no less than that of a nuclear bomb, exploding in the hearts of all members of the Yi family. Outside the training ground, in an inconspicuous corner, a middle-aged man in a butler's uniform silently withdrew his gaze from the arena and turned to disappear into the darkness. His steps were unhurried, yet exceptionally firm as he walked towards a secluded chamber where the patriarch was in seclusion deep within the manor. Chapter 38. The family meeting erupts in chaos. A prodigy from the capital issues a challenge from afar. The Yi family ancestral hall. The air was filled with the fragrance of sandalwood incense, and memorial tablets stood in rows. The heavy atmosphere was suffocating. In the center of the ancestral hall sat an elderly man with a dignified face and an imposing presence. He was Yi Tianxiong, the current head of the Yi family. Below him stood more than a dozen core elders of the Yi family, each a powerful figure whose mere presence could shake the business world of Shanghai. At this moment, these important figures all sat upright, silent and trembling. The pitiful state of Yi Song as he was carried away is still vivid in my mind. A veteran master who had been famous for 30 years was crippled in just a few moves. And that person was a son-in-law whom everyone in the Yi family looked down upon. Master, this child must not be allowed to live. The deathly silence was shattered by a sharp roar. Yi Hong knelt on the ground with a thud, trembling all over, whether from fear or anger. It was hard to tell. He's an ungrateful wretch, a bastard. If he dares to lay a hand on elder Yi Song today, he'll dare to ride roughshod over all of us tomorrow. He must be killed, at all costs. Poison guns, explosives. We must nip him in the bud before he grows strong enough. Otherwise, the Yi family's century-old legacy will be in grave danger. Yi Hong's words resonated with some of the elders, who nodded in agreement. An uncontrollable grandmaster, especially one who harbors resentment towards the Yi family, is practically a ticking time bomb. Madness. A cold shout interrupted Yi Hong sobbing. Yi Tsong, another elder sitting to Yi Tianxiong's left, spoke slowly. Nip it in? You make it sound so easy. Didn't you see what happened to elder Yi Song? Who went to nip it in? Would you go? Yi Hong was speechless for a moment, his face turning red. Yi Tsong didn't look at him, but instead cupped his hands in greeting to Yi Tianxiong at the head of the table. Patriarch, in my opinion, this is not a disaster, but rather a once-in-a-century opportunity for our Yi family. These words caused an uproar in the room. Yejang, are you crazy? An elder who supported Yi Hong slammed his fist on the table and stood up. That bastard has come to our door and trampled on the Yi family's reputation. And you still call this an opportunity? Face? What's face worth? Yejang sneered. A grandmaster who's not even 20 years old. Do you know what that means? He looked around at everyone and said, word by word, this means that as long as he doesn't die prematurely, he will definitely have a place at the pinnacle of the martial arts world in Yin Kingdom for the next 30 years. This kind of person is a dragon from the heavens. Instead of thinking about how to make him work for my Yi family, you want to create an irreconcilable feud? Do you want the Yi family to be crushed alive by a future dragon crossing the river? These words silenced the elders who had just been filled with righteous indignation. Yes, a 20-year-old grandmaster. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Yi Hongyu was still unwilling to give up, and he hissed, but he is the father of that bastard child in Yi Qingya's belly. He hates our Yi family. How could he possibly be of use to us? Therefore, we must change all of this, Yi Tsong said confidently. Patriarch, Yi Qingya is of a Yi family bloodline, and the child she is carrying also has half of the Yi family blood in him. This is our biggest bargaining chip. Immediately restore Miss Yi Qingya's status and re-enter her into the family genealogy. Officially recognize the child in her womb as a direct descendant of the Yi family. Then we'll officially acknowledge Chun Yang as the son-in-law of the Yi family. We'll give him status, resources, and everything he wants. Use kinship and interest to completely bind him to the Yi family's chariot. At that time, he'll be the Yi family's sharpest knife. Why should the Yi family worry about not reaching new heights, or even conquering the capital? Yi Tsong's words made many elders breathe heavily. A grandmaster's son-in-law. The temptation is too great. Yi Hong's face was ashen. He knew that the situation was beginning to spiral out of his control. Just then, the ancestral hall's gate was suddenly pushed open, and a steward rushed in, stumbling and crawling. Master, master, something terrible has happened. Outside, Yi Tianxiong frowned. What kind of behavior is this? All flustered and in such a state. The butler swallowed hard and exclaimed in a trembling voice. President Li of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association has personally come to visit, saying he wants to congratulate my Yi family on the birth of a young grandmaster. What? Chairman Li? That old monster who reached the late grandmaster stage? He came in person? Before everyone could recover from their shock. Another servant rushed in. Report. General Li Xiaolong, the highest-ranking officer of the Yin Kingdom's military station in Shanghai, has sent his adjutant with congratulatory gifts. The gift list reads, congratulations to Grandmaster Chun on the flourishing of his martial arts. Boom! If the president of the Martial Arts Association is the martial arts world, those military generals represent the imperial court. Even the military was alarmed. Now, all the elders could no longer sit still. Yi Hong's body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. He's finished. He knew that he had completely lost his last chance to kill Qinyang. Ring ring. A sudden, urgent telephone ringing sounded particularly jarring in the quiet ancestral hall. It was Yi Tianxiang's private phone call from the head of the table. No more than 5 people in the entire Yi family know this number. Yi Tianxiang answered the phone, and after only 3 seconds, his usually expressionless face finally showed a change for the first time. He hung up the phone and slowly surveyed the elders who were now in a daze. It's from the Long family in the capital. These 6 short words carry a weight exceeding 1,000 pounds. Yi Tsong suddenly raised his head, his expression filled with disbelief. The Long family of the capital. They are a truly colossal force, standing at the pinnacle of the Yin kingdom. They found out too? He even called me personally? For Tianyang, just as the atmosphere in the ancestral hall reached its peak. A young member of the Yi family stumbled in, carrying a tablet computer. Patriarch, elders, quickly look at the martial arts family forum. Everyone immediately turned their attention to that direction. The most popular pinned post on the forum was a challenge that had been posted less than 10 minutes ago. Poster ID, Yi Xingqian. The content is only 1 sentence long. The clan grand competition awaits you. I will defeat you to prove my invincible Dao heart. Yi Yingqian, the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the Yi family. He is currently in seclusion in the capital and is hailed as the genius most likely to reach the Grandmaster realm before the age of 30. He actually challenged Qinyang to a duel. Now everyone understood. When the news reached the capital, Yi Xingqian was not afraid at all. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared. He wants to defeat Qinyang, a newly promoted 20-year-old Grandmaster, to prove that he is the strongest among the younger generation. Inside the ancestral hall, silence fell once again. A long time. Yi Tianxiang finally spoke slowly, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. The family competition will proceed as scheduled. He stood up and looked down at the crowd below. This is also an opportunity. Let me, in the entire martial arts world of Yin, see who is stronger, the prodigy of my Yi family or the son-in-law of my Yi family. This concerns the future of my Yi family for the next 100 years. He took one last look at Yi Hong, who was lying paralyzed on the ground. Go and inform Qinyang. Tell him that he is welcome to bring Qingya to watch the competition on the day of the event. Night has fallen. Unlike the turbulent situation at the Yi family ancestral hall, the villa where Qinyang lived was quiet and peaceful. He did not practice cultivation. They didn't even think about how to deal with the Yi family's attack. He simply sat on the edge of the bed, using a small knife to carefully peel an apple in the soft light of the bedside lamp. Under his knife, the fruit peel was cut into a continuous thin line, which slowly drooped down. On the bed, Yi Qingya was sleeping soundly. It seemed that because he was by her side, her furrowed brows, which had been tightly furrowed for days, had relaxed. Perhaps sensing the movement around her, her long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the man under the lamp, focused on peeling an apple, her cool eyes filled with extremely complex emotions. Worry, shock, confusion, and a hint of reassurance that she herself was unaware of. After a long silence, she finally parted her lips and uttered her first words of the night. I have decided to let you fight Yi Xingqian. Qinyang did not stop. He finished the last cut, slicing the apple into small pieces, picked one up with a toothpick, and held it to her lips. He didn't answer her question, but just muttered something under his breath. Eat. Chapter 39 S-Rank Mission. Defeat the entire field and win your wife and kids home. Qingyan Manor, Tianwu Terrace. This is the Yi family's largest training ground, entirely paved with hard obsidian, as vast as a small plaza. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but a long line had already formed at the entrance of the resort. One after another, expensive luxury cars silently glided in and parked in the designated spots. Li Zhenshan, president of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. Zhao Taiquan, the headmaster of the Lifeng Martial Arts School. Zhou Guodong, dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University. Even at the very front of the viewing platform sat several high-ranking military officers in crisp uniforms, their shoulders adorned with general stars. Numerous media outlets had already set up their cameras and microphones, aiming them at the ancient yet imposing arena in the center. Several drones hovered overhead, buzzing, ready to broadcast this grand event live online to people across Yin who follow the martial arts world. Everyone knew that what was happening here today was not just an internal competition within the Yi family. This is also a grand event that will determine the landscape of martial arts in Shanghai for the next 10 years, or even longer. The atmosphere was both solemn and enthusiastic. Just then, a small commotion arose at the entrance. Chen Yang took Yi Qingya's hand and walked into the venue. He was dressed too casually. His ordinary casual clothes made him stand out from the Yi family members around him, who were dressed in gorgeous custom-made martial arts uniforms and had an extraordinary air about them. Countless gazes were cast upon them wherever they went. Disdain, ridicule, contempt, schadenfreude. Look, that gigolo actually dared to come. That's Xinyang? He looks so ordinary. I really don't know what kind of luck he had to break through to the Grandmaster level. Humph. You dare to challenge the Yi family's decades of accumulated strength right after breaking through? Do you really think there's no difference between Grandmasters? An outsider dares to try and lay a hand on Miss Qingya? He's simply courting death. The murmurs were neither too loud nor too soft, but just loud enough to reach their ears clearly. Yi Qingya's body stiffened slightly, her already pale face appearing even more haggard. Her palms were covered in cold sweat as she instinctively gripped Chen Yang's hand tightly. Chen Yang stopped in his tracks. He didn't say anything. He simply glanced calmly at the Yi family members who were gossiping. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped that area. The Yi family members who had been chattering away suddenly fell silent, as if a duck had been choked. They felt a tightness in their chests, making it difficult to breathe, and a lump in their throats, unable to utter a single word. Chen Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Yi Qingya beside him. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said softly, "Today, I will make them understand that the person who can stand by your side is me. The only person who can give you glory is me." Looking into his resolute eyes, all of Yi Qingya's unease and fear miraculously vanished. In their place was an unprecedented sense of peace. At that very moment, a long-lost notification sound rang in Chen Yang's mind. Ding! Host current environment detected, triggering S-level main quest. Ascend to the throne. Mission requirements. In today's martial arts competition, win Yi Qingya's hand in marriage with undisputed absolute strength and gain the highest approval from the Yi family's higher-ups. Family head Yi Tianxiong. Task rewards. Divine demon body. Minor success. Prenatal education / bloodline resonance. Module unlocked. Prenatal education / bloodline resonance? Chen Yang's heart skipped a beat. Anything related to Yi Qingya and the child was enough to attract his utmost attention. He accepted the task. He took Yi Qingya's hand and sat down in the seats reserved for them. Soon, the competition officially began. The host is Yi Changfeng, a core elder of the Yi family. He stepped onto the heavenly martial platform, gathered his inner energy, and his booming voice resounded throughout the entire arena. Today is the annual family competition of the Yi family. It is also the day to select the outstanding talents of the Yi family and to enhance the prestige of the Yi family. After a passionate opening speech, Yi Changfeng loudly read out the rules of the competition. When the names of the first 9 young geniuses of the Yi family were read out, everything was still normal. But when he read out the last name, he paused deliberately. That seemingly impartial face carried a hint of amusement that everyone could see. Talinger Zhenyang. Given that he is not a member of my Yi family, in order to be fair and to give my Yi family members an opportunity to learn and be challenged, he drawled out each word. Today, Chen Yang must challenge the top 10 masters of the younger generation of my Yi family. Win a match and you'll receive 100 herbs pill. Win 3 matches and you can enter the Yi family's scripture pavilion and choose any Xian level cultivation technique. Win 5 matches and you will be granted the position of guest elder of the Yi family, enjoying the honors of a grandmaster. If we can, win 10 consecutive games. Yi Changfeng surveyed the entire room, finally fixing his gaze on Yi Tianxiong in the main seat, and raised his voice. The head of the family will personally decide his future with Miss Qingya. The words fell. The entire audience erupted in uproar. This is not a challenge. This is a war of attrition. This is blatant humiliation and obstruction. Use the top 10 young masters of the Yi family to slowly wear down a newly promoted grandmaster. What a vicious plan. On the viewing platform, the bigwigs from all sides displayed a variety of expressions. Li Jinshan, the president of the Martial Arts Association, frowned slightly, while the military generals remained expressionless, showing no emotion whatsoever. Ha ha ha! A burst of triumphant laughter erupted from the crowd. Yi Tianyu, like a proud peacock, leaped out from the crowd, pointed in Chen Yang's direction, and shouted with a mocking expression. Chen Yang, didn't you call yourself a grandmaster? What, are you scared? If you kneel down right now, count out 3 times to me, and admit that you're not good enough for Sister Qingya, I might take pity on you and beg my father to let you have fewer fights. Yi Hong, standing on the viewing platform, stroked his beard and smiled with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this arrangement. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Chen Yang. They wanted to see how he would handle it. Is it anger? Is it humiliation? Or fear? However, Chen Yang's face remained expressionless. He didn't even glance at the clown. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly stood up. Then, take a step forward. With a flash, he appeared on the vast Tianwu platform. He stood in the center of the arena, looking at the 10 Yi family geniuses below who were eager to try, and at the Yi family elders on the viewing platform who each had their own ulterior motives. The voice was calm and not loud, but clearly spread throughout the entire Tianwu platform and reached the ears of everyone. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Let all 10 of them come at once. Chapter 41 Punch and One Finger, sweeping away 7 masters. There's no need to go through all that trouble. Let all 10 of them come at once. The venue, which was bustling with noise just a moment ago, was now so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Countless media cameras forgot to rotate. The drones hovering in the air seemed to have stopped buzzing. Everyone's movements were frozen on their faces. Disdain, ridicule, contempt, schadenfreude. Then, after a brief pause, these expressions were instantly replaced by an extreme sense of absurdity and astonishment. Immediately afterwards, boom! It was as if a volcano that had been building up was suddenly detonated. The deafening clamor almost lifted the entire dome of Qingyun Manor. What did I hear? What did he say? Attack together? He's sending all 10 of the Yi family's top younger generation geniuses together? He's gone mad. This kid has completely lost his mind. Who does he think he is? A celestial being? Arrogant. This is the most arrogant person I've ever met in my life. Without a doubt, the Yi family members were all trembling with anger, their faces flushed red. This is humiliating. This is the most blatant trampling on the century-old prestige of the Yi family. Kill him. Patriarch, please allow us to go up on stage and kill this scoundrel on the spot. That ignorant fool. Today we'll show him just how high the sky is in the Yi family's sky. Yi Tianyu laughed so hard he almost fell over, tears welling up in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Chen Yang, you're really going to make me laugh to death. Are you afraid you won't die fast enough? Come to me all at once. Let me tell you, today my 10th brother, Yi Ming, will beat you to your knees and beg for mercy. On the viewing platform, the expressions on the faces of those bigwigs from various factions also became quite interesting. Li Zhenshan, president of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association, paused slightly in his teacup, a playful smile appearing on his face. The military generals remained seated upright, but their sharp scrutiny now carried a hint of inquiry. Yi Hong stroked his beard, his smug expression no longer concealed. Good. Very good. Go wild. Go wild to your heart's content. The more arrogant you are, the harder you'll fall. The more gruesome your death will be. This is exactly the effect he wanted. To let everyone see how this ignorant bastard was crushed into dust in front of the Yi family's true prodigy. All the noise and all the attention eventually converged on the main seat. The old man, who never spoke and had a dignified face. Yi Tianxiong, the head of the Yi family. He finally slowly raised his eyelids. Those were eyes that were as still as a deep well, yet seemed to see right through people's hearts. He didn't look at Chen Yang on the stage, but instead glanced indifferently at the 10 Yi family members below the stage who were already itching for a fight and burning with anger. Finally, his gaze fell on the very last one, on the young man with a towering, imposing physique. Yi Ming. He uttered 2 words. The young man named Yi Ming immediately stepped forward, bowed, and clasped his hands in greeting. Master. Yi Tianxiong waved his hand. There were no superfluous words, no anger, and no judgment. But everyone understood. He agreed. He will respond to this arrogance with absolute strength. In the most ruthless way, completely shatter Chen Yang's ridiculous dignity. Yes, Yi Ming let out an excited low roar and stomped his feet hard on the ground. Boom! He stepped into the hard obsidian floor, creating a shallow pit. He shot into the sky like a cannonball, tracing an exaggerated arc, and landed heavily on the Tianwu platform with a loud thud. He is Yi Ming, the 10th ranked member of the younger generation of the Yi family. Peak of Transformation Realm. His mountain opening fist is incredibly powerful and fierce, earning him a fearsome reputation among the younger generation in Shanghai. He twisted his neck, making a cracking sound, and his large bell-like eyes were fixed on Chunyang a few meters away as he grinned maliciously. Kid, I'm more than enough to deal with you on my own. He grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. I won't bully you, lest others say that the Yi family bullies the weak. I'll let you make the first move. However, Chunyang simply looked at him calmly, as if he were looking at an insignificant decoration. He didn't even have the interest to respond to the other party's provocation. This feeling of being completely ignored instantly ignored Yi Ming's anger, which surged to its peak. Court death. He roared and assumed the starting stance of the mountain opening fist, his muscles bulging and his protective inner energy surging instantly, exuding a fierce aura. The referee on the platform glanced at Yi Tianxiong, whose face remained expressionless, took a deep breath, and suddenly swung his raised hand down. The competition begins. The sound of the word begin still lingered in the air. Shenyang Mofet. No, he didn't move. He disappeared. The figure that was standing still a second ago vanished from everyone's sight without warning. Yi Ming's wide eyes were instantly filled with horror. Were they? The thought had just flashed through his mind. An indescribable sense of crisis exploded from my chest. He didn't even have time to react or to unleash the punching power he was so proud of. All he saw was a fist. An ordinary-looking, even somewhat delicate fist landed lightly on his chest. There was no earth-shattering noise. It didn't even have much force. There was only one dull, muffled plop sound like tattered leather being punctured. That instant, Yi Ming felt that his protective inner energy, which was strong enough to withstand bullets, was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper and was easily pierced. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable and irresistible terrifying force blasted through his chest and directly into his internal organs. He looked like a fly being swatted by an invisible giant hand. With both feet off the ground, his body arched backward into a bizarre shrimp shape. It flew through the air in a parabola that stretched for more than 10 meters, like a tattered sack, and flew directly out of the Tianwu platform area, crashing heavily onto the plaza ground dozens of meters away. Puff! A mouthful of blood, mixed with pieces of internal organs, gushed out of his mouth. He struggled twice, then his head lolled to the side, and he fainted on the spot. One punch. Sold out instantly. The entire Tianwutai Square, filled with tens of thousands of spectators, was completely silent at this moment. You could hear a pin drop. The venue, which had just been bustling with activity like boiling water, suddenly seemed to have been muted. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped, unable to believe what they were seeing. Yi Ming, at the peak of the transformation realm, the top 10 geniuses of the younger generation of the Yi family. That expert who was clamoring for Chunyang to make the first move. Just like that, he was sent flying by a single punch? In fact, more than 99% of the people didn't even see how Chunyang made his move. They only saw a blur flash by before Yi Ming flew away. On the viewing platform, the playful smile on Li Jinshan's face froze instantly. The military generals, who had been standing straight, unconsciously leaned forward slightly. Yi Hong's confident smile froze on his face. For the first time, a ripple appeared in Yi Tianxiong's usually calm and collected eyes. This brief, suffocating silence lasted only 3 seconds. The roar was broken by an uncontrollable, furious cry from one of the Yi family members. "You bastard! How could you be so cruel?" Yi Ling, ranked 9th, is a graceful woman known for her speed and unpredictable techniques. With a sharp shout, she flashed onto the arena like a swallow. You attacked from behind. Your victory was dishonorable. She stared intently at Chunyang, her eyes filled with anger and wariness. I will avenge Yi Ming. Almost simultaneously, Yi Kun, ranked 8th, with a muscular build and known for his defense and heavy blows, roared and jumped onto the ring. Ling Mei, don't waste words with him. This person is strange. Let's attack together. However, before they could finish speaking, Chunyang's figure moved again. It was still that elusive, fleeting afterimage. Facing Yi Ling, who was known for her speed, he simply extended one finger. Yiling only felt a blur before her eyes, and that finger had already broken through all her defenses, lightly touching her throat. All her movements froze instantly. A tingling sensation spread throughout her body, rendering her unable to move or even speak. As for Yi Kuan, who excels in defense, Chen Yang's actions were even simpler. He didn't even use his fist. He just casually kicked it. Bang! Yi Kuan's arms, which he had hastily crossed in front of his chest, along with his protective inner energy that was said to be able to withstand the force of 1,000 pounds, shattered under the strain. He followed in Yi Meng's footsteps, flying backwards in an even more disheveled manner. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Yiling and Yi Kuan stepped onto the stage to the moment one was subdued and the other was kicked away, the entire process took no more than 2 seconds. Chen Yang stood in the center of the arena. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even move a single step. Below the ring, from 10th place to 4th place, the 7 elite geniuses of the Yi family fell one after another, like wheat that had been cut down. One punch, one finger, one kick. No one could withstand even a single move from Chen Yang. Less than 10 minutes. 7 consecutive losses. The entire Tianwu platform was no longer deathly silent. It was a chilling, bone-deep fear. Those Yi family members who had previously clamored to tear Chen Yang to pieces were now all pale and silent, as if trembling with fear. Only 3 people remained below the arena. The true peak of the younger generation of the Yi family. Yi Tianyu, another direct descendant genius, and Yi Xingchen, who has yet to make an appearance. Yi Tianyu's face, which had been filled with sarcasm and smugness, was now as pale as paper. His legs were trembling violently and uncontrollably. Sweat soaked his back. He looked at the demon-like figure on the stage, feeling an emotion he had never experienced before. That is the most primal and pure fear that mortals feel when they look up to the gods. An insurmountable barrier? No, this gap is beyond description. It's not even an insurmountable barrier. This is the chasm between ants and dragons. Chen Yang finally shifted his gaze away from the last fallen opponent. He looked down at the audience, at the 2 remaining trembling figures. The calm voice rang out for the 3rd time in the silent meeting room. Don't go through all that trouble anymore. He gently beckoned to Yi Tianyu and another genius beside him. You two come at me too.